The main entrance is a door to your right. If you are leaving the room, please use this door. The restrooms are just outside the entrance door to your immediate left. During the meeting, we ask that you keep all aisles and exits clear. If you need assistance during the meeting, please waive the attention of one of our security officers, and thank you for joining us today. Mr. President, we are now ready for you to begin the meeting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Chicago Board of Education meeting. Today is July 24th, 2019. We are holding today's meeting in the boardroom at 42 West Madison Street. I am Miguel del Valle. On behalf of my fellow board members, thank you for coming today. Madam Secretary, please lead us in the pledge.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The regular meeting of Wednesday, July 24th, 2019 is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Member Rome? Here. Member Melendez? Here. Vice President Reveluri? Here. Member Tad Breland? Here. Member Truss?
Here.
Member Sotelo?
Here.
President Del Valle?
Here.
We have 7 members present. There is a quorum, and I would also like to recognize Dr. Janice Jackson, our CEO, Joseph Moriarty, our General Counsel, Dr. Latanya McDade, our Chief Education Officer, and Hal Woods, the Director of School Development.
Before we proceed with the agenda today, I'd like to take a moment to talk about the changes we made last month to how the board conducts its business. In keeping with our commitment to increase transparency and access, we have added a new section to discuss public agenda items, moved voting on public agenda items prior to executive session, created a 30-day public comment period for all new rules and policies and amendments to rules and policies, and made translation services a permanent feature of every board meeting, committed to holding some board meetings in the community in later hours. And today's meeting is our very first board meeting to be live streamed to allow for board meetings to be watched in real time. Understanding that many of those changes increase the length of the meeting and being responsive to your feedback from the last meeting, we are making some additional changes today. The new order of events will be as follows. We start with honoring excellence, followed by CEO remarks. After CEO remarks, we will have public participation. So public participation will be earlier, a lot earlier than in the past. Then after public participation, we will have a 20-minute recess, then reconvene for a CEO report, the CEO report and presentations, then followed by discussion of public agenda items, vote on public agenda items, then closed session, our usual executive session, and then returning to vote on closed session items. As you will note, the changes include moving public participation to earlier on the agenda and creating a 20-minute break. In addition, outside of union representatives, our elected officials will not speak during public participation, but will be welcomed at any time after the recess to speak. We're also going to allow food and drink outside the board chambers. If you need or drink something, please leave the boardroom to do so, and then you can return. Additionally, I am asking for your ideas, and this is very important, on how to improve the public participation registration process. We will maintain our 60 speaker limit, which equates to over 2 hours of public participation. And while the online process has eliminated the need for people to get up early in the morning and wait in line for hours to try to speak at board meetings, I'm troubled by the fact that all 60 speaker slots fill so quickly each month, within a matter of minutes. We have been debating several options and would like to get the public's input. Some options we have considered include holding some seats for same-day registration, keeping the registration open for 24 hours and then running a lottery for the 60 slots, or some combination of the two. Please visit cpsboe.org and give us your feedback using the link provided for feedback on the public participation process. You'll find the link easily. Or call us at 773-553-1600 or write to us at 1 North Dearborn. At last month's meeting, we also announced that we would be creating a committee structure. I am happy to announce that we've developed 3 committees thus far, and they are Early Childhood, Workforce Development and Equity, and the Whole Child Committee. The core purpose of each committee is to gather information to help inform the board and shape educational policies. I want to thank board members Melendez, Rome, and Todd Breland for volunteering to chair these committees. Board member Melendez will chair the Early Childhood Committee. Quality early care and education is widely recognized as having the potential to provide a strong foundation for future school success. As the city of Chicago begins to implement an ambitious expansion of preschool for 4-year-olds, this committee will engage different constituencies, families, educators, administrators, and community representatives and agencies, community-based organizations, CPS and others, in a conversation of how strong collaboration may contribute to identify and address the needs of children, families, and communities across the city. Board member Rome will chair the Whole Child Committee to ensure that all students have equitable access to learning opportunities. We need to provide focused and differentiated supports for all students. This committee will focus on academic and social supports necessary to ensure that all CPS students succeed. And the third committee will be chaired by member Todd Breland, will be the Workforce Development and Equity Committee. All students deserve access to highly effective, diverse teachers, principals, and educational support staff. The focus of this committee will be to build on strategies and programs that aim to address some of our core challenges in employment diversity and equitable access to high-quality education. Committee hearings will be held at schools and community sites, not here, at schools and community sites, providing greater opportunity for students, parents, academics, and researchers and community partners to contribute to educational policy at CPS. The committee chairs will determine the specific topics to be discussed at each hearing and the time, length, and frequency of the hearings. And all hearings will be held in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. All hearings will include public participation and the opportunity for participants to contribute as we collectively and collaboratively address challenges and issues. Chief McDade, please proceed with honoring excellence.
Good morning. We begin each Board of Education meeting by recognizing the talents and accomplishments of our students and school communities. We will start with one of the most unique academic success stories I've ever observed in all of my years as an educator. Within the class of 2019, not one, but 2 sets of twins graduated as co-valedictorians from their respective CPS high schools. Let's begin with Nanette and Naomi Beckley, who graduated at the top of their class from Gwendolyn Brooks High School. As residents of Chicago's Pullman neighborhood, these young women are described by their teachers and principal as driven, humble, and determined to succeed. Nanette and Naomi were active members of the math team and served as student ambassadors for Brooks. As recipients of the prestigious Gates Scholarship, Nanette will be attending Princeton University in the fall. while Naomi will make her college home at Yale.
Wow.
I was touched to hear that during their joint graduation speech, these two amazing scholars made a point to highlight how Brooks set them on the path to success and how they look forward to giving back to their school and their city. So please join me in congratulating these incredibly accomplished sisters. I have to say that the environment that has been cultivated at Brooks is under the direction of an amazing leader, Principal Shanae Jackson, who's also present today to support her students. And so I want to give Principal Jackson, if you would like to say a few words, but definitely would like to hear from our honorees this morning.
Good morning. My name is Nanette Beckley, and both me and Naomi are very honored to be here today. First, we would both like to thank the board members, Dr. Jackson and CPS as a whole for inviting us today and honoring us as co-valedictorians. Hi, I'm Naomi Beckley. We would also like to thank Brooks, the support we've gotten from Brooks. We would like to thank our teachers, our principal, and the rest of the administration, as well as the counselors and all of the support that was present at Brooks. We would also like to thank our family too, namely our mother and father, for just supporting us through our journey, and all of the other influential individuals in our lives that have gotten us to this point.
Congratulations, wow.
Starting off at Brooks, we only came with ourselves and one other peer from our elementary school. So we were very nervous to go there, and we never thought that we would both achieve the accomplishments we have at this point. Starting off, we were very shy. We only stuck to each other, but at the end of our journey, I would say I'm most happiest about the growth that we've both experienced. I was so shy, so stuck to myself and my twin sisters starting off, that I didn't really want to expand my circle. But after my time at Brooks, meeting so many amazing teachers, peers, staff members, admin members, I would say that I've become much more confident, and I know what I want to achieve in the future. And I know that I want to give back to the community that has given so much to me, both in Chicago and specifically at Brooks, because I feel like it's important to help my younger class members and other students coming up to achieve what I've achieved, because I know that for me, what seemed impossible, I achieved. So I want to help others with that.
Wonderful.
And kind of just building off on her point, I would also like to give the advice to my younger peers to just focus on your passions and the things that truly interest you. Like coming in as a freshman in high school, I had no clue about what college I would want to go to or really what I would want to do in my life. But I just focused on trying to go for things that interested me and going for things that I really wanted to kind of improve and help better in the future. And I feel like going for my passions and doing that for myself and my community has really helped me get to the point I am today. And just echoing off of what my sister said once again, I know that with all of my accomplishments and achievements, I wouldn't have been able to get them without the support of the people in my community. And so ultimately, I want to come back to Chicago and my school and give back and help make those improvements here as well.
Awesome.
And I also just have one final point I want to make for the students in here and for parents in here with students. I just want to say, take advantage of every opportunity you get, because going into high school, I would be reluctant to try different things out like that. I would get in emails from Ms. Jackson or from other staff members. But once you actually start taking advantage of those opportunities, you'll get exposed to so many more people and so many more things that you never would have thought. And through those opportunities, I've gotten chances to meet amazing people, amazing other students. And I feel like some of those opportunities have helped me get to where I am right now. So just take advantage of everything that you see.
Thank you for your comments. Principal Jackson?
So I would just like to thank Dr. Jackson and Chief McDade and the esteemed board for recognizing our students today and their accomplishments. I appreciate it. We know that they will be successful in their future. And as they said, that they will come back to Chicago and give back to their community and the city at large and their school community. So thank you so much to, again, the board, Dr. Jackson, Chief McDade. I appreciate your recognition today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Annette and Naomi, we are so proud of you. And you are wise beyond your years, way beyond your years. And the advice that you've given today to students and to the audience is right on target. And I want to thank you for your leadership. Brooks is a wonderful school. But the most important thing I heard you say is that you're coming back.
Mhm.
You're coming back and you're going to work in the community and you're going to serve and you're going to help others come along too, because there are many students in our system that are as bright as you are and can accomplish so much. And I know now there'll be some competition between Princeton and Yale, but that's healthy competition. I'm sure you'll continue to support each other. So once again, thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations again. Next, we are delighted to recognize Tia and Tyra Smith, co-valedictorians from Lindblom Math and Science Academy. These two exceptional young women each took and aced 5 advanced placement classes their senior year. This is an example of the work ethic and high standards that have guided these talented students all through high school. In addition to their academic ability, Tia and Tyra are regarded by their peers as creative, thoughtful, and kind. Their school counselor, April Weathers, describes them as quiet storms, calm and unassuming, but with amazing power underneath. This fall, Tia will be attending Duke University. While Tyra will stay closer to home at Northwestern. We could not be more proud of these young ladies. Please join me in congratulating both Tia and Tyra Smith on their accomplishments. And I also would like to acknowledge their principal, Mr. Wayne Beavis, principal of Lindblom Math and Science Academy. Tia or Tyra or both, would you like to say a few words?
Yes. I'm Tyra. I'm Tia. We're also here with our mom.
Congratulations, Mom. Job well done.
We would first like to thank the Board of Education and CPS as a whole for honoring us as co-valedictorians of Lindblom Math and Science Academy. We would also like to say thank you to our parents, our family, our teachers, our friends, and also people a part of our community who have supported us since we were very young. My sister and I attended Poe Classical Elementary School and then went to Lindblom Math and Science Academy. One of our passions has always been the arts. And through our CPS education, we've gained a wealth of knowledge that I would not have seen myself taking. In the 4th grade, me and my sister learned how to knit. And although that may seem simple or old or like granny-like, it is an amazing skill to be able to touch people's lives and create art to change the world. Our freshman year, we also took Theater 1. And although many people do not believe this, Theater 1 was the most challenging class I've ever taken in my life. What that class taught me was being able to gain tolerance, to learn about humanity, to self-reflect, to be brave, to take risks, And without that class, I wouldn't be the person I am today. And my teacher was Grace Martinez.
Mm.
So we would just like to say thank you again. And our experience in CPS since kindergarten has been pretty great. And we wish that every student who chooses to stay in Chicago and attends the PS school can have the same experiences that we have and even better.
To the board, Dr. Jackson, Chief McDade, thank you for honoring our students. I know I wake up every morning, both as a CPS parent and as a principal, knowing that I'm going to help change the world and make opportunities available for our students and support them along the way. So thank you for always supporting our students and always being student-centered. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mom. Did you want to say something?
Thank you. We are very honored today, and I just want to leave an important note for all parents who are listening. It takes a village.
Mhm.
They did not do it alone, but without the collaboration and working directly with the teachers and the principals and reading the emails and getting engaged. Parent engagement is the key.
That's right.
And I truly believe, and now it's proof in the pudding, that the parents are the first teachers
That's right.
of our children. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations again.
Yes, Mom, thank you for those words. Beautiful. Parents are first teacher, and I know you're very proud of these young ladies, and we're also very proud of them. And thank you for mentioning the arts and how important the arts are. We have some great schools in our system, and the number of great schools is increasing rapidly, thanks to the leadership of principals like you and our leadership here, and Dr. Jackson and others. We're excited about the future. Even with our limitations, and all systems, all districts have some limitations, we're able to excel. And you're a prime example of that. You represent excellence, and you will continue to do that. And if you continue to excel and contribute at the same time to the communities that you care deeply about, and the community that you've spent your life growing up in, that is what we want to see, what we desperately need to happen. We need you to continue to be the role models that all our students need to see and look up to and aspire to be like. So thank you very much. Dwayne?
Yeah, just real brief, because I have a bias. I had a set of twins who also attended and graduated from Lynn Bloom. So congratulations and hats off to your mom. I know how difficult it could be.
Thank you.
It is now my pleasure to welcome the Special Olympics team from Westinghouse High School. Last school year, these talented student athletes captured the regional championship for basketball, which made them eligible to compete at the state level. Westinghouse then took third place overall at the state competition. We are incredibly proud of these students, not just for the ability they showed on the court, but for the teamwork and sportsmanship they displayed all throughout the season. And we have a couple of representatives here, but I would like to name all of the players. Zachary Deal, Brian Urielis, Corey Jeans, Javante Keys, Leslie Luna, Victor Navarrete, Jonathan Ramos, Jabari Stokes, Elania Walton, and Kevin Chang. And their coaches, Diamond Bogard and Fidel George.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you. My name is Carrie Leischel, and I'm proud to be the principal of George Westinghouse College Prep. Thank you to the Board of Education and CPS, Dr. Jackson and Chief McDade, for honoring us and everyone this morning. I'm honored to be here with our head coach and special education teacher, Ms. Diamond Bogard. athlete and medalist, Alana Walton, and her mom, Miss Walton. So I'm going to pass it over to Miss Bogard to give some highlights.
All right, good morning, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank you all for honoring us today. Thank you to the board and thank you to Chicago Public Schools. It's been a wonderful journey being head coach of our Special Olympics team. In addition to our basketball accolades for the past several years, we went downstate and competed in track and field. Special Olympics, the program has provided so many wonderful opportunities for our students to be able to participate year-round in sports. The social skills that they're building, the opportunity to be able to travel out of town and, really make a difference. I'm honored to be coach and teacher of our students. Alana is here today with us. And this wouldn't be possible without our very supportive administrative team, the coaches that work within our special education department, the entire culture at Weston House supporting, the parents that support all our efforts, as well as the wonderful, awesome athletes that we have at Weston House. Go Warriors.
You want to say something?
Thank you, everybody. It's Warriors.
That's right, go Warriors.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
Stop my throw. I was throwing.
Say you won third place downstate in the softball throw. Yeah, cool,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Thank
Well,
you.
thank you guys for
Thank you.
coming.
Want to say that's a beautiful medal you're wearing.
Yeah.
There it is. Congratulations. Wonderful accomplishment.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're
Thank
really
you.
proud of your program. Keep striving. And of course, go Warriors.
Go Warriors.
Sorry, Mrs. President, I'm a Weston House graduate.
Yes.
Warriors!
Next, it is my pleasure to welcome two educators who were recently named Outstanding SEL Teachers for the 2018-19 school year. We will begin with Hayam El Saharti, who is largely responsible for the success of her school's social emotional learning advisory program. Hayam leads this program to honor the inclusion of both staff and student voice. She has established a culture where everyone is invested in SEL and where students are able to foster trusting relationships with their teachers. This year's second outstanding SEL teacher is Peter Stover, a talented art teacher at Courtenay Elementary. In his first year at Courtenay, Peter stepped up as their SEL champion. As the lead of the culture and climate team, he has provided all staff with training on trauma and relational trust and has driven SEL integration school-wide. Peter takes his role as an SEL lead very seriously, never missing an opportunity to model restorative conversations, engage in thoughtful discussions around student support, or develop helpful SEL materials for his colleagues. Please join me in congratulating Hayam and Peter on being named Outstanding SEL Teachers for 2019.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Jackson, Chief McDade, the rest of the board for welcoming us so warmly here today. Watching all the students and listening to them, seeing the smiles that they invoked in the audience and you all, I will just say it's going to be a tough act to follow. But I did want to share that I have been doing this work, leading this work at Mather High School for the past 7 years. And I spend a lot of my time, my non-school time, pursuing other activities that have allowed me to explore social and emotional learning across the globe. I have studied SEL in refugee schools in Malaysia, in Singapore, and I was really fortunate this year to be a Fulbright Teacher for Global Classrooms Fellow. And I just got back 2 weeks ago, and I spent 3 weeks in Peru with 10 other teachers from coast to coast. And what I want to say to everybody here today, other CPS teachers, the board, staff. What we're doing in Chicago is really special. Not only is not every district doing this in the nation, not if they are, they're not as supported as we are here. I am so supported by my administration, Mr. Affont especially. I cannot thank you enough. And in these countries that I visited, everyone's dabbling, they're dipping their toes in the SEL pool. And it's really exciting to be a CPS educator, knowing not only that we're doing this work and being supported, but that we are global leaders in this initiative worldwide. It's amazing. So I'm really honored to be here and to teach in Chicago.
Thank you.
Yes, and I'm Peter Stover, and I want to thank the City of Chicago Board of Education, all the representatives from Chicago Public Schools, especially the Honorable Dr. Janice Jackson, the esteemed Latanya McDade. You two have really actually been, really recognize you for your consistent striving towards excellence, your tremendous support, especially when I was working for the Department of Arts Education a year and a half ago. So I really feel that this work, social emotional learning, is some of the most important work that we do in the district. I see it as a way for us to develop students, developing our culture as a district into really being able to step into our full potential. And how are we going to do that if we are limited in the way that we see who we can become? And if we are dealing with so many other types of issues besides academics, we got all the social emotional problems and the trauma and the challenges. And if we are not equipping our students in terms of how to handle those challenges, how to get in touch with themselves, how to know themselves, know their feelings even, and to be able to recognize the feelings and manage them better. Because really, you get down to feelings, it's our deepest truth of ourselves in the moment. And I think it's that truth that can really lead us forward to becoming who we can become, like living happy, successful, satisfied, fulfilled lives. I think of like the work, I also want to thank, Office of Social Emotional Learning being with me this whole journey, all the trainings and the information they provided. I want to thank my first principal, Rufina Brown from Parker Community Academy, really was there at the beginning of this whole journey for me. I'm also with my current principal, Dr. Macklin King, and, we're at Courtney Language Arts Center, hitting the ground running, really building the supports, and really bringing a lot of this information that I got from Wright Graduate University, where I got my second master's in transformational leadership. Really, that's the vision that I see that we have for our district. I can see our district actually being a leader for the nation in what we are doing. And I think there's a really high need. I just want to share this really quick story about one of the students I had at Parker. And I remember he was so challenging and so difficult, but I was like, I'm going to learn to be in relationship with this child. And by the time he got to be an 8th grader, he had never been on a field trip outside of the school. No teacher would ever let him go. But I was like, I think I got this. I got a good relationship. We're going to do this. Took him with a group to the Shedd Aquarium. It was just amazing. Just like seeing this like opening up from being defensive and hostile and closed down to being open and receptive and grateful. It was just a beautiful thing. And then of course, a couple years go by, and then earlier this year, I find out that he had actually been shot 14 times on 66th Street. And it just kind of like speaks to me like how much work we have to do, and like how much potential we have to achieve. And like there is so much of a need in this city to have everyone in the city have that opportunity for safety and security, and to have that space where they can be free to step into their potential, make those mistakes, go for what they want, deal with their trauma and the pain that comes with that, and then be able to see this vision of who we can become. And I see like our district, forming this unified field where we could actually achieve this really kind of lofty but realistic goal. And I think it comes with transforming schools, transforming administration, transforming teachers, transforming students, one person at a time. And I really see that is the goal and the mission that I have. And I want all of us to be, proud of the fact that we are here at this point and we still have more to go. We've done so much. And I'd like to see that we can create a world that works for everyone. So that's why I'm here today. So thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Peter Olfon. I'm the very proud principal in Mather High School. I'll be very brief. I'm also a CPS parent. And so much of of what Hayam and Peter are talking about are representative of thousands of educators across the city who are engaged in this work and supporting students in their social emotional learning. But I would say that it's more than just, you know, looking at it from an OSEL perspective. It really has to pervade the all of the areas of the work that we're doing. There's so much work that we're doing around raising rigor in the classroom, academic expectations for students. If we're not supporting that on the other side about how are we viewing each individual student as unique and helping them become the best version of themselves while we are raising the academic rigor in the classroom, we're going to continue to struggle with our students. So I just want to say thank you to Dr. Jackson, Chief McDade, and the board to continue to support the supportive schools that we're all trying to create. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Macklin King. I'm the principal of Courtney Language Arts Center. I'd like to thank the board, Chief McDade, and Dr. Jackson for highlighting and honoring the teachers for their SEL works, because this is the work that helps us get to that 5-year vision. It is so crucial. And I did hear one of the young ladies that's headed off to Yale and Princeton say that they wish this experience, their experience for every student. I do believe by focusing on SEL that for our students in our community, that will allow them the opportunity to have the greatest experience that they can have in our Courtney Language Arts community. Thank you.
Congratulations to you both, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. And believe me, this board is totally committed to developing further SEL. And I want to thank both of you because you have stellar credentials and you have this vast experience that you've decided to bring to CPS. And I thank you for that commitment that you've made to the students of CPS and their families. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I look forward to all the work we're going to be doing in the future.
Finally, today, I want to welcome someone who has helped guide several generations of CPS students safely to and from school. For 51 years, Miss Roxy Calhoun has been a positive presence in the lives of children from both St. Benedict Elementary and our own Coonley Elementary. Roxy embraced her role as crossing guard with courage, dedication, and a constant contagious smile. She kept our students safe every day, making sure they had the chance to grow up and become the leaders and innovators our world needs them to be. Roxy, you are an institution within the school community at Coonley, and we were thrilled to present you with this year's Crossing Guard of the Year Award earlier this spring.
Thank you.
We wish you well in your retirement.
Thank you.
And you will definitely be missed. Please know you will always be a part of the CPS family. Everyone, please join me in congratulating our Crossing Guard of the Year, Ms. Roxy Calhoun.
I am Roxy Calhoun. I enjoy my job to the most. And I did not miss over 5 days.
Wow.
I was there early because the parents had to depend on us. The children leaving their parents for the first time, they crying, parents upset, they gotta go to work. Who's the next to get the body? The crossing guard. You gotta stand there, hold them, pat them. It's gonna be okay. By the time they get to the teacher, the tears is wiped away. You're gonna be here tomorrow? Yes, I'm gonna be here tomorrow. We're not gonna be crying tomorrow, right? No, okay, this is what you gotta do. Get the parents to understand we are there for them and for the child. Because the teacher only can do so much. She can't do all of it with 25 children in a room. So we all gotta help.
Yes.
And I enjoyed my job. I spent 41 years on one stop, 10 on the other. So I don't regret 1 minute of my time. and I can sit back, cross my leg, and enjoy my vacation. There was no accident. Nobody snatch a child. You got to stop. You got to direct the traffic. Sometimes you got to tell them which way to go. Get over there. Don't park here. Don't block my intersection. Get a little mad, but so what? Move it up. That's all you can do. You got to keep it moving. So you got to have the faith, and you got to have the faith in the parents who can trust you with their child. And today and hours now, oh, it hurts.
Yeah.
And I don't regret one day now walking out, but I do think, and I will go back and check my corner.
Oh,
All right.
Because it's still my supervisor said, I always can come back.
Yeah.
So that's a good word.
Yeah.
To leave the doors open if you gotta go back.
Mhm.
But I'm keeping my finger crossed. But I enjoy it. And that's my tax money too. I pay my own salary.
Amen.
That's the way you got to look at it, you know? And I accepted. They said, this is the tax money. They're paying your salary. And every time my tax comes in, I look, so I say, okay, that's my money out of my pocket, so I get it back. Right?
Yes.
That's it. So I'm very proud, and I thank you all for accepting and inviting me. And I want you to know I enjoyed it.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you.
Thank
Thank you so much.
Ms. Calhoun. Oh, I wanted to say two things I don't believe. Number one, I don't believe that you're going to really retire. I think you're going to be out on that corner. And the second thing is I don't believe you have been doing this for 51 years unless you started at the age of 5. So tell me, what's your secret? Yes, I see it. I just want to say congratulations.
Thank you.
My husband's grandmother was a crossing guard for 40 years. She just celebrated her 82nd birthday. And I know how much dedication it takes and how much love it takes to do that work every day. And so the fact that you did it with excellence and with a stellar attendance record, I just want to say that I'm proud of you. And I hope that we have more like you to continue this work. So thank you.
I keep my finger crossed.
Roxy, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And I think the kids are going to miss that smile,
Yeah.
that wonderful smile. But I think you're going to be spending some time visiting
I will.
and
Be back there August the 30th,
keep
21st.
keep sending that message to the kids and to the parents.
That's it.
But thank you very much for
Thank
your service, and taxpayers have gotten their dollars worth, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Last week, all CPS principals and assistant principals gathered for our Summer Leadership Institute. This was a chance for our school leaders to celebrate their successes, reflect on how we can better serve our students, and develop a plan to deliver on the commitments laid out in the CPS 5-year vision. We discussed district-wide priorities like universal pre-K, the Curriculum Equity Initiative, and strategies to improve access for underrepresented student groups that would narrow the opportunity gap. I want to thank all of our school leaders for their enthusiastic participation. I'm excited about the road ahead and look forward to working together with our talented school leaders to build on the historic progress our students have made. 12 school leaders who were a part of the Summer Institute were recently selected for the 2019 class of independent school principals. This program gives our highest performing principals the autonomy to operate their schools with reduced oversight from central office. It also provides these principals with the flexibility they need to innovate and offers them a unique peer-to-peer professional learning community where best practices can be shared. Congratulations to all of our new ISP principals. I have no doubt that they will continue to provide their school communities with exemplary leadership and that they will use this opportunity to grow as educational leaders. I also want to acknowledge the CPS principals who are currently hosting the Freshman Connection programs in their schools this summer. Through this program, more than 7,000 students in over 70 CPS high schools are participating in academic classes, learning valuable study skills, and becoming familiar with the many opportunities that are available to them in their new schools. This is a great way for our rising ninth graders to make a successful transition into high school. This summer, CPS is also offering transition support to our recent graduates, ensuring that they do not experience what is known as summer melt, which refers to that time between graduation from high school and college enrollment when students may decide to not follow through on their plans to go to college. We have provided 68 of our high schools with a summer transition coordinator, counselor, to help prevent summer melt and ensure recent graduates have what they need to make it onto their college campuses in the fall. We've also partnered with One Summer Chicago to hire former CPS graduates and current college students to reach out to the class of 2019 during this critical time. Our hope is that both the Freshman Connection and other student supports offered this summer will help create a smooth transition for thousands of CPS students. And as Dr. Jackson will expand upon in the CEO's report, these are a part of the district's comprehensive approach to ensuring our students are engaged, productive, and safe over the summer break. Mr. President, this concludes the Chief Education Officer's report.
Thank you, Chief McDade. Thank you for that report. We'll now proceed with CEO remarks. CEO Dr. Jackson, we are ready for your remarks.
All right, thank you, President Del Valle. I just want to expand on a few of the important programs that we have created to ensure that our students are safe this summer. We know now that summer is in full swing, and as Chief McDade mentioned earlier, the district, along with the city, is doing everything possible to make sure that our students remain safe and productive throughout the summer. I'd like to highlight a few of those programs and also encourage those here today and those listening to share this information with your networks. We've partnered with many of our faith-based neighborhood organizations to provide our students with a safe, engaging, and fun educational opportunities through our 37 safe haven sites throughout the city. These programs are available to all children Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And these programs will run free of charge through August 16th. Breakfast and lunch are provided at all sites, and we're also providing free meals at over 100 CPS lunch stop locations. We've shared those locations online and continue to promote those on social media. We ask that people share that information as well. We're also very proud of a new initiative that came out of our Office of Safety and Security under the leadership of J.D. Chow called the Summer for Change program. Youth will be enrolled in a 6-week program called Summer for Change, where they will earn a stipend, but more importantly, they will have access to mentoring, therapy, and academic and enrichment activities. Our hope is that when they emerge from this program, they will have developed a renewed sense of self-confidence and will return to school ready to learn and eager to remain on track. We have already received positive feedback from the students in the program, and I am hopeful that the Summer for Change program will have a meaningful impact on their lives. I also plan to visit the program and hope to give you an update at our next meeting. It's important to note that these programs and our activities are part of a comprehensive program that the City of Chicago has engaged in to keep our students safe throughout the summer. I want to thank our Mayor Lightfoot, for her leadership on this work and for collaborating with CPS as well as other sister agencies to ensure that all of our kids come back to school in the fall ready to learn. As we get closer to the start of school, CPS will host 13 back-to-school bashes across the city. We've sent out this information and again, hope that you will recirculate it with your networks. These events will provide children with free school supplies, access to immunizations, along with food, games, and entertainment. CPS staff and volunteers will also be available on site to assist families with preparation for the start of the school year. And we will also have individuals from our team there ready to answer questions that parents may have about registration and enrolling in school. To find out more information, please visit our website. You can Google search CPS Back to School Bashes or visit cps.edu/B2S. We also have included other important information for parents on our Back to School page. We have information about new and upcoming academic programs, as well as other community events, as well as information about enrollment procedures and health requirements. Families with children between the ages of 3 and 5 should visit our Chicago Early Learning portal at cps.edu/ready to learn. Here, they can explore the school and community-based pre-K programs that will best suit the needs of their children. We look forward to seeing all of our students in grades pre-K through 12 back in the classroom after Labor Day on Tuesday, September 3rd. Finally, as we prepare for the start of another school year, the safety of our students continues to be a top priority at CPS. This summer, we partner with the Chicago Police Department to host public meetings to discuss the roles and responsibilities of school resource officers, as well as their contribution to building a safe and supportive school culture. We know that every school community is unique, and it was important for the district and CPD to hear directly from community members about how to best keep our schools safe, but also welcoming for our students. The final community meeting will take place this evening at Warren Park, which is located at 6600 Northwestern, between the hours of 6 and 8 p.m. I encourage all of you who are interested in this topic to attend, and again, want to extend the ask that you share this with your networks. At this time, President Del Valle, this concludes my prepared remarks. We will resume with other presentations later.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Are there any questions from board members for Dr. Jackson at this time?
No, the only thing is that I actually would like to attend the summer program.
Oh,
I'd like
yeah.
to
Okay,
All right, I'll
See it
get you
as
that
well.
date, and if
Very
it
good.
doesn't work, we'll get another one. Yeah.
very good. Thank you. Now for announcements, please use the CPS website if you need to seek assistance, want to meet with a board member during office hours, or want to meet with a board member during office hours. We as a board value the opportunity to have meaningful discussions with you outside of the board meetings. Madam Secretary, please share the details of the next board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next board meeting will be held on Wednesday, August 28th, 2019 at the CPS Loop Office. Advanced registration will open at 10:30 a.m. Monday, August 26th, 2019, and will close on Tuesday, August 27th, 2019 at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled, whichever is first. If anyone has any questions about this process, please contact the board office for our assistance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, let's now proceed with today's public participation session. I just want to remind you that union representatives will speak before public participation, and any elected officials will speak after the recess upon arrival. Madam Secretary, please share the rules of public participation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speakers, please listen while I provide directions for public participation. I will call your name and number when it is your turn to speak. When you hear your name, please immediately proceed to the staging area to the left of the podium and check in with our staff member, Wes, who will be assisting us. You will be lined up in the right order. When it is your turn to speak, proceed to the podium and state your name. After you state your name, I will then start the 2-minute clock, which is visible to all in the audience. And I would also like to note that there is a timer on top of the podium for the speakers to see. When there are 30 seconds remaining, the color will turn yellow, and when the 2 minutes are up, the light will turn to red. Please immediately take your seat when your time is up to allow for the next speaker to begin. Also, for anyone who plans to stand in support of a speaker, please be aware that the only walkway in the boardroom is behind the podium. Therefore, if you would kindly make a single file line and stand as near as the railing as possible, this will still allow people to pass through the area safely. Thank you.
Please call the first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we do have some elected union representatives with us this morning, and I will start by calling them first. We have Crystal Williams, the recording secretary for CTU, followed by Chris Barron, the chair of the charter division for CTU, and then followed by Griffin Ross. He's an executive board member for the SEIU Local 73. Ms. Williams?
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Chief McDade and Dr. Jackson, Dwayne, commandos forever. No. I'm here, it's my first time as an elected officer, and it is my honor to stand before you as a Black woman, a mother of 3 girls that have graduated from Chicago Public Schools, myself a graduate of Marshall High School. I have a grandson currently attending a Chicago Public School. And I wish that he will have the opportunity to stand before you and express his accomplishments as the young ladies have had earlier. What's unfortunate is, and what my concern would be, is that his school does not provide the arts that the others have shared with you. I'm concerned about that. And I hope that it will turn around by the time he graduates out of high school. I've come here after a press conference. We've joined our fellow rank and file members of SEIU Local 73. We are here because we are in contract negotiations with CPS. We have yet to be presented with proper proposals. It's unfortunate that CPS is refusing to honor what our teachers and our paraprofessionals truly deserve. It would be a blessing if we could see every school with arts, if we could see every school with counselors and nurses. As I heard the young man break down in tears as he talked about one of his students being shot 14 times. He's an adult. Can you imagine how children in our schools and teachers are dealing with trauma every day as they watch their loved ones and others be shot down and murdered in the streets of Chicago and have to go to school without a counselor or a nurse or a psychologist to assist them so that they can be provided the education with the lack of resources in the schools that we currently have? It's shameful. I listened and I heard the young lady stand here after 51 years who reminded me of my mom, who was also a school clerk in the city of Chicago and retired after 34 years of service being a school clerk. And she said how teachers have to go to class with 25 students. I scratched that out. Our teachers are providing services to kids between 35 and some even have as much as 42 and 44 students in a classroom. Shame. I wish I could stand here and say that we are working with best practices here in the city of Chicago. I wish that I could stand here and say that this board will honor our contract as we negotiate. I wish I can stand here and say that Lori Lightfoot showed up at any of our meetings. I wish I could say that. But what I can say is it was just in the last bargaining session that she was represented by one of her members. Doesn't care. We have allies that have fought for $1 billion that CPS has obtained to run the schools in the city of Chicago. And we have not yet seen those monies shared equally in schools in the city. Our West and South Side schools are purposely being deprived resources and educators in their buildings. And I know this because I served as a field rep representing teachers. I've been in the schools. I've been in the schools as an organizer. I see. I have students. I have been in this game for 26 years. I lived across the street from a school that I worked for many, many years. My house was open to students. I've seen it. I know that they're being deprived. I know that there is a lack of resources. I know this. I'm not guessing this. I've heard it. My hope is that every single one of you will have a heart, that every single one of you will care, that every single one of you will have the passion and the compassion for what we are fighting for. We're not trying to get rich quick. We just want to educate our students. This is not a money game for us. We have people, I'm one, who's still paying back student loans. They went to school for this, to become educators, so people like you can sit on this panel with the education that you received, I hope, from a Chicago public school. They did that, and they're doing it for our students. And my hope again is that you will take the $1 billion that our allies have fought for down in Springfield and do the right thing and stand up to this city and make a right decision about what needs to be done and what needs to be provided to our students. And I want to walk away from this podium, and I just noted a few things that I want to hope that you care. I want to hope that you would do the right thing. I want to hope that you will follow your heart. I want to hope that you will allow the heartstrings pull. And I want to hope that you will make me, the teachers, the members of the Chicago Teachers Unions, the paraprofessionals, believers. I have watched Black educators, I have watched Black students be pushed out of this system, out of their communities. Every day, every year, our schools are dwindling. We have buildings that once occupied 5,000 students with 900 because you have allowed these things to happen. This elected school board did that. Maybe not you, because you just got here, but I'm hoping that because you're here, that you will be fair and that you will come to the table and hear what we have to say.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Christine.
Hello there, I'm Chris Barron. I'm Chair of the Charter Division of the Chicago Teachers Union. Hello, board. Hello, members of the audience. I'm going to be very brief. So the Chicago Teachers Union, we represent 34 out of the, I think it's 121 charters now, approximately, over 1,000 members. And charters were created as an experiment to see, if we could bring some lessons back to the district. Well, all of the lessons, institutionally at least, have been negative so far. We've decreased parent voice. There are no local school councils in charter schools. We've decreased teacher voice. Charter operators are using tax dollars meant for education to hire union busting lawyers to pay fines when they get fines from the labor board. It's unconscionable. And also fewer resources reach the classroom. If you look at the budget, the money that is handed over to a charter school, far less of it gets spent in the classroom on staff salaries, on resources. And the only way to change that, this board, previous members of the board have been no help to us in trying to right that situation. And it's been our members. In fact, we've had approximately 800 of our members at 23 schools had to strike to win some justice. We settled 8 contracts recently for them through striking. That was 18 days on the line, sometimes in 6-degree weather, but I'm not here to talk about that right now, although next time I'd like to come back and talk about some of these institutional issues. But I want to say that there finally are some positive lessons from the charter operators, and they're only positive lessons because teachers and educators taught them by striking. Is that right? Yep. So here are some of the positive lessons that I hope you'll keep in mind as you negotiate the district contract. We won many things that are permissible subjects of bargaining. That heretofore the board has refused to negotiate around. We won sanctuary schools in all of our contracts. We want special education compliance written into the contract so that we can grieve it, not just have a protest outside here that goes, largely ignored in the past. We want enforceable class sizes as low as 20, right? Enforceable at 23 with a financial penalty. Like that's what kids deserve, right? And if the charters have found a way to do it, if we force them to find a way to do it with the same funding that the district schools have, there's no reason that this board can't do the same thing. We won wraparound services. We won at a minimum or better the professional bodies associated ratios for counselors, social workers, psychologists, and nurses. And the last thing, I'm so proud. We've made our schools such better places. We had to fight to do it though. I hope that this new board will be an ally in winning some of these things in the district schools. And the last thing I'll mention is we won network-wide bumping rights. So that means that if a teacher is laid off at one school, they have a right to be recalled at another school, which was, I think it was 1995, Chicago Public Schools lost that. And that's been responsible for the emptying out of the Black educators in this system. We have half as many Black educators in the system that we did 15 years ago. And that's because when the mayor closed all those schools, those educators didn't have a right, although they worked for 30 years for CPS, didn't have a right to come back anywhere else. So I'm going to finish there in deference to the many people willing to speak to it, and I look forward to a more positive relationship.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And our next speaker, please, Griffin Ross.
My name is Griffin Ross. I'm a SECA and elected executive board member of SEIU Local 73. I would like to make a request that we move SEIU 73 speakers behind us so that we don't have to keep members walking in and out of the room as we had early speaking placements anyway. Yeah, only one, Sable Russell.
Mr. President? You can proceed, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you. I'm here representing my fellow CPS workers, and I'm here just to stress exactly why 97% of SEIU Local 73 members who voted in the strike authorization vote voted yes to strike. I'm a proud and active union member, and I sat on the bargaining committee and I worked tirelessly this summer during the strike authorization vote. I visited more than 120 CPS schools during that time. I was astonished at the differences in school environments across the city, whether I was on the south, west, or far north sides. The lists of issues that CPS employees face was incredible to me. But what we all had in common was a strong desire for respect, dignity, and to make environments that would allow us to better serve our students, which is exactly what we want to do. What often impedes our ability to do this is that our jobs, are systemic and administrative changes that we don't always have control over and that we don't have a voice in creating. It's discouraging to be a trained SECA, myself with a master's degree, and know exactly what a student needs and not be able to give it to them because of a flawed system. It is discouraging to a custodian to know exactly what supplies you need to clean a school building. And because Aramark and Sodexo have such strong vendor contracts with CPS, they have no signs of accountability whatsoever to the system. Our custodians suffer under that management. And it's discouraging for all CPS workers to plead for more staffing and resources and investments in our students and be told tough luck. Well, when 97 of my coworkers voted yes to strike, we were done asking. And now we are ready to fight for what our students deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And their next speaker, Mr. President, is Sable Russell, and she's speaker number 20 on the speakers list. Ms. Russell?
Good morning, board. My name is Sable Russell. I was a SECA with CPS for 4 years, but now I am currently a lead. Oh, thank you. I am now currently a lead field organizer with SEIU Local 73, representing over 7,000 CPS employees. For over a year, our members have been working without a contract because the board have offered no fair deals. They are not asking for more than the absolute necessities to create sustainable schools. Our special education classroom assistants want more time for professional development and training. Our custodians want an end to the mismanagement of funds going to Aramark and Sodexo. Our bus aides need wages that won't leave them wondering if they can afford rent in August. And our security officers want better training to keep students safe on school grounds. Our members want nothing more for our students than what is already stated on the board's very own website: a high-quality, world-class education that can be a model for the nation. Can our education system truly be a model for the nation when our seekers are constantly being pulled to do duties away from their assigned jobs? Can our schools truly be in high quality when the bus aides earn as little as $13,000 annually and are losing their homes? Is the Board of Education really establishing a world-class learning environment when schools can't stay clean because private companies like Aramark, Sodexo not providing our custodians with the adequate supplies they desperately need? I'm asking the board and our mayor, Lightfoot, to take a closer look at the direction they are taking our public schools. We know from experiences that atrocity measures and privatization don't serve the interests of our students. So I ask the board to not repeat the mistakes, the past, and instead listen to the workers who keep our schools running day in and day out, year in and year out. In the final remark, I would like to point out that the teachers, seekers, custodians, bus aides, bus aides make each classroom a great school. So, President, not mentioning shows the SEIU and CCU members, not mentioning them shows the SEIU and CCU members here exactly how CPS ignore the realities that we face every day as educators.
Thank you, Ms. Russell.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. President, I'll continue with the speakers list, and I'll call speaker number 1, please, Taylor Stewart, and speaker 22, John Ivy from Learn Charter. We'll then move on to speaker number 2, LaShonda McKenzie, speaker number 3, Erin Meyer. Taylor Stewart, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Taylor Stewart, and I attended Learn Charter Romano Butler campus. And I went to Learn from pre-K all the way until 8th grade, and I graduated in 2017. I went on to attend George Westinghouse College Prep, where I am a rising junior. And Learn is important to me because Learn helped provide me with the work ethic and ambition to do well in high school. And Learn has taught me that education is a pertinent factor in building a better future for yourself. And while at Learn, not only did I receive a great education, but I also created a family. My favorite part about Learn is that it never leaves you. Learn has some of the best teachers and principals in Chicago. And what makes these teachers so great is how much they care about the students. They taught me that if I wanted anything in life, I would have to work towards it every day. Learn provided an amazing environment that helped me become a leader and build my communication skills. And I am currently a leader in the Black Student Union at my high school, and I am a mentor for younger students in a girl group called Girls with a Vision. I am also a straight A student who was awarded the Principal's Award thanks to the lessons taught to me by the people at Learn. Learn is a school that helps its students excel academically and helps build the character that is needed to excel in life. Learn also offers paid internships to alumni, which helps build work experience that they will need in the future. And I just wanted to say the Learn is an amazing school. And if you don't believe me, you should, come and check out Learn, and they'll be happy to have you. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart, for your comments. Our next speaker, please, John Ivy.
Hello, my name is John Ivy. I'm a rising senior who just transferred from Ogden International. I attended Learn Charter South Chicago, where I was a part of the first graduating class in 2016. I can't begin to express the amount of gratitude that I have for Learn. They're a very large reason why I am where I am today. Learn's mission is to provide its students with the academic foundation and ambition to earn a college degree. Now, Learn didn't instill the ambition to earn a college degree by stressing its importance to me. They did it by instilling a passion for learning. And that's how it all started, it being my road to becoming an integral part of my high school's atmosphere, my career choice, and starting my own nonprofit that focuses on youth development. The moment I walked into my high school for the first time, I saw a place that was, 1, going to foster my passion for learning, and 2, would allow me to grow my leadership qualities. Fast forward to my junior year. I was the president of 4 clubs, captain of my volleyball team, and an admin delegated student representative for all official meetings with administration. All of this because Learn fostered a desire to be more and opened my mind to the fact that the only thing standing in my way would be me. My 6th grade reading teacher was a very influential part of my realizing that, and actually is the reason that I want to be a mergers and acquisition lawyer. She saw my love for reading and writing and suggested that I look into the occupation as a career path. Now, aside from high school, I would say that Learn has really helped me realize how I want to give back and that it's never too early to start. In light of this, I started a nonprofit that helps youth from low-income communities understand their potential and change their dreams into goals. We focus on helping these students break down the limited mindsets that their communities often put on them, providing them with support systems and exposing them to career options that they may not be aware of. All things that Learn has done for me and many others. I encourage you to visit Learn South Chicago, as a matter of fact, any Learn, and see how they're still changing the lives of their students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ivy. And our next speaker, please, LaShonda McKenzie. Last call. Moving on to the next speaker, then speaker number 3, Erin Meyer. As he approaches the podium, I will then call speaker number 4, please, Jennifer Biggs, followed by speaker number 12, Mary Hughes. We will then have speaker number 5, Aretha Elam, 37, Rivana Jihan, and speaker 32, Natasha Carlson, please.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Erin Meyer, and I'm a teacher assistant at Mark Sheridan Math and Science Academy, and I'm a proud member of the Chicago Teachers Union. For students K through 2, teachers often need an extra hand in the classroom, such as when a student needs one-on-one attention and cannot receive help in the moment. And this is where teacher assistants play a key role in CPS. But however, TAs are often made to substitute teach and are pulled from their classroom position. We're also often pulled to do lunchroom duty or cover the main entrance of the building or oversee recess. In fact, one TA I talked to this past week told me that she was pulled every day this school year to substitute teach instead of doing what she was hired to do, assist in the classroom. We need 1,000 more teacher assistants to support our students and teachers, and we need to stop pulling teacher assistants out of the classroom to substitute teach for a whole year. As the Board of Education, will you commit that the contract you sign off on includes this contract provision?
We can't respond to that question.
I ask again, will you commit to
we-
hiring 1,000 more teacher assistants
We-
and stop?
We are in the process of negotiation, so we can't comment on negotiations. But your request has been noted here.
I'm just gonna wait. I'm just waiting for a response.
Well, then you'll be out of order if you do that. And we have lots of people waiting to testify, so I would hope that you would continue and complete your testimony so that we can get it into the record and then move on to the next.
I'm finished. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, your cooperation. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please, Jennifer Biggs.
Good morning. My name is Jenny Biggs. I'm a CPS parent of 3, and I'm here for Raise Your Hand today. Agree with what Aaron just said. Good morning. Thank you for live streaming. Thank you for the changes to the meeting format, especially the public discussion of agenda items before voting. Vote yes today on allowing a month for public review and comments before taking a vote on proposed changes to CPS policies. Something else to consider, a neutral third party to answer procedural questions and to answer questions on the item to be voted on and its finer details. This became apparent during the SQRP discussion and vote last month. Blocks Together and Raise Your Hand hosted an event, Schools as Anchors, Communities Planning for Their Schools. We learned about best practices and planning for school facilities and programming from local experts and from national expert Mary Filardo of the 21st Century School Fund. In 2018, a new state law mandated planning for vacant and under-enrolled schools. Through workshops, parents and community members learned best practices for the joint use of buildings, proposing new attendance boundaries, developing new programs to recruit students, and potential school mergers. A state law passed in 2011 requires CPS to create and implement a community-informed educational facilities master plan, or EFMP, every 5 years. We are completing year 1 of the 2018 EFMP. There are specifications in the law about a timeline, and it mandates community engagement to ensure that school communities have a say in the planning for their schools. The EFMP is required by law. The annual regional analysis, or ARA, is not and is unnecessary. We have some questions regarding the school resource officers, or SROs. If LSCs will be involved in the decision-making process, how will this work? What is the timeline? Will there be special meetings for LSCs? What happens if the LSC is an ALSC? If a school elects to not have SROs, will they get comparable resources to spend on alternate staffing or programming? When will you be hosting meetings on the roles and necessity of social workers in our schools and hiring more?
Ms.
And how
Biggs?
can LSCs, I'm finishing, and principals get more social workers? We're really concerned about the quote unquote school safety rating that CPS may or may not be implementing soon for individual schools. It's come up here at Board of Ed meetings in months prior. Will the presence or absence of an SRO factor into whatever this rating policy might be that could be in development right now? And won't a rating policy impact or influence the decision-making process of this whole entire SRO thing? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, please, speaker number 12, Mary Hughes.
Hello, new CPS board, and welcome. With all of you on this board, I'm hopeful for the future of CPS special ed. My name is Mary Hughes, special ed parent liaison with Raise Your Hand, And I want to thank you for posting the special ed procedural manual in multiple languages on the CPS website. Thank you to Dr. Smith for helping to facilitate the opening of a new cluster classroom in the 19th ward where it was clearly needed. I'm here to talk about CPS's delays surrounding the creation and release of student-specific corrective actions, which was an ISB recommendation. Children with special needs who experience cuts and delays to needed services as a result of CPS's illegal systemic special education cuts have yet to be made whole. And though we were promised a plan in September of 2018 and again in June 2019, there is still no plan in place and little meaningful collaboration with the advocate group to assist with what this SSCA plan should look like. It's our understanding that CPS has identified approximately 12,000 students who had services cut in one or more of 3 areas that are the subject of ISB's findings: busing, paraprofessional support, and extended school year. CPS has yet to identify how many people had services denied as a result of refusal to recognize specific learning disabilities and therapeutic day school placement. In addition, CPS has yet to identify any children who had, in all 5 categories, whose services were delayed. We're coming up on 3 years since these illegal special ed cuts harmed our kids with special needs, and they continue to be harmed. You know, I see how quickly CPS can act when they want to invest in new curriculum, yet there's little urgency to put this SSCA plan in place. 3 years of inadequate services can be devastating for children with special needs.
Ms. Hughes.
I ask for your leadership in making students who have been harmed by CPS's illegal actions whole. I also want to say, please prioritize special education and class size in the upcoming teachers contract. Our teachers' work environment is our children's learning environment, and we need to create a supportive rather than undermining work environment for SPED teachers if we have any chance to draw new SPED teachers and fill these SPED vacancies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, please. Speaker number 5, Aretha Elam.
Good morning. My name is Aretha Elam. I'm a state certified vision and hearing screening technician with the Chicago Public Schools. Have been for the past 20 years. I stand to speak to you about the need for proper space and testing rooms for not only our students, but our technicians and clinicians. As a technician, we have been forced to work in broom closets, boiler rooms, hallways, under the stairs, and in bathrooms. Yes, there was an instance where I was forced to work in a teacher's lounge that also served as a unisex bathroom. And while testing pre-K students, staff and teachers were coming in and out to use the bathroom. In frustration and in utter disgust, it came to me to ask the students to go home and tell their parents that they played a game with the lady in the bathroom. About 200 students went home, told their parents that they played a game with a lady in a bathroom. The next day, the principal yielded his office so that I could complete my work in that school. But that is only one instance where my work and the work of my coworkers was not taken seriously and greatly disrespected. The union has proposed language in the contract to address this issue. Section 20-1.7 reads, clinicians shall be provided a separate room within the school facility that is free from being observed or disturbed by other people for use of therapeutic services and testing aligned with the clinician and technician's ethical and legal obligation to students and families. In addition, the state of Illinois mandates that vision and hearing screening technicians have a quiet space for
Ms.
screening
Elam, can you please conclude?
that includes electrical outlets, and it also states that hearing testing cannot be conducted in a room where the noise prevents the test. I end with a quote from Miriam Wright Elderman, the founder and president of the Chicago's Defense Fund, the Children's Defense Fund. If we don't stand up for children, we don't stand for much. Will you stand with us? Will you stand up for our children and include this particular subject and make sure that this is addressed in the contract that you sign off on.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comments.
Thank you, Ms. Lam. Our next speaker, please, Rivana Jian.
Hi, I'm Ravana Jahan. I'm a teacher at Simeon Career Academy, a CTU member, and a parent of children in CPS schools. I'm here today to talk about Article 30 in the contract on discipline and restorative justice. According to the CTU proposed contract language, which aligns to the CPS Student Code of Conduct that this board passed last month, the purpose of restorative justice is to create a positive climate and culture conducive to learning in all schools. However, restorative justice only works when there is training for teachers and fully staffed schools to implement those restorative justice procedures. Right now, Illinois law on restorative justice, which was written in part by CPS students and is also codified in CPS policy, is just another unfunded mandate in Chicago schools. The CPS practice of refusing to fund our own policies and refusing to protect our employees by extending these policies into our contract has catastrophic effects. For example, 2 years ago, I was one of about 20 parents in my daughter's 6th grade class of about 34 students to transfer my child out of Beasley Academic Center due to the lack of discipline, which was directly caused by CPS's failure to train and staff restorative justice in that elementary school. At Simeon, where I've taught for 10 years, in the last year, we've gone from orderly to chaos because of this same failure. At both schools, teachers are being assaulted. Students are getting into brawls, and the dean's office has no support to implement real restorative justice. Not even network support or takeover, twice at Simeon this last year, has led to training or staffing to meet the needs to implement restorative justice procedures as they're outlined in the Student Code of Conduct that CPS has already passed. As the board, you have the power to assure that our schools have the positive climate and culture conducive to learning. By signing a contract that guarantees training and staffing of restorative justice, you will align our contract to the CPS Student Code of Conduct that you've already passed. Will you guarantee the safety of our schools with this contract?
Ms. Jahan? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
And the next speaker, Mr. President, is Natasha Carlson. As she approaches the podium, we'll have speaker number 6, Mary DeFino, 11, Les Plula, 18, Emily Penn, and 31, Elijah Eiler. Ms. Carlson?
Good morning. My name is Natasha Carlson, entering my 10th year of teaching special education in Chicago Public Schools, and I'm also the union's co-chair for the CTU Special Education Committee, as well as on the executive board and a bargaining team member. I appreciate this board's effort to ensure that the voice of the public is heard, as that is not what had occurred in the past. Under the previous administration, the board's mishandling of special education spurred the state investigation that uncovered that the board had systematically endeavored to delay and deny students with disabilities the services. As a reminder, that investigation was requested on November 17th of 2017 because this prior board president, President Clark, had repeatedly denied the lived experiences of families and teachers and students in our communities. On April 18th, after the investigation, the ISB board had the final report on the public inquiry, in which it found CPS in systematic delay and deny of IDEA in particular. We also have our monitor. And in negotiations, we've tried to address these particular issues. In negotiations, we have created proposals that continue to try and reverse the damage that has been done to our students with disabilities and protect our classrooms. These provisions have been discussed in at least 5, if not 6 bargaining sessions. In at least we've gotten only one counterproposal. However, the counterproposals and all of the negotiation sessions speak of money, and that CPS simply does not have enough funds. And so I actually have some questions on resources, because one of the contract proposals is for special education teachers to be able to provide by curriculum that has been research-based and is beneficial for our students with disabilities. But CPS instead has chosen this new curriculum in which the budget packet or the transfer of funds, in particular, I have questions on Fund 1 or Transfer 1150. In which it says it's consolidated pointer line, but essentially it's transferring money that's supposed to go towards teacher assistance to the new curriculum that's being created. It also 1151 has transfer from diverse learner pupil services. It's in the budget document that was online, diverse learner pupil personnel
Carlson?
services, as well as then 1156 is from specifically federal special education IDEA programs. And so if there was leftover money in the budget from that, why didn't it go to a special education classroom? Why didn't it go to special education resources and our students with disabilities? If you add it up just from this month alone, it's $61 million that's going towards this new curriculum, or at least transferred over, but we can't have enough money for the
Ms.
desperately
Carlson?
needed case managers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next speaker, please, Mary DeFino.
Hello, my name is Mary DeFino. I am a CPS social worker, currently serving 2 schools on the west side. I'm speaking today to bring attention to the mental health crisis affecting our students and to ask for your support in addressing it. We'll start with a few statistics of what it looks like when we don't invest in mental health. 20% of the youth population has a diagnosable mental health condition. Over 60% of incarcerated individuals meet the diagnostic criteria for a mental illness. At our own Cook County Jail, 1/3 of those incarcerated has a diagnosed mental illness. Actually, Cook County Jail is now considered the largest mental health care provider in the country. Studies show that for many people living with mental illness, the only time they get treatment is when they are in jail. It doesn't have to be this way. These are Cook County people, which means that many of them have gone through our Chicago public schools. We have an opportunity to get out in front of this problem and provide mental health treatment to our students when they need it most, in the early stages of development. Our current ratio of social workers to students in our CPS schools does not allow us to effectively treat the trauma and mental health crisis affecting our students. The nationally recommended staffing ratio is 1 social worker for every 50 students in schools that are considered high trauma, a description that fits many of our CPS schools. Sadly, we fall very short of that ratio. I'm here today to ask if we can count on your support in advocating for certified Type 73 school social worker staffing levels that allow us to effectively treat mental health in our schools and not our jails. Can we count on your support?
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. DeFino. Our next speaker, please, speaker number 11, Les Plua.
Good morning, Mr. President. The last time we were in the same room was 2011. Dr. Jackson, I'll try not to sound like a debater. Chief McDade. My name is Les Pleva. I'm a graduate from Curie High School. I'm a nationally board certified teacher, and I teach at Taft High School. Throughout our history, public education was promoted as a social institution to ensure an educated society. Horace Mann stated public education was the great equalizer. Public education was going to educate all children, regardless of their socioeconomic status, their race, their ethnicity, their sexual orientation. Yet student-based budgeting attaches a bright dollar sign to students. More students, more money. Less students, less money. As a result, student-based budgeting reduces student access to important services because the lack of funding is due to student enrollment. As a result of student-based budgeting, classrooms are overcrowded. As a result of student-based budgeting, it creates a situation where veteran and highly educated teachers are not being hired because of the fact that there is no money due to student enrollment. As a result of student-based budgeting, teachers, families, students are fundraising money for school positions such as librarians, art teachers, and music teachers. As a result of student-based budgeting, families, teachers, students are fundraising money for books, technology, uniform supplies. This then leads to some people being able to fundraise in the city and other people in other parts of the city not being able to fundraise for a variety of reasons. As a result, parts of our city are shining brightly and warmly with funding for public education, while other parts of the city are a dim flickering light. Lately, what is happening in our society? I hear the words of Dr. King. The time is always right to do what is right. And I ask you, board members, will you
Mr. Plevin?
eliminate student-based budgeting and create an equitable formula for funding our schools, ensuring that all kids, regardless of their socioeconomic status, regardless of where they live, regardless of how many students are in their school, that they will receive the same quality of education as their peers do all over the city?
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, please. Emily Penn.
Hello. My name is Emily Penn. I've been a school social worker with CPS since 2006. I'm committed to this profession and to the students and families within CPS. I believe our students deserve high-quality social emotional interventions provided by certified school social workers in a safe, nurturing, and private space. In fact, the Illinois Mental Health and Developmental Disabilities Confidentiality Act and the Federal Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act mandates the protection of privacy. I've enclosed some information, some handouts on websites for your review. Unfortunately, in CPS, private and confidential space for clinicians to provide services to students can be hard to come by and vary from school to school. Often, clinicians are given one space to share, so on any given day, there could be 6 or more related service providers in one room. This becomes the room where clinicians sit to complete required documentation and are then forced to be creative and find some other sort of space to provide actual therapeutic services and complete federally mandated assessments. Those creative spaces are places like hallways, stairwells, the lunchroom, teacher's lounge, or book rooms, or a bathroom, as my sister said, to name a few. Sometimes we end up having to work with students with other people in the room or walking by and hearing what may be discussed. Would you be okay sharing your trauma like that? These are not predictable and ethical spaces for our students, which is why one of our contract demands is for a designated separate room within the school facilities that is free from observation or disturbance by other people for the exclusive use of therapeutic services and testing aligned with clinicians' ethical and legal obligations to students and families. The relationship between a clinician like me, a school social worker, and the students that we serve is built on trust, respect, and dignity. We must have a designated, predictable, and private space to work with our students. They deserve that. They need your help.
Ms. Penn.
Thank
can
you.
Please conclude.
They need help. They need your help to make space for clinicians a priority in all schools. I'm happy to talk with you more about what those conditions are like if anyone wants to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Penn. Thank you for your comments. And the next speaker, Mr. President, Speaker 31, please. Elijah Eiler.
Hi, my name is Elijah Eiler. I'm studying to be a school social worker, actually at UIC. And I chose to go into school social work because I taught special education in CPS for 2 years, and I saw the dire need for social, emotional, and mental health supports in our schools. And these supports are needed by all students in our schools. We've heard stories of trauma this morning already. As a member of CTU's LGBTQIA+ committee, I want to speak specifically to the needs of LGBTQ students. These students are at a higher risk of being socially isolated by their families and communities and peers, and as a result, face higher rates of mental illness and adolescent homelessness. And students who are subjected to unstable social conditions need stable supports. The Chicago Teachers Union, to ensure that those supports and that stability is provided, is asking in our contract for the ratios recommended by the National Association of Social Workers to be written into the contract. It was already stated, but those ratios are one social worker for every 250 students generally, but then one social worker for every 50 students in areas with high trauma. I hope that you all on this board will advocate for that inclusion in our contract. It needs to be in a contract and not provided by privatized services, which, as we know, privatized services are more subject to end without warning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eiler. And the next speakers, and Mr. President, will be speaker number 7, please, Stephen Monroy, followed by speaker number 8, Marcel Kirk, 38, Lonzetta McKenney, 53, Megan Schmidt, 21, Catherine Harrison, and 52, Ian Miller. Mr. Monroy?
President Del Valle and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Stephen Monroy, and I'm an attorney with the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund, MALDEF. And I'm here to express our concern with the policy requiring fingerprint background checks for local school council members and to update you on legislative efforts to remove that requirement. This issue was first raised at the September board meeting last year by local school council members and members of the community. And I brought copies of their letter that they presented to the board last year, copies that are before you. CPS supports leadership opportunities at each school, yet the local school council fingerprint policy creates an unacceptably high barrier to participation for parents, family members, and neighbors whose immigration status puts them at risk. The policy disproportionately impacts Latinos and immigrants from participating in local school councils, and it undermines Chicago's status as a welcoming city. Last year, local school council members asked the board to revise the screening policy to match that of level 2 volunteer screening, which does not require fingerprint-based background checks. Local school council members, like level 2 volunteers, are always supervised by school staff, and local school councils typically meet after hours on school property. Because of this, the levels 2 screening is appropriate for local school council members. Last year, the board and CPS leadership expressed support for revising the state policy through state legislation, followed up by action by CPS to make sure that the rules are all in order. MALDEF and other groups advocated for state legislation to make this possible, which resulted in Senate Bill 453. The bill amends the Illinois School Code to replace the local school council fingerprinting requirement with checks against the sex offender and violence against youth registries. The bill passed the Senate, is currently pending in the House. We ask that the board show its support for keeping local school councils inclusive of all city residents by endorsing this legislation. We also ask that the board ensures that CPS proceeds to revise the policy as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
CPS board members and CPS CEO, Dr. Jackson. My name is Marcel Kirk. I am a representative from CICS Lloyd Bond. I've worked there for 10 years. Within that 10 years, we have been through a lot, like my hair graying up a little bit. Also implemented a lot of different initiatives, some successful, some that we still worked on, some that you have to drop. This past year, we have been fortunate enough to implement an initiative in an educational model called identity affirming. I heard a lot of people talk about SEL, restorative justice, things of that nature. We do tackle those, but we also consider the things that's great about them historically, the things that's great about them currently in their neighborhoods, and teach them how to build up what they see every day and make a change within their community. So with all that being said, this past year, culturally, we've gotten better. Our grades have gotten better. And long story short, this is a share out. And we have grown and we have gotten the opportunity to impact 1,400 more kids going into this upcoming school year to share that model. The head of it is Stephanie Crozier. She's a chief of learning at CICS. I would love to invite all of you guys to, at the start of our school year, which is August 19th, to take part in this model and see how it functions. I am a proud member of my community. I'm a proud member of my school community. And we have seen kids that are 10 years old starting their own non-for-profits to help the homeless and different other avenues. So it's not limited to age, it's limited to what you teach them to do about their community. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kirk. And the next speaker, please, 38, Lonzetta McKenney.
Hello, good morning, CPS board members and CPS CEO Jackson, Dr. Jackson, I'm sorry. My name is Lonzetta McKenney. I am here in support of CICS Loomis Longwood. I am a parent of a child. My son goes to school there. He is in second grade. Well, he'll be starting second grade this year. When I chose CICS Loomis Longwood, I chose it because I had heard of a reputation for helping students be prepared for college. I also had a family friend who's had student or kids that were students, and she bragged about the school so much. So I jumped on it, and ever since then, I've been referring students. My child started kindergarten there. I've been referring families a lot, family and friends. My son attends Loomis, and he loves to, as soon as he gets dropped off, he is on the campus. As soon as he gets out of the car, he's getting high-fived by the campus monitors, all the way going through the school. He knows every staff member, every teacher. I pick him up and we have to do a tour to say bye to all of his favorite teachers. I love the community of that school. They helped us out tremendously. I lost my father in May. That was my son's first loss of a grandparent that he experienced, and he took it very hard. And from the moment that they knew my father was sick to the moment that he passed, they were there checking on me, not only me, but also my son. And he handled it great in school because they were there supporting him. So I stand by all of these people who say that social work is important in the schools, because I am blessed that Loomis has that. They have that support and they're there. I am also happy that they are developing culture. They keep our kids entertained and involved in the schools with their programs and based around culture. We have a lot of African-American.
Ms. McKinney, can you please conclude?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Inclusion, we would love for you all to come out for our 100-day celebration and see the amazing things that our school does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And the next speaker, Mr. President, speaker number 53, please, Megan Schmidt. Last call. Moving on to the next speaker then, 21, Catherine Harrison.
Good morning, CPS board members, CPS GEO, Dr. Jackson. My name is Catherine Harrison, and my children are in grades 4, 6, and 7 at CICS Loomis/Longwood. Our family has been part of the Loomis Longwood since 2008. CICS Longwood Loomis was one of the first 2 campuses opened by CICS in 1997. My children started at Loomis and loved the small school community, welcome and caring staff, and our fine arts team. Ms. Burkett and the fine arts team made art come alive. The staff is a big on collaborations. Art activities were infused into the academic curriculum, which made learning fun for my kids. Everyone throughout the building cares about the kids. The staff took time to get to know me and my kids. They treat me like I'm a part of the Loomis Longwood team. I love that. Well, there are aspects of the school that I like. The last couple of years has been challenged. I've seen opportunities for improvement in the school culture, and I believe that my children will benefit from more rigorous academics and social and emotional support. I appreciate CICS Loomis' ability to be flexible to make changes so that my children have what they need to be successful. I support the school and this team, and I cannot wait for school to begin. I invite you all to come to Loomis Longwood for a visit on the first day of school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. And the next speaker, please, Ian Miller, speaker number 52. As he approaches the podium, I'll call speaker 9, Maisha Shields, 13, Marnie Charter Banks, 14, Roselia Velasco, 34, Eden Jimenez, and 36, Dina Edwards Reynolds. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
No problem. Good morning, board members, as well as Dr. Jackson. My name is Dr. Ian Miller. I'm one of the deans of CICS Longwood High School. CICS Longwood has approximately 1,200 students from grades 3 through 12. The Longwood Loomis schools share a campus on 95th Street between Loomis and Troop in the Washington Heights neighborhood. CICS has always been an innovative charter organization that uses flexibility to make changes when necessary in the best interest of students. That's partly why I joined CSC years ago in 2003 and why I'm returning to CICS as a high school dean. I was driven by CICS and its leadership to continue my educational process, which led to me earning a doctorate. Peter Font, who was up here earlier, the principal of Mather High School, it was timely that I got to see him because it's the first time I've seen him since I actually earned my doctoral degree. So when we talk about the attitude and the leadership, it is actually a driving force, and that's one of the reasons that drove me back to not only to the school, but that community. I'm excited to return to Loomis to help create a vibrant, safe, and engaging school, and to work with the students and other family members along with our academic teams. I have the utmost of confidence also in our returning principal, Dr. Maria Freeman, who also just received her doctoral degree as well. And one of my classmates, we were driven together under the leadership of our Chief of Learning, Stephanie Crozier. The one thing I can say is that I love Loomis Longwood because of what it provides for not only the neighborhood, but also for the community. And I can say that wholeheartedly by making a return back. I could have easily done something else, but this was something I'm personally committed for and committed to. And I also want to commit to those families in order to drive some of those students in that community as well. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Our next speaker, please, speaker number 9, Maisha Shields.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Maisha Shields, and I am the proud mother of 5 amazing charter school scholars. I have 2 in the Noble, I have 2 who are currently enrolled in the Noble Network of Charter Schools at Mansueto High School, the newest Noble campus. One is a senior. I'm so excited because she's going to college, and I'm overwhelmed right now. My next is a sophomore. Then I have another one who is in the Noble Network of Charter School. She's currently a freshman being enrolled into Johnson College Prep. So that's a new Noble school for me. I have 2 more, an 8th grader and a 6th grader at Catalyst Maria Charter School. So they're middle school scholars at Catalyst. I just come today just to say a couple of things about the accomplishments that they did in the last school year. All 5 of them are honor roll students. 2 are principal scholar students. One of my daughters, actually, she's ranking number 1 in her class. So that's a big deal for me. I have 2 who also placed in the top 3. My 8th grader graduated with the top 10. Also, like I say, I have a senior. Her dreams of attending Howard University or Jackson State University, where she would be majoring in medicine. She hopes to be a cardiologist because she herself is a patient who is a cardiac patient who suffers from a heart disease. So that's a big deal for her. She's currently in ICU at Lurie. So she just asked me to come and just say the great things about Mansueto. Like I said, she's a senior. She's an honor roll student. She's a principal student. Just recently, over the summer, she was awarded the chance to go to Germany with the study abroad. So like I say, she's doing some amazing things. To be a little sick, she's doing some amazing and wonderful things. She ended the year with a 4.2. I'm excited about that. And now she's a senior, and I just look forward to seeing what she do and if she gets into Howard. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker, Mr. President, 13, please, Marnie Trotter Banks.
New board, welcome. I bid you a productive and successful year. I am Marnie Trotter Banks. I am a parent with a background in civil rights, community affairs, and ministry. I have a 15-year-old student about to go into her sophomore year, at the Noble Rauner College Prep High School, a charter school. I just want to share a little bit about our journey. She was qualified for selective enrollment, but she didn't receive any offers. We had made a list of highly ranked non-selective schools, and Noble Rauner was at the top of that list. I couldn't have prayed for a better school. Noble Rauner College Prep, it truly patterns itself after the college university model. It has teachers' office hours where the students are encouraged, if they don't do well in the class, they can go to office hours and that teacher will help them raise their grades. They have both independent and group style learning. They have accountability measures. And what I love is for the PSAT, which is usually given during sophomore year, they give it beginning at freshman year quarterly through junior year when they actually take the SAT, and they monitor the weaknesses and help them raise it. In December, she was at a 4.0. By the end of January, due to FaceTiming her BFF, she dropped to a 2.9. She freaked out. I took her phone and she got busy.
She emailed her instructors, went to office hours almost every day. Within a month and a half, she had gone back up to a 3.99, and at the end of school, she was at a 4.1. I know she worked hard, but it was largely due to that Noble Rauner College prep staff. Their dedication, their nurturing and encouragement helped her grow and get there fast. They have high values and standards, which go hand in hand with what we do at our home, my husband and I.
Ms. Trotter Banks, can you please conclude?
Yes, ma'am. And I highly encourage you to come out and visit Noble Rauner College Prep. You won't be disappointed. And they have a fantabulous jazz band. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please, speaker 14, Roselia Velasco.
Hello. My name is Roselia Velasco, and I am a proud Rowe Elementary School parent. Rowe is located here in Chicago in the West Town neighborhood. We have been attending Rowe now for 9 years. We actually commute from the southwest side of the city all the way to Rowe, and let me tell you, it is worth it. My son will now be a freshman this fall. We as a family are so grateful for Rowe. He has not only excelled academically, but he's also learned the very important social emotional skills that he needs, especially in today's world. Rowe has even taken a step further and prepared him for the high school transition. He took advantage of the resilient workshop offered at Rowe, not losing his identity, knowing where he's from and how hard he has worked all these years will help him be successful in high school. Rowe has even helped us parents to navigate the high school application process, which I must say is so stressful, but they held our hands and walked us through the process. Rowe is a charter school operated by Northwestern University Settlement House. Because of that, my son has had the opportunity to attend camp up in Delavan, Wisconsin, House in the Woods. He's actually had the opportunity to see live plays theaters through Adventure Stage Chicago. In addition, Northwestern University Settlement House also offers food pantry for our families if needed. I must say, Rowe's mentality really believes it takes a village, and I am so glad that we're part of that village. You know, I could go on and on about Rowe. Don't take my word for it. I invite you, the board, Dr. Jackson, check out the school for yourself, and you'll see why I am so happy and many other families are happy with Rowe Elementary. Again, my name is Rosalia Velasco. I am a proud mom. I am a proud Southsider, charter school parent, and a Rowe Elementary School parent. Go Rowe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Velasco. Our next speaker, please, Eden Jimenez, speaker 34.
Hello, my name is Eden Jimenez. I'm a learning specialist in special education at Noble Street College Prep. I co-teach 10th grade math and teach 2 self-contained math classes, which serve as freshmen through seniors. My first year of teaching, I was hired as a paraprofessional and assigned a group of 5 kids that I supported in a range of classes. One of my fondest and most difficult parts of my job that first year was being tasked with teaching a group of 5 kids to read. When asked, I assumed it couldn't be that they needed to actually be taught to read, but must simply require additional support in refining their skills. I was shocked and pained to discover that it was in fact the former. My small group of 5 could barely get through a sentence from a first grade text. Not because they lacked the capacity to learn reading skills, but because they weren't given early intervention when the struggle first arose. This was my first introduction to special education. I remember feeling sad, but mostly angry that a school system could allow these students to pass by without one of the most fundamental skills, which is the access point for all of education. Without this skill, I watched my kids struggle in every one of their classes. The task of giving them access to the same educational opportunities as their peers who could fluently read seemed impossible. I realized that what my kids really needed was high quality, targeted reading materials that could address their gaps, but none of this was available. I am now servicing a larger number of students with a greater diversity of needs. My role is split between supporting within a co-taught classroom and creating a curriculum for my own self-contained classes. I aim to support students with more severe learning and social needs and students in 4 different grade levels who are functioning on very different developmental levels. I work in this field because I love my kids and love my job, and because the need is heavy for more sped hires to divvy up this work. But I often feel the same helplessness in my current role that I felt that first year of teaching, with limited time and being split in so many different places. As a teacher passionate about this work, I urge you to consider how greater supports for special education could not only provide more and better educational materials to support our students, but
Ms.
also more
Jimenez?
learning specialists and paraprofessionals, which will allow us greater availability to hone our craft and fully meet the unique needs of the kids we serve. I invite you to join me in my classroom at Noble Street College Prep. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. Our next speaker, please. Speaker 36, Dina Edwards Reynolds.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Dinah Reynolds, and I'm the parent of 2 high school students who attend Noble Academy, a campus in the Noble network of charter schools. We are from the Inglewood community. I have a vision for my child, and Noble supports that vision and has the pieces I need to support my child, in hopes that you all come to visit us to learn more about what goes on in our school. When you have a partnership like that, any parent would send their student to a school like that. I chose Noble for several reasons. 7th and 8th grade were a struggle for my son, Joshua. He was going through so many emotional challenges that he was not doing well in school. It was hard for me to motivate him to study. He didn't really have a positive male influence in his life, and he didn't have motivation no matter how much I would try. Because of this, I knew that we were not going to qualify for selective enrollment. We attended a high school fair at his school. His advisor mentioned that a Noble school might be a good fit and to check it out. For some reason, I went straight to Noble Academy. I talked to the principal, and she talked about the Harkness method that they use, which is focused on group learning. He likes to experiment, look at things differently, and likes to do things that are outside the norm. That's when I knew this would be a good fit for my son. I needed a school that would give him a chance, and I have not been disappointed. The teaching staff encourages students to work hard while at the same time encouraging them to do their best. When Joshua first arrived, he put pressure on himself, saying, I need to get straight A's. But at the same time, he was a solid C student. His teacher said, let's maintain that. Finish strong. Then next year, we are going to go up to a B. They met him where he was at and pushed him forward to reach attainable goals. They continued to build him up. I hope our experience inspires you to visit our school and see that what Noble has to offer, and that can level the playing field for kids that might not have the same opportunities as other children. For children of color, it's harder for us to find a safe environment where we can thrive. It just is.
Ms. Reynolds,
The
can you please
Noble
conclude?
Academy is a home of inclusively cultural diversity and place of empowerment for our kids. Please come and visit the Noble Academy soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers, Mr. President, will be speaker number 10, please, Christy Brooks, followed by speaker number 15 and 43, Daisy Skinner and Jade Thomas. And then we will have speakers number 16, Karen Zakor, 49, Mark Kaplan, 51, Darius Parker, and 54, Kimberly Jeffries. Ms. Brooks?
Good afternoon. My name is Christy Brooks. I am a professional school counselor in Chicago Public Schools, starting my 14th year. I'm here today to talk about 2 things. The first is an urgent matter. CPS summer school programs for Bridge and ESY have not put counselors in our building this summer. This is the first time this has happened since I've been around in CPS over a decade. This means that there are no licensed mental health professionals in our summer buildings because there are no clinicians either. There is no one to evaluate students in a mental health crisis, such as suicidal or homicidal thoughts and self-harming students. Each day we go without counselors in our summer school programs, we are putting our students' lives at risk. If something happens, it might not be fixable. I'm really worried about this, and I implore you to look into this as soon as possible. In addition to crisis counseling, professional school counselors are uniquely trained to teach classes, run small groups for students who need extra support, and work one-on-one with kids for short-term solution-focused counseling. We help in 3 areas: academics, social emotional, and future planning for all CPS students. Not only are we woefully understaffed in CPS, but we have no protections in our contract that allow us to do school counseling work. This means that we are used for lunch and recess monitors, testing coordinators, teacher full-day substitutes, and way too many things to list right now. We must be able to bargain over staffing issues like this. This is our only chance in the next 3 or 4 years to put needed changes in place to support and protect our CPS students. While you are a member of the Board of Education and our contract
Ms.
is open
Brooks?
for negotiations, we have a chance to do something good and lasting for our current and future CPS students. But the only way to ensure these changes last after we are gone is to enshrine them in our contract language. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, please, Dacia Skinner. Ms. Skinner?
Good morning. My name is Deja, and I worked at Bogan High School this year. While at Bogan, I found out about a meditation program through the David Lynch Foundation called Quiet Time. Students do transcendental meditation, also called TM, twice a day during school. When I talked to a few students about it, I discovered some shocking news. The students talked about a weird thing they said they were forced to do. The weird thing that they described to me was a ritual where they were taken one by one into a dark room and a quiet time facilitator led them through a Hindu ritual called puja. This ritual is a spiritual act of offering your mind, body, and soul to a picture or statue. I talked to over 60 students and they all shared the same story. Students were also told by quiet time instructors, what happens in this room stays in this room. In addition, they were given a secret mantra to meditate on, which is actually a Hindu god. When you close your eyes and meditate on a god, this is considered prayer or religious worship. As you know, because of the separation of church and state, what this program is doing is illegal. All of this was done without parents' knowledge or the students' understanding. Other schools across the country have experienced the same thing, and parents have protested to remove David Lynch TM programs from their schools, including the Terra Linda High School in California. In 1979, a federal court ruled that TM could not be taught in New Jersey public schools because it advanced religion and violated the First Amendment. The program claims to be voluntary, but students are pressured into participating. Senior Amante Williams, whose letter you hold in your hand, was sent to the principal's office twice for not participating. Independent studies show negative effects of TM, such as anxiety, depression, suicidal ideation, and worse if you practice TM for longer periods of time. The Quiet Time program is religious, illegal, and deceptive to parents and students and should be prohibited from schools. We would like to meet with the board president to further discuss this issue, and I have articles for you to read as well.
They have one additional speaker, Mr. President. Speaker 43, please, Jade Thomas.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jade Thomas, and I'm an upcoming sophomore at Bogan High School. At my school, there's a program called Quiet Time that has caused me and many other students discomfort. The program involves a secret ritual and a secret mantra. The program is training us to practice different religious beliefs that I go against, and my family does too. My mother, my brother, and I are here to get this removed from our school. I'll describe the ritual that the Quiet Time instructors made us do as part of the initiation into the meditation program. The Quiet Time instructors took me and my friend into the Quiet Time classroom and turned off all the lights. They had candles lit and incense burning. In this dark room with the shades down and paper taped over the door windows, they made us hold a flower in our hands, watch, and listen to the instructor. They chanted in a foreign language through rice, seasonings, oranges on a pan in front of a picture of a man. In the end, they tell us to place the flowers on the pan with everything else, and they ended the song. I felt uncomfortable because I didn't know what they were saying or who the man was in the picture. After the ritual, they gave us the word to say, which is our mantra, and don't tell anyone else your word. Students don't have a choice in participating. If you don't continue participating with the program, the students will be sent to the dean's office. The school has had Quiet Time involved in our schedule, which happens every second and seventh period. And if you talk during this Quiet Time, they will threaten to drop your grades. Students who don't feel comfortable doing the Quiet Time training will be forced to. This program should be removed from any public school because it is religious and forces students to do things they don't understand or agree with. Please remove this program. We would also like to meet with the board president to discuss more detail. President Dale Valle, will you meet with us, students and parents, before school starts?
President Del Valle, may I respond, please?
Yes. please.
One, I want to thank you for bringing this information and attention to the board. I personally visited Bogan to see the quiet time and asked questions about how it operates and what's the process, and none of this was shared with me. So I would like to personally, President Del Valle, I would like to personally follow up on this and investigate the matter and address it accordingly.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker, Mr. President, is speaker number 16, Karen Zakor, please. Last call. Moving on to speaker number 49, Mark Kaplan.
We're just reversing.
You're just reversing your order. So the order will be speaker number 49, Mark Kaplan, followed by 16, Karen Zakor, followed by 54, Kimberly Jeffries,
Right.
and then 51, Darius Parker.
Correct.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Kaplan. I'm a representative of the Uplift Community High School community and Northside Action for Justice. I'd like to say it's refreshing to see some of my fellow fighters for education justice on the board. It's also promising to have an administration that states that all of its actions are framed in the equity lens. Having said that, we all know that words without actions are meaningless. I am bringing to the attention of the board and CPS the situation at Uplift that has been created by its actions and inactions. Uplift is a social justice, college preparatory, sustainable high school that was developed by CPS teachers and grew out of the experiences of families in Uptown and the decades-long struggle against gentrification. It is a school that we have had to fight to bring into existence, and a school that since its inception has had to battle CPS to exist and survive. There are many examples of this. The one I would like to point out is that Uplift, despite the plan that was approved, has never been designated as Uptown's neighborhood high school, high school. This, combined with CPS not allowing us to promote our strengths on the CPS website and instituting the algorithm-based Go CPS process as the enrollment system, is placing further obstacles in the ability of Uplift to grow and survive. We know families that have gone to Go CPS with the intention of enrolling their child at Uplift and never got that choice. We know families that went to Go CPS and could not find Uplift. We know families that picked Uplift as one of their top choices and did not get it. We have heard from many parents that they have gone to Go CPS and find it impossible to navigate the system. This is one more example of choice that does not really provide choice for most families. It is not equitable. It is discriminatory against schools that, like Uplift, that never really have gotten a fair
Mr.
shake
Kaplan?
from CPS to grow and succeed. We are calling on the board and CPS to work with us to help us with recruiting efforts this year to declare Uptown as Uplift as Uptown's neighborhood high school and to scrap Go CPS as an enrollment tool. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Zakor, and I am a member of Northside Action for Justice and also a teacher at Uplift Community High School since it first opened in 2005. Uplift is a school with great potential. We are a designated sustainable community school, one of 20 in the city. As a sustainable community school, we have received funds to support a vision that includes implementing a challenging and culturally relevant curriculum, an extended menu of wraparound services, a school-wide culture built on restorative practices, and authentic parent and community engagement. Sustainable community schools like ours are meant to not just supplement school programs, but to transform the educational experiences of their students based on a vision that is developed by and meets the needs of the communities they serve. At Uplift, a social justice school in the Uptown community, we envision our school as a central neighborhood hub, open extended hours to the community for a broad range of programming. We dream of building a sustainable community school village with strong and supportive connections between Uplift and its feeder schools and also with Truman College. We have taken some significant steps in that direction through our partnership with Kumba Links, which you'll hear about shortly. We also have a new and dynamic principal and a team of dedicated teachers. This past year, we began a comeback after our change in administration. Although it is not currently reflected on the CPS website, many of our statistics are way up. Academically, our freshman on track rate is up 21%. We have restored AP classes and added pre-AP. We have initiated dual enrollment classes with Truman College and an innovative partnership with Truman and Houghton Mifflin Harcourt. We have begun a system of learning walks and SEL walks coupled with PD to improve teaching practices. But what we haven't been able to do is build a consistent student population. Like other regular Chicago schools, we don't have a budget for or experience in PR.
Ms. Zakor, can you please conclude?
Okay, as a small school forced by CPS to have a citywide enrollment but no defining characterization, it's been very hard to become known. This is where we need your help. We hope that you as the new board will embrace neighborhood schools that welcome all students and seek to be anchors for their communities. We're asking for your help in being designated the neighborhood school. We're asking for the board to direct energy to helping our school and schools like us with marketing instead of making specialty schools the focus and creating the sense for families that anything else is less than. We are asking for CPS to update our information on the website, and we are asking for help doing outreach to students. Please show us as the new board that you are about supporting and strengthening our communities through education and not continuing the education as gentrification pathway of old.
Ms. Jeffries?
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Jeffries. I am a proud parent of a child who has gone to Brenneman School and who has also just graduated from Uplift High School. We feel that there's a need, that there's some kind of way to reach out to the feeder schools. Coonley, Brenneman, McCutcheon. Those are the basic ones in the area. Sin is currently our area high school. Sin is miles away. Kids cannot even walk there. If they walk there, it would take hours. That's why Uplift needs to be the neighborhood's high school. And it needs to be somehow, like I said, indicated that it is the area school so that people aren't traveling hours a day trying to get back and forth to school. That makes no sense. It wastes valuable time, the teacher's part, the kids' part. So we need to get something done about that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Jeffries. Our next speaker, Darius Parker, please.
Thank you. Good morning, board. My name is Darius Parker. I serve as the operations director for Kumba Links. I'm a proud graduate of Chicago Public School System and YCCS system. I'm currently pursuing my master's degree at DePaul University. And I shared this about me is that my story is not necessarily the norm, but with help from y'all, I'm pretty sure that we can try to make that possible. Kumba Links is a non-for-profit hip hop arts and education organization housed in Uptown. We've been functioning since 1996. I'm also an alum of that program. I'm an alum of a lot of stuff. I'm an alum of that program as well. We're also partnered with Uplift Community High School as their Sustainable Community Schools lead partner agency. And there has been quite a lot of difficulty reaching out to the neighborhood feeder schools in our area. We understand that it's important for a school to function, and functioning schools cannot happen without students in the hallways, in the classrooms. So we're asking for y'all help and really underscoring the point of getting more students into our school. We just need help with the outreach and recruitment and access to these lists of students from y'all. So thank you.
Thank you. And our next speakers, Mr. President, will be speaker number 17, Nancy Curran, followed by speaker number 19, Elizabeth Frank, please.
Hello, board. My name is Nancy Curran, and I'm a parent of an abused child at CPS. He's a deceased disabled. He's a diverse learner. And my group, and we have a website, it's called nomoresidelines.com because we're not going to stand on the sidelines anymore. And what we tried to do is continually for the last year work with CPS and explain some of our positions. And Mr. Morardi decided that he would hire a litigator to work with us as a district rep. which of course we thought that was ridiculous to do that, but that's okay. We're going to go along with the process. We're going to go ahead and do that. And just today, we got a letter from the litigator that said CPS doesn't really care about any of our problems and the matter is closed. Well, that's CPS's version. That's not our version. It's not closed whatsoever. We've been trying to get a meeting with anybody on the board. So far, we've been denied a meeting, and we would really like to have a meeting scheduled so we can talk about parent dispute resolution. There is no parent dispute resolution whatsoever. There's a hierarchy, so if one, you go to the principal, you go to this one, and they all cover for each other, but there is really not a parent dispute resolution. We have examples of what other school districts do from Miami, Philadelphia, New York City. They really have a perfect, wonderful parent dispute resolution, and we have nothing except being abused, really. It's awful what my child has been through. It's awful what I've been through. It's awful what my family's been through. Please let us have a meeting so we can go through that. Seriously, we don't need litigators to do it. We need people that are serious about helping families and children. I know I'm supposed to go through Katie Ellis. I'm trying. I haven't gotten anything back from her yet, but please, we really need to do this, and hopefully before the school year starts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, please, speaker 19, Elizabeth Frank.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Frank. I'll be brief because all the information I have is in the documentation that I think is being passed out right now. I'm here to raise two issues regarding the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, or JROTC, in Chicago Public Schools, minimum enrollment and forced enrollment. According to the Department of Defense regulations, the minimum population of the JROTC enrollment should be 10% of the student enrollment or 100 students, whichever is less. For the academic year just passed, there were 3 schools that did not meet the minimum enrollment requirement: Sullivan High School, Hyde Park Academy, and Tilden Career Academy. The second issue concerns placing students in JROTC involuntarily. I've heard this from students at Kelvin Park High School, Michelle Clark Academy, and even the principal at Foreman High School. And if there wasn't anecdotal evidence, one would have to wonder just by looking at the enrollment figures. Michelle Clark had 122 ninth graders enrolled in JROTC out of 139. Kelvin Park had 75 ninth graders enrolled in JROTC out of 85. And you should also note the enrollment drops after freshman year. I brought both of these issues up with the CPS Inspector General in last December. After a few weeks, I received a response noting the issue, but explaining that they didn't have the resources to look into it. They suggested that I bring it up with the law department, which I did, but did not get a response. And I understand that JROTC is a very popular program, but I don't think it's fair to CPS students that they be allowed to skirt the regulations, nor do I think it's fair to CPS students that they're placed in that program, whether they want to be or not. So my purpose in bringing this to your attention was to look into it, shine some light on it, look into and see if you think it's an issue as I do too. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Mr. President, if I may just note, the next speaker is speaker number 23, Amina Adebayo. There's an additional 4 speakers there with the CTU group, and they've been coming up on and off. So if I may call the 5 individuals together, they are on the speakers list, so that way it'll be the complete group. So the next speaker, Mr. President, is speaker 23, Amina Adebayo, followed by speaker 44, please, Siobhan Coleman, 45, Ilana Jacobs, 47, Jonathan Wilson, and 56, Richard Montalva. Ms. Adebayo?
Hi, my name is Amina Adebayo. I'm going to be a junior at Whitney Young, and I want to talk about class size. So when I was in elementary school, it was a private school, and there was 21 kids in my 8th grade class, and I was doing like much better than I am now in high school. And I think like it's not like all of like it doesn't like the main factor isn't class size, but like that's like a really big like deal. So like I wanted to like ask if you guys have like kids in CPS, like do they ever talk about that? Because like it is a big problem, and there's like it's a difference when half of a 21 kid class is like asking a question, or like if there's 10 kids in a 21 kid class that like have questions or stuff, then if there's 20 kids in a 40 kids class that has like a question or something like that, and it's like the same time like there's 40 minutes and 40 minutes, and there's more kids when you get to high school, like in that type of class. And it's like it's harder to like ask questions or like have like one-on-one time with like your teacher, or like get like problem solved when there's so many more kids that need class. And last year I had my laptop every single day in class, and I played Pac-Man because like there was too many kids and I was tired, and it was like there was nothing, like the class wasn't engaging at all because there was so many like other people in front of me, and I couldn't see the board, and there was like all these other problems with class size. And it's like I'm not trying to like be disrespectful like to my teacher, but like if the class isn't engaging, like there's like not much that I can do in that class. So yeah.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Ms. Adebayo. And their next speaker then, Siobhan Coleman, please.
There are two more speakers that we didn't have on the list, 40 Linda and
Linda Perellis.
yes, and 55 Susan Mitchell.
And 55, Susan Mitchell. Thank you so much. Can you proceed?
Sure. Afternoon, board. Afternoon, Dr. Janice. My name is Siobhan Coleman. I teach at Madero Middle School. I'm a proud CTU member. And I'm here pushing for sustainable community schools. CTU has proposed the following contract language to the Board of Education. The board shall obtain funding from external agencies and/or in-kind donations to fund a minimum of 75 community schools, which shall include the 20 community schools existing, and provide annual funding. We need this as a part of our collective bargaining because a strong school needs a strong community backing it. When I think of the subject, I think of a past student that I had, let's call him Christian. And Christian was a handful. He had 5 suspendable offenses in 1 year. We tried everything. We had counselors, one-on-ones with teachers during and after schools. And he did not have a stereotypical normal upbringing. His father's actually in jail on 26 in California that ironically overlooks the new park on 28th. Our community partner in LASE, which is an after-school program, it also does a lot of community outreach and mobilization in Little Village. It was the only program out of everything that we had at school that kept him, engaged, was an incentive for him, and provided extra support for his family. When the already overworked teachers and staff couldn't be there to do that. Because again, a strong school needs a strong community backing it. And not everyone has an Enlace program at their school, or that the community school program that they currently have might be underfunded. And I can't stress enough that we need programs and we need things to reach our neediest and at-risk students. The gentleman earlier who mentioned that his student was shot 15 times, every weekend, my kids are afraid to go home because they don't want to play outside because there's a potential of somebody gunning them down. And I don't believe that they need to be in that particular upbringing in that environment. So the Board of Education members, will you commit to support the contract and sign off on this contract provision?
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then your next speaker, please, 45, Ilana Jacobs.
Good morning. My name is Ilana Jacobs. I work at Prieto Math and Science Academy. I've enclosed handouts too. The CTU has proposed language of the Board of Ed for Article 18 that all CPS neighborhood high schools shall offer career and technical education programs in addition to the programs that are already in place. I wear many hats as a special ed teacher, science teacher, plumber, manufacturing instructor, apprentice. I found out about the trades and manufacturing with nonprofits such as Chicago Women Trades and Manufacturing Renaissances. These programs, along with CTE programs, form a pipeline for a diverse workforce. Our CPS graduates need access to high-paying jobs and excellent benefits in the trades and manufacturing that will improve our Chicago communities. Our CTE teachers are highly trained in their fields, and yet they can't get supplies for their classes. Access to CPS students deserve to have access to trade apprenticeships, job placement that will lead to a high-paying career. Will you commit to expansion of career and technical education programs in all high schools with staff to place students in the CTE workforce?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. And their next speaker, please, 47, Jonathan Wilson.
Good afternoon to the board, to the superintendent, and everybody else in attendance. I'm a educator at Harper High School in Inglewood, and CTU has proposed this language in the contract to the Board of Education, that each school should have a committee to provide culturally relevant and sustaining curriculum to all the students, and that teachers at these schools with the highest populations of students of color should be given a professional development in terms of implementing and creating curriculum. And we are also asking for an intentional and aggressive collaboration with local universities to fill teacher vacancies with people of color. We need this as a part of our collective bargaining agreement because, one, Chicago is notoriously known as one of the most segregated cities in this country, and our schools reflect that. And culturally relevant curriculum prepares all students, not just academically, but to address the situations and issues that pop up in their communities. And our students also need teachers that come from their communities and have shared their experiences as well. In 2013, 50 schools were closed down in Chicago, and with them went the careers of hundreds of Black and brown teachers, and that has yet to be rectified. In fact, the actual opposite is happening. In 2018, it was announced that 4 schools in Inglewood would be closed down, one of them being mine. My school is right now the last one standing, but it won't be in 2 years. And when it closes, it's likely that all of those CPS careers of the 95% people of color staff will go along with the building. For every young Black educator like myself coming up, there's 50 veterans who still have a lot of fight in them who are being forced out. And we're losing Black teachers at a much faster rate.
Mr. Wilson.
We're losing Black teachers at a much faster rate than we're recruiting them. And this is a language in our contract, and we're asking that the board respect that and also allow that to be in the contract as well.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, please, Speaker 56, Richard Montalvo.
Hi, I'm Richard Montalvo, and I teach at Evergreen Academy Middle School in McKinley Park. In our contract, CTU has proposed a standing bilingual committee to ensure staffing capable of meeting the demand for quality bilingual instruction and services. We need this language in our contract. Bilingual staff at my school that teach small, self-contained classrooms of Spanish speakers are often forced to serve as substitutes when core class instructors are absent. This means that students who are new arrivals to this country with very limited English skills get shuffled into my monolingual classroom. These students hardly benefit from English language instruction, often expressing confusion, discomfort, and even despair. Depriving them of the staff and materials they need devastates their will to learn and instills a feeling that they're not a priority in our schools, not valued members of our communities. Further, this lack of consistency means they are hindered from building a meaningful, trusting relationship with a teacher who speaks their language and understands them. Other students' learning suffers as well, as they spend time translating for and otherwise assisting their Spanish-speaking peers. It is not their responsibility to provide the basic resources needed to learn for their fellow students. That responsibility lies with CPS and with this board. I took classes at personal expense to earn my ESL endorsement and better support these students. But even that is inadequate, as CPS is failing to provide the dual language instruction my students have a legal right to receive and that we have a moral responsibility to provide. Will you commit to ensuring the Standing Bilingual Committee is included in any contract supported by this board?
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speakers then will be speaker number 40, please, Linda Perales. And the last speaker for the group, 55, Susan Mitchell.
Good morning. My name is Linda Perales. I'm a bilingual special education teacher at Corkery Elementary School in Little Village. And I'm echoing the words of my comrades John and Richard. I teach kinder, first, second, third grade, special ed, and I'm bilingual. And apparently that makes me a unicorn because we don't exist in the district. And that shouldn't be the case. Apparently, my students are the lucky ones because they get native language support from me and they get their IEP needs met. But the truth is that they're not lucky because I'm expected to do the job of 8 teachers. So I have to stretch myself very thin. So my students who are the most vulnerable get the least amount of support because I have to split them based on language needs and ability levels because I'm seeing them all at the same time. So that's just not fair, and that should not be happening in our classrooms. Would you want your children, if they were bilingual special ed students, to be in this situation? I don't think so. Our contract, in order to ensure that this is not happening, our contract is asking that a standing diversity committee be added to ensure partnerships with universities to increase the number of teachers of color. And we are asking that the board reimburse tuition to incentivize employees to become endorsed in special education and bilingual education. By supporting these articles in our contract, you are ensuring that our students do not have to endure the situation that is happening in my classroom and ensuring them a high quality education. So we need more than sympathetic looks and head nods. We need you to put force behind your thoughts and support our contract and urge Lori Lightfoot to come to our
Ms.
table
Perales?
with contract demands that meet these needs.
Thank you. And their last speaker, Mr. President, for the group, 55, please, Susan Mitchell.
Hi, my name is Susan Mitchell. I teach on the south side of Chicago in the Inglewood community. I've been there 12 years, going on my 13th year at the same school. CTU, as you've already heard several of us speak to, has proposed language that would speak to having a counselor, a social worker in every school at a 250 students to 1 ratio. I'm speaking to how important that is to have in our school buildings. Our students deserve a well-trained professional to help them learn how to cope with the trauma that they have experienced. We have students walking into our school building at my school and at so many schools across the city who are facing trauma on a regular basis. Last year, in one of our first grade classrooms, we had a little boy who had lost his brother to gun violence. About a week and a half, 2 weeks later, he lost a close cousin to gun violence. This student came to school every day without support. He was angry, he was upset, he didn't know what to do with his trauma. And hugs that teachers can give isn't what he needs. I'm a teacher and I love my students and I would do whatever they need for them, but I'm not trained in how to deal with a traumatized student. In that same classroom, we actually had 3 students who lost siblings to gun violence last year. And that's just one of our classrooms. We see that story throughout the school building. And these students really need the support of a trained individual who can help them cope with their trauma. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. I'll continue with the speakers list, Mr. President. We have speaker number 24, please, Richard Reeder, followed by speaker 30, Kimberly Hobson. We then have speaker 25, Terry Smith, and 26, Nora Wills. Richard Reeder, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, President Duvalier, distinguished board members, and Dr. Jackson. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Youth Connection Charter School. Since it was founded in 1997, Youth Connection has become the leader in alternative education programs in the city of Chicago, with over 20,000 graduates. YCCS has evolved a national model preparing youth for high school graduation, post-secondary success, and to become tomorrow's community leaders. YCCS was the first chartered alternative education network in Illinois, solely dedicated to serving off-track students, most of them who had been previously dropouts of high school. Today, YCCS continues to fulfill its mission to advocate, develop, and provide access to world-class education to our city's most vulnerable youth, ages 16 to 21. We recognize the continuing need demonstrated by the disconnection from the world of work and school of over 30% Black males, 21% Black females, and 13% Latinx students, which is a grave inequity in comparison to only 7% white male and white female students in Chicago. Our partners in our mission have been the alternative high school community in the city, including the Alternative Schools Network, Association House, Aspira, the Blue Gargoyle, which evolved into Innovations High School of Integrated Arts, CCA Academy of Communities and Community Services West, and the Greater Westtown Community Development Project, Latino Youth, just to name a few. Invested in continual development for expanded opportunities for youth, YCCS is anchored in the
Mr.
most...
Reader, excuse me.
Yes,
Can you
just
please
want to finish.
conclude?
Yes. YCCS is anchored in the most underserved neighborhoods throughout Chicago, where our students attend uniquely themed campuses that provide safe, personalized learning environments with staff, faculty, and community members that work collaboratively while modeling community values and ensuring our student success. YCCS is a SQRP Level 1 academic organization. We look forward to your approval of our extension request, ensuring students and community the continuation of high-quality services, barrier-reducing support services, and truly equitable access to education for all underserved youth in the city of Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reader. And their next speaker, Mr. President, Kimberly Hobson, please, speaker number 30.
Good afternoon, President Del Valle, the board members, and to you, Dr. Jackson. Welcome and congratulations on your appointment. I am Kimberly Hobson. I am representing Youth Connection Charter School where I serve as a communications liaison. We are located at 10 West 35th Street in Chicago. Youth Connection Charter School was named by one of our students as not just a second chance, but a better chance. Annually, we serve about 3,800 students who may be at risk and who had dropped out of schools, are former dropouts. Their ages are between the ages of 16 and 21, and they've left traditional high school settings for an opportunity to earn their high school diplomas, of which we have a number of students who have experienced divested learning. And we have developed a program that works with that student to develop them both socially as well as academically in preparation for their post-secondary choices and opportunities. We conveniently offer in 19 campuses throughout Chicago multiple pathways to graduation, individualized learning, interventions in reading, math, and behaviors for struggling learners, and post-secondary opportunities and experiences while they are in high school. The Youth Connection Charter School application for amendment to our charter is requesting considerations to extend suspension of the virtual high school campuses. This will give us the opportunity to specifically detail and to tailor needs for neighborhood and community students that are disinvested in a traditional high school setting. Each YCCS campus has a unique community-driven focus that
Ms.
honors the
Hobson?
culture, thank you, and recognizes the distinctive learning needs of its students, inspiring students to earn their high school diploma and continue on to post-secondary. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hobson. Our next speaker, please, speaker 25, Terry Smith.
Good afternoon. I'm Terry Smith. My wonderful daughter Sachi is a rising sixth grader. She has attended Ray Elementary since preschool in the Deaf and Hard of Hearing cluster program there. Ray is our neighborhood school and the foundation of our community. It is therefore with great sadness that I come before you to inform you that Sachi will not return to Ray next year. Why would we leave our school and our community? Not because our daughter has been the target of multiple bullies since third grade, and not because she was the subject of inappropriate touching incident this year. Bullying is everywhere. We requested a safety transfer out of our neighborhood school because Principal Megan Thole has consistently failed to take measures to ensure that Sachi feels safe at school. I have enumerated the multiple and recurring violations of the CPS anti-bullying policy to Network Chief Sanders and to Ms. Melendez, Chief of Staff Katie Ellis, and Policy Analyst Adam Lechner during board hours. I also provided them with a 42-page document about my experiences trying to get not only relief for my daughter, who was a happy and cheerful outgoing student who now has a generalized anxiety disorder. I have also, I'm just looking for accountability. What measures exist to hold CPS accountable to board policies? Why is there no mechanism for parents to report board policy violations for investigations? Why is it that when students violate the code of conduct, there's immediate action taken against them, but when I try to get action because my
Ms. Smith?
principal, just indulge me please for 10 more seconds, because my principal cannot keep my daughter safe in our neighborhood school, why can't I get answers? Why is there no accountability? Please, I urge you, this is just an example. I'm not only here for relief for my own daughter, but because our case is not unusual and it's systemic and it needs to be addressed. I appreciate your indulgence. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Mr. President, 26, please, Nora Wiltz. As she approaches the podium, we'll call speaker 27, please, Mauricio Perez, followed by 28, Claudia Diaz, and speaker 50, Rachel Becerra. Ms. Wiltz?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nora Wiltsey, and I've been a school librarian in CPS for 16 years. When I began teaching in CPS, librarians were a district-paid position in each school. In 2013, there were over 450 librarians, but with the change to per pupil funding combined with budget cuts, this number has plummeted to around 120 librarians district-wide today. This means 75% of CPS students don't have a school librarian. In CPS's new 5-year vision, equity surrounds all other goals. Yet in our current system, the students who need librarians the most are the least likely to have them in their schools. I ask that you return librarians to a district-funded norm for each and every school. Without this change, district inequity will continue. Our CTU contract asks for a librarian in every school. Can you support this in our contract? As a new Board of Education, can you support the ask from CTU for a librarian in every school in the district?
As I indicated earlier, I don't know if you were in the room.
Yes.
There are contract negotiations taking place and we cannot comment on contract negotiations.
All right. I've spoken to the previous board with more facts and figures, but I wondered, because this is a new board, if you had any questions for me about the current state of librarians in CPS or where we'd like to head.
It's part of the discussion, so the same response applies.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wiltsey. The next speaker, please, Mauricio Perez, speaker 27.
Buenas tardes, presidente del Valle, distinguidos miembros de la Junta y doctor Jackson. Mi nombre es Mauricio Pérez y soy orgulloso padre de 2 hijas que asisten a una escuela charter perteneciente a la Escuela Pública de Chicago. Fernanda cursa el 4º grado en la Escuela Primaria Torres de la red Acero Schools y Camila cursa el 1er grado ahí mismo. Estoy muy contento con las experiencias de mi familia en Torres. El personal es dedicado y atento y existe un fuerte sentido de comunidad en la escuela. Me siento confiado respecto al entorno de aprendizaje y la calidad educativa que mis hijas reciben en Torres. Es el mejor lugar para el que ellas pueden estudiar y estoy agradecido por tener la oportunidad de elegir esta gran escuela. Torres brinda un gran apoyo a los padres, especialmente aquellos como yo, que hablan principalmente español. A través de esa escuela tuve la posibilidad de obtener mi GED gracias a un programa que ofrecen en otra escuela de la red Acero y culminé dicho programa este año. Considero que todos los niños de Chicago merecen poder asistir a una escuela pública fantástica y es importante para los padres contar con opciones. Estoy muy satisfecho de haber podido elegir Torres para mis hijas y aliento a la Junta a seguir apoyando las oportunidades de elección y a las escuelas charter a garantizar un financiamiento justo y equitativo. Finalmente, me gustaría hacer una invitación en nombre del director Ernesto Saldívar Jr. a cada uno de los miembros de la Junta que vengan a Torres, visiten la escuela y vean la gran labor que se está llevando ahí. Gracias.
Good afternoon, President Del Valle, distinguished board members, and Dr. Jackson. My name is Mauricio Perez, and I'm a proud parent of 2 daughters attending the CPS charter school. Fernanda is in 4th grade at Torres Elementary of the Acero Schools Network, and Camila is in 1st grade there. I'm very happy with the experience my family has had at Torres. The staff is dedicated and caring, and there's a strong sense of community at the school. I feel confident in the learning environment and the quality of education that my daughters are receiving at Torres. It is the best place for my children to learn, and I'm grateful for having the option to choose this great school. Torres is very supportive of its parents, particularly parents like me who primarily speak Spanish. Through the school, I was presented with the opportunity to get my GED through a program they offer at another Acero network school. I completed the program this year. I believe that every child in Chicago deserves to go to a great public school, and it is important for parents to have choices. I'm very pleased that I was able to choose Torres for my daughters, and I encourage the board to continue its support for choice and for charter schools by ensuring fair and equitable funding. Finally, I would like to extend an invitation on behalf of the president of the principal, Ernesto Saldivar Jr., to each of the members of the board to come to Torres for a school visit to see the great work happening there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, please, 28, Claudia Diaz.
Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Diaz, mother of 3 CPS students, 2 currently that goes to Grissom Elementary School. I know most of the information has been already given to you since we've been coming every month since October of last year. And regarding of the overcrowding, I'm so close with the community. Community is great. Staff and teachers are awesome. They're like family. It's a really small school. I decided to stay in the community since my first son went to preschool there and on to till he reached to probably 6th grade. There were always like under 25 students in each class, which was great. And he excelled up until the later years. And when my kids followed in, 40 plus kids in each class. Some classes have 2 different grade levels together. It's a performing arts school, yet we have art in a cart. Our gym, auditorium, lunchroom, and music class are all in one class or space. We have the Ford there, and they're constructing some other stuff there, which means more families are moving in, which means more kids. I'm even starting to see that on my block. We have 3 new families that just came into our block. So my kids deserve, all the kids deserve better opportunities to excel. They are our future. We have space. We have a mobile home that's molded. We do have space, and hopefully we are able to get temporary mobile homes there, and hopefully in the future, get an annex added to the school. We do have the space. The kids deserve the best. They are our future, and I really hope that you guys really do consider it and support us in it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. And their next speaker is Rachel Becerra. We'll move on to the next speakers, Mr. President. We have speaker number 29, Antoine McPherson, 33, Catherine Henchek, 39, Melissa Ramirez, and 41, Sue Filla. Mr. McPherson?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Antoine McPherson. I'm the founding president of Chicago Collegiate High School. I started at Collegiate in 4th grade when the school first opened in 2013, prior to 2022, which is the year we go to college. I heard about Collegiate because Ms. Napleton reached out to a youth peace center ran by Ms. Whitney Jones, where my mom worked with. When I started Collegiate, I had some struggles. I was in the 14th percentile nationally in reading. I had great teachers at Collegiate that helped me get on the right track by answering my phone calls and making sure I did my work every day. I graduated 8th grade, a little over a year as salutatorian, second in my class in the 86th percentile nationally in reading. I'm here on behalf of my CEO, my principal, collegiate students, and other Rosen community members, of whom stand beside me today. We are here today because we applied for amendment to our charter regarding our space. There have been a lot of changes in the past few years, and what we wanted, and what the building that we wanted to be our temporary high school space on Cottage Grove, we want it now to become our permanent space. We have put a lot of money into this space so that we could have a safe and comfortable place to learn. We would like for the board to designate it as our permanent space, and we would like for our new building to be used for 9th through 12th grade and study grades 7th through 12th. This will give us a true high school feeling and also give us the advantage of fully using both facilities. We are proposing a transition year. Next year, our 8th through 11th graders will be at the Cottage Grove space because the summer learning curriculum was taught in 7th grade to the incoming 8th grade. This will allow fewer curriculum transitions for that group of students. Since we opened in 2013, we knew our space in Indiana would be sufficient. Our committee has spent thousands of hours working on securing a new space and getting it up and ready for me and my peers to learn. I hope that the board would approve our changes today so we can focus on what's important, preparing for college. I encourage you to visit us at Collegiate when I'll be giving you a tour, and we would love for you to see us in action, especially in our new building, hopefully that you'll make possible for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please. Speaker 33, Catherine Henchek.
My name is Catherine Henchek. I'm with Parents for Teachers, and I'm on the LSC at Vaughan Occupational High School, where my son is a student. Like many CPS parents, I'm very worried about the possibility of a teacher's strike in September. Just when our students will be getting back into the school routine after the long summer, we may be forced to prepare for a strike, all because this board and the mayor have been stonewalling teachers at the bargaining table. The Chicago Teachers Union presented its contract proposals to the city back in January. I was there, and now it's July. My son's teachers are teaching him at summer school right now without a contract, and it looks like they'll be teaching him in September without a contract too. This is unacceptable. As Mayor Lightfoot's newly appointed school board, you have the power to influence these negotiations. The union's proposals include, amongst other issues, the expansion of early childhood education, the hiring of more special education teachers and case managers, measures to ensure clinicians and counselors have appropriate workloads, and hiring of more nurses, librarians, and restorative justice coordinators. As a mayoral candidate, Lori Lightfoot supported these proposals, yet CPS has either rejected them outright or tried to delay them. The union's proposals have widespread support amongst parents. We want nurses, social workers, and librarians in every school. I know you won't comment on it, but I hope you do too. We support other union proposals like hard caps on class sizes. There were more than 1,000 classrooms that were above this class size guidelines last year. And as you've just heard, many classes have more than 40 students. We want sustainable community schools and believe our teachers deserve 5% pay raise. We know that our teachers' working conditions are our students' learning conditions. Mayor Lightfoot has said she'll address these issues outside the CTU contract, but we've already seen from the campaign that talk is cheap, whereas a contract is legally binding. As a parent, I ask you to get the teacher's contract signed so that our students can go back to school this September without the threat of a strike and with the knowledge that they'll have adequately funded and staffed schools. Those that candidate, I'm almost done, those that candidate Lightfoot promised in her campaign. Parents, students, and teachers are united. We need a fair contract now. I hope you'll continue to support us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henchek. The next speaker, please, 39, Melissa Ramirez Cooper.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Ramirez Cooper, and I'm Director of Communication for the Illinois Network of Charter Schools. At your inaugural meeting last month, you heard from Andrew Broy, Inc.'s president, who extended an invitation for each of you to come and visit any one of our 121 charter public schools across Chicago. I sincerely hope you decide to do so. Charter public schools are places of welcome and high impact learning, and a visit will offer you the opportunity to meet the hardworking, dedicated teachers and staff who are entrusted with the education of the more than 57,000 students, each of whom are pursuing their dreams thanks to a charter public school education. As you hear from parents, educators, and alumni, please carefully listen to their testimonies, particularly from Ms. Velasco, the parent from Rowe Elementary, who is here today, along with Ms. Shields, the parent of 5 daughters attending Noble and Catalyst schools. And as you hear from the charter public school community, please consider the following facts. More than 98% of charter school students are children of color. Charter schools serve 15% of diverse learners compared to a district-wide rate of 14%. And contrary to popular misconceptions, charter schools are public schools. Academic and final accountability are hallmarks of the charter community. And the success of the charter public school movement is due in part to our families and parents. Again, please visit Chicago Charter Public Schools. See for yourselves the student-centered, innovative education that's dedicated to enabling all students to follow their passions and become curious, engaged citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, please, 41, Sue Fila.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the board and Dr. Jackson for the opportunity to speak before you this afternoon. I am the Vice President of Operations for Ombudsman Educational Services, and we have been operating ALOP option schools for the last 6 years. We are on the board agenda today with the possible opportunity of expansion to the far south Roseland community. We're very excited about that opportunity to continue to provide services within the city of Chicago, and especially to have an opportunity to work in a new community. I would like to recognize Board Member Truss, who had the opportunity to come and see our graduation. We had 237 students graduate this year, and 1,073 is our total number since we started working here with Chicago Public Schools. In addition to looking for the opportunity to expand our programs, we've also designed a program for our 14 to 16-year-old students that is a full-day on-site program that came about as recognizing the needs of our students, as well as being responsive to the feedback that we were getting from our CPS partners. This program includes social emotional learning, post-secondary opportunities, and also additional academic supports for students. That is what we would like to have implemented in all of our programs for the start of the new school year, as part of our opportunity to continue to develop and grow. So we appreciate the board's support in continuing our work to provide some of the most at-risk students in the city of Chicago an
Ms. Fila?
alternative path to graduation and post-secondary success. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speakers, Mr. President, will be speaker number 46, please. Ismail Jackson, followed by speaker 48, Ismael Enriquez, 59, Guy Magdalia, Speaker number 60, James Cifuentes. Speaker 57, Nicole Quinn. And the last speaker, Speaker 58, Catherine Jones. Speaker 46, please, Ismail Jackson. Last call. Speaker 48, Ismael Enriquez. Last call. 59, Guy Migdalia. Last call. 60, James Cifuentes. 57, Nicole Quinn. And the last speaker then, 58, Catherine Jones. Yes, Ms. Jones, thank you.
Long time. Good afternoon. I am Catherine Jones, local school council member of Frederick Douglass High School in the Austin area. I have been a local school council member for over 25 years, you all. And I am also a PTA director, a newly elected director for District 23, and a PTA president also at Douglass. And I'm here on as a parent today and as a community resident. We have been working with our alderman for the last year, Alderman Chris Tattelpower, with our school trying to get resources for Douglass. Douglass has been starved, you all, for many years of resources. We have had, cannot get resources at all. And I have a pamphlet for the art program. I heard somebody say it that emulated my heart when they was talking about art, because we did put in for the art program, for the application for the regional analysis. We put in an application for it last year. And we did not get it. I don't know what happened, but the principal did put in for it. And we had no input about what happened, no dialogue, what happened, what else we had to do, Ms. Jackson, Dr. Jackson. We had no input on, nobody told us anything. We haven't got no input from the former CPS board, you all. And so I'm just static hearing everything all of the schools has, all of the schools are getting. And we said all for all children, where our students at Douglass are starving. The whole family is starving, you all. And we cannot thrive if we don't get any resources. In our school, like I said, students need help. Parents need help, the whole community. Our school is a dynamic, different origin. The parents, low poverty. We have a lot of issues there.
Ms. Jones,
And
can you please conclude?
Yes, Mr. Muhammad is doing a good job, but what can we do if we have anything to do nothing with? And we've been trying to meet with you, Dr. Jackson. I understand the alderman has been trying to contact you to meet with us one-on-one, because he's going to help with a lot of programs. He's going to help with the pool. He's going to also help bring a barber school and everything. But he can't do that if CPS does not approve anything, or he has the money to do it.
I haven't been asked for it.
Okay, so that's why.
Make sure somebody on my team.
Okay, that's why I come down here today. I wanted to come with him to come with me, but he was trying to reach you first. But I don't want school year to start with our children, our students. You all, we have 100% college student that go to college every year. Our grades are dynamic. We're level 2. We're level 3 for a long time. You can see, I've been at Douglass since 2003, you all.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
When it was a middle school. And we have rose above the challenge in the Austin area. I had a son graduate from Austin High School in 2000. Went to college, has a bachelor's degree and everything. I have 2 sons from public school, grown children. I had no kids. I'm still volunteering.
Thank you,
what I
Ms.
came in
Jones.
here for today. Thank you.
Thank you so
And I
much.
hope we can, okay, thank you.
Thank
And that's
you.
a pamphlet at art. You see the dynamic art
Yes.
program, you all? And I'm a PT director too, so you all can join too. Later on.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. President, this concludes the public participation.
Thank you. Board members, any comments? If not, this concludes public participation. We will now move into a short recess, 20 minutes. Board Member Rome, do you have a motion?
I move that the board take a 20-minute recess. I second the motion.
A
Thank
second?
you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Rivelluri, Member Tad Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
President Del Valle.
Yes.
7 ayes, 0 nays. To note for the record, this meeting will now go into a 20-minute recess. Please note that if you leave the building, you will have to go through the screening process again. Thank you.
presentation? I'm sorry?
Did they give us another community presentation?
I think there were a couple of dates on the email. That charged my. I think on the first.
And they could have screwed it up.
Yeah. Yesterday.
No, he can't.
Katie?
Charger?
No, he.
Do you have the charger for?
okay.
No, I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you.
No, but
The
it's
truthfulness
not
of the
right.
numbers.
You can look at mine.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much.
Right.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
We were rushing back.
No, sometimes.
We're going to start.
Yeah, well, that's.
Yeah.
We need to. Right.
And they need to double check as well.
The meeting of the Board of Education is reconvened. We will now proceed with the business portion of the meeting. CEO Dr. Jackson, we are ready for your CEO report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will now ask Hal Woods from our Department of Innovation and Incubation to present a proposal that would support ALOP programs that closed this past year. A proposal that would support the students, that were in our ALOP programs that closed at the end of last year. Hal?
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Del Valle and members of the board. My name is Hal Woods, and I am the Interim Executive Director of the Office of Innovation Incubation. I will be presenting today on a recommended amendment regarding our Alternative Learning Opportunity Programs, that's ALOPS, as well as 3 recommended charter school amendments. Staff is seeking the board's consideration of an amendment to increase the enrollment capacity of 2 ALOP operators by 250 seats in advance of the 2019-2020 school year. This requested action is necessary to ensure positive student transition outcomes for students at 2 campuses following the non-renewal and closure of 4 campuses operated by another ALOP vendor, Edison Learning Bridgescape. To be clear, even with this amendment, the district is not increasing the number of ALOP seats offered in the district as compared to last year. Rather, CPS is taking 500 ALOP seats offline in advance of the upcoming school year. If this amendment is not approved, the ability to successfully transition Edison Learning Bridgescape students will be jeopardized. In fall 2018, the district released a request for proposals to solicit potential vendors to provide ALOP programming. A comprehensive evaluation team comprised of experts from all CPS departments that work with ALOPs established a minimum score that respondents would have to meet to be awarded a contract through the RFP. Pathways and Ombudsman were rated above the score and were awarded new contracts in May of 2019. Edison Learning Bridgescape did not meet the minimum score. Following the district's recommendation, the Board of Education ultimately did not take any action on its contract with Edison Learning Bridgescape, effectively closing the 4 Edison Learning Bridgescape campuses at the end of the 2018-2019 school year. A cross-functional team led by staff from the Student Outreach and Reengagement Centers are managing student transitions. These staff have extensive experience with supporting students who have dropped out, do not consistently attend school, or are significantly behind in obtaining credits. All Bridgescape students have been assigned a SOAR representative to support them. Additionally, a number of Edison Learning Bridgescape students have signed up for the District Summer for Change program, which Dr. Jackson referred to earlier, offering these students a 6-week program during which they have dedicated mentoring and counseling services and are compensated with a stipend during their time in the program. Bridgescape students' participation in the program has offered an incredible opportunity for the district to engage with students throughout the summer, dramatically increasing the likelihood of a successful school transition in advance of the 2018-20 or 2019-2020 school year. The cap increase for Ombudsman is necessary to have the operator take over the Bridgescape Roseland facility, which ended the 2018-2019 school year with the highest student enrollment of the 4 Bridgescape campuses. There is one option school, Camelot Excel, which features a full-day program within 1 mile of the Roseland campus. However, we do not know if students attending a half-day program will choose to enroll in a full-day program. Further, there are no other option schools within 4 miles of the Bridgescape Roseland campus, and the closest ALOP program is roughly 5.5 miles away. The cap increase for Pathways is necessary to have the operator take over the Bridgescape Humboldt Park campus, which ended the 2018-2019 school year with the second highest student enrollment of the 4 Bridgescape campuses. Although there are several option schools within 3 miles of the Bridgescape Humboldt Park campus, those schools are very near or at their enrollment capacity. Additionally, the one ALOP within 3 miles of the Bridgescape Humboldt Park campus was nearly at its enrollment capacity at the end of the 2018-2019 school year. The district is confident that students that attended Bridgescape Brainerd and Bridgescape North Lawndale this past school year have a sufficient number of options in ALOP campuses to attend as they transition to a new school for the 2019-2020 school year. Finally, I did want to mention, as my understanding, that the issue of auditing ALOP campuses for attendance came up during this morning's Finance and Audit Committee meeting. I wanted to confirm that the Office of Internal Audit will be conducting regular attendance audits of ALOP campuses during the upcoming school year. Before I discuss the charter amendments, are there any questions regarding the proposed ALOP amendment?
I think we have some questions, comments.
So I have a couple questions, and we've talked more about this. But can you say something more about the numbers of students that you're trying to find placements for from Bridgescape into these new?
Sure. 20th day enrollment for the 4 Bridgescape campuses was 497 students. That number did decline to roughly about 420 students by the end of the 18-19 school year. As we discussed, a number of students also graduated this past year or this past summer. We also know that there were a number of students who were chronically truant, chronically absent, that were enrolled in a Bridgescape campus, but were not regularly attending that campus. Our estimate at a high end is approximately 330 students over the 4 campuses that we're working to serve over the summer. But so I would say about 330 students.
Thank you. And can you also explain the for-profit and nonprofit status of the different providers that we're talking about here, programs?
Both Ombudsman and Pathways are for-profit providers.
Okay, and sorry, just to review, can you also say something about what happened with Bridgescape when they were informed before in the Inglewood campus, I believe?
Sure. So in 2016, mid-year, the district amended how it funded ALOP programs, primarily because we had conducted attendance audits at that time and found that a significant number of school campuses had lower attendance observed versus what was being reported by the schools and impact. We made a mid-year adjustment for how we fund ALOPs. Within 2 weeks of that announcement, Bridgescape closed its Inglewood campus at the middle of STAR testing and SAT testing, causing a massive displacement for students at that time.
Okay. I guess part of, and again, we've talked about this, but I'd like it to be on the record. My major concern about this has to do with the for-profit status of these programs and what place, if any, that has in our school system. Related to that also, I know there's not required because they're programs and not schools to have community engagement, but if there was any type of community engagement besides targeting these specific students around this transition. And then the last thing I just wanted to follow up with, because this is kind of new information actually from public comment, which is why it was helpful to have public comment. So before we have this conversation, I believe her name was Sue Fila from Ombudsman came and said that they are interested in creating brick and mortar for 14 to 16-year-olds. Is that part of what this 250 student capacity gain, is that a separate program? Is
So
that
in the prior contracts, these operators were allowed to serve students from 14 to 21. We are raising that age to 16 to 21.
Okay.
Essentially, the operators would have to submit to us pre-approval to enroll students above that or younger than that 16.
Okay.
I think she alluded to, I think it's part of their RFP. I know Ombudsman submitted they would only be offering full day programming, so there would not be half day programming available for any student less than 16. Okay. I'm not in receipt of that request yet, but I would be speaking with Dr. Jackson, Chief McDade, once I'm in receipt.
Okay. And then I guess I just say that my last concern is I was given hundreds of pages of documents related to their RFP and application, and particularly with the Ombudsman South Campus, the state of some of those documents were quite disarming in terms of, I think it was particularly the EMP or the emergency management plan. Is that what it is? Where, I mean, there are multiple teachers' names who were crossed out, new teachers were written in. I don't know if that, and maybe you could tell me if that's a function of their teacher turnover, if that's a function of them not taking the time to refill out the form in a neat, I don't know. It seemed very hastily put together and not, Or is that just a symptom of something else that I'm not aware of?
So I know the emergency management plans were required to be submitted. I'm not sure if it was part of the action plan that we discussed that was submitted last year, if it was part of the new RFP documentation. I don't have a specific answer for you on that. Happy to follow up with you.
Sure.
Give me a chance to speak with both our safety and security team, but also the operator as well.
Thank you. And I guess the last thing, because I know that people have questions, is I think we've read a lot in the 5-year vision. We've had a lot of conversations about expanding high quality seats for all of our children. And I'm concerned about having some of our most vulnerable young people put in the care of folks who we have minimal oversight over. Clearly more than previous. I read all of the transitions that have been made, the new, counselors that have been added, et cetera. Those are all things that should happen, but it remains a concern for me.
Understand.
Thank you.
I would just like to say a minute, and we mentioned this, but the district has made investments in central office personnel. We have 2 dedicated social emotional learning specialists that only work with Option Schools. We have a dedicated post-secondary team member here who has been working diligently over the last few years to build up capacity from a post-secondary standpoint at these schools. When it comes to our options, 2 years ago, we were at 0% students graduating with a concrete post-secondary plan. Now we're at 55%. That's not something that we're not patting ourselves on the back. We need to get to 100%, but a lot of progress has been made due to Dr. Jackson and Chief McDay's investments in this particular area itself.
I also think it's important to note that I think everybody on this board would agree that displacing children is not in their best interest. I'm sure when we're discussing other actions, that's something we would take into consideration. And I hope that kids in an options, sometimes for many kids, a second chance program wouldn't get the same consideration. So in this case, the district has acted on a provider who failed to provide a quality education for our children, but we believe we've made the right choice in the interim to get a provider in place and not displace children unnecessarily. So I just want to make sure that, I think the long-term goal, as it is outlined in the vision, is to provide a high quality education for kids. And this vision is the first one to identify Option Schools as a priority. We don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and we have to make sure that we are thinking about all kids in the same way. And I wouldn't just want to disrupt the lives and the transition of any kid. And perhaps next time, a group of them come to the board like they did today, which we haven't seen, we should ask them about their experiences as well, because I think they would share. I think we should need to listen to the lived experience of the people who actually see this as an option. So maybe the next time they come, we can engage them.
Yeah, and just, I agree with that. And I would also suggest that it's upon us too to go to them, and that's myself included, to where they are and ask them there.
So tell us more about how the students are being supported as they're being transitioned to a new program.
Sure. So this is a difficult student population to serve. So we have our SOAR representatives. This is our student outreach re-engagement staff, the most sort of expertise in serving the student population. They're being supported by the Office of Social Emotional Learning, the Office of Diverse Learners, STLS, our Office that supports students in temporary living situations. And so we had a series of events or meetings, I should say, with the families in June that were impacted by the closure of the Edison Learning Bridgescape campuses. Since then, SOAR has been doing daily outreach calls to those families. We know that this is a population where we don't always have like the most up-to-date contact information. And so what SOAR does is, to be honest, they go door to door in many cases looking for these students. If, Hal Woods is not at home, but he hangs out over here, they will actually go and engage and try to engage that student for the transition for the upcoming school year. I mentioned the Summer for Change program, that we do have a number of students that are engaged in that program. That's giving CPS access to Bridgescape students for over 6 weeks to work with them on transitioning to a new school in advance of fall 2019.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or
quick.
comments regarding this matter?
Yeah, what's the rate of contact? Are you reaching 80% of the students, Bridgegate? Is it 50%?
It's been depending on campus. I've seen upwards of around 60%, but I've seen lower at some of our other campuses, particularly actually the North Lawndale campus.
So maybe a potential, when you say lower,
I think it's around 20 or 30%. And that's primarily based on phone calls. but it doesn't stop there. And so, they're going out again, door to door, trying to contact other alternatives to find out where these students are and engage them in advance of the fall.
Yeah, please get that to 100% the best way you
Yes.
can.
So I just want to say thank you for doing this. This is important work. And I couldn't agree more with Dr. Jackson's comments that we need to treat all our students equally. And I know that, and I made this comment earlier, at the end of the day, you guys are the operators. We're a governance body. And I have full faith that you guys are acting in the best interest of the kids each and every time. So thank you for everything you're doing. And thank you for every effort you do make to try to reach them and get them to the school that we need to be. I've done most of my service in schools like this. So I know how difficult it is to reach and try to convince them to commit to a school and see it through. So thank you for doing it.
I have a question that goes to the beginning of your presentation.
Sure.
And it's about, if you could speak a little bit to the criteria that made you choose Ombudsman and Pathways as the continuing providers for these very vulnerable students.
Sure. And I'll be honest, I think, data that was presented back in 2011, 2012, 2013, when these programs first came into inception, it was observed that there was a significant number of students that were older, so 17, 18, but near graduation. And so there was a desire to offer a program that wouldn't require a student to have to go through essentially, 3 credits per semester. And that was sort of why these programs came to be in 2013. I think that the district has evolved over the years. I think it was graduation was the outcome, was sort of the desired goal previously. We have changed in terms of far more emphasis on social emotional learning, particularly with the subset of students, and also with regard to actually having a concrete post-secondary plan after graduation. And so I will say that a big part of the domains were, there's curriculum, there's attendance, sort of how are you doing with attendance interventions, but social emotional learning and college and career, budget, facilities, other components as well. But that's where we really pushed these operators to make investments. So to Dr. Todd Breland's point, where now every one of our campuses has a certified Type 73 counselor that has a CPS recognized credential for post-secondary support, that all of our campuses are using MTSS on a regular basis, that we can go to these schools, track, interventions that are being taken, see how the schools are then sort of, if the intervention is working, great. If it's not working, what are they doing to reassess? That's the type of work that we have not seen from these operators previously, that over the last 2 years, we've been really drilling down on these operators. I would also say that when it comes to instruction, we have been seeing more direct instruction from these operators. Bridgescape, just for example, provided the most technology, or sort of like students not having actually a teacher in front of them while they were learning. So we've been encouraging investments in those areas from these operators as well.
In terms of social emotional support, do these campuses have access to social worker and some wraparound services that I imagine must be essential for a lot of these students and their families?
Correct. I can't tell you off the top of my head how many campuses have a dedicated social worker. I can certainly respond with that back to you. I do know that in many instances, these campuses or these operators are partnering with community organizations who also provide an advisory or sort of mentoring role that also supports students as well.
And that is part of the follow-up.
Correct. And it is not just telling us who the partner is, but it is telling us like how many students are attending on a daily basis that partner. How are you reevaluating your partner to see if you're getting the outcomes that you desire from the students as well?
Thank you.
Okay, I think you can proceed to the next item.
Staff is seeking the board's consideration of 3 contractual amendments regarding 3 charter school operators: Chicago International Charter School, CICS, Chicago Collegiate Charter School, and Youth Connection Charter School, YCCS. A public hearing regarding these amendments was held on Monday, July 15th. And to be clear, none of these recommended amendments constitute any expansion of charter school seats. CICS's amendment is strictly about governance of its 3 campuses that currently operates that are within the schools, the operator's portfolio. CSCS is requesting to terminate its agreements with 2 education management organizations that operate these 3 schools, those schools being Longwood, Loomis, and Bond, and to have those schools operated directly by CICS. This is due to the CEO of one of the education management organizations recently resigning due to personal reasons. CSCS has indicated its school community support these changes, and at the CPS public hearing on Monday, July 15th, representatives from all 3 school communities spoke in favor of this amendment. And although this reflects a change in organizational structure for these schools, students and families will be minimally impacted by this change. Chicago Collegiate is requesting certain changes related to grades served at facilities it is already operating. The school is authorized to serve students in grades 4 through 6 at its campus at 118th in Indiana, and students in grades 7 through 12 at its campus at 109th in Cottage Grove. The amendment request is a 2-year transition of grade levels to enable curricular alignment by campus for the school, to improve stability for the school community, and to maximize instructional cohesion of the school's programming. The Chicago Collegiate community, parents, and teachers are very supportive of this amendment. CPS at the public hearing on July 15th, we had strong support from the Chicago Collegiate community with no opposition. And finally, Youth Connection Charter Schools has requested to extend the suspension of YCCS Virtual High School Campus for 1 additional year until the 2020-2021 school year. From 2009 and through 2015, YCCS operated its virtual campus in the old Malcolm X College at 1900 West Van Buren. In 2015, in connection with City College's renovation and refocus of mission at Malcolm X, YCCS was asked to move its virtual campus. The school has not been in operation since then, and CPS has continued to suspend the campus each year. YCCS has not provided a new location for its virtual campus. Also at the public hearing on July 15th, there was support from the YCCS community for this amendment with no opposition. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding these 3 items. Yes.
I had 2 quick process questions.
Sure.
You mentioned that the communities are supportive. I was just curious how we know that.
Primarily through public comment at the public hearings that we hold. We also, folks cannot attend the public hearing. They can also submit electronically statements in favor of support of the proposed amendments. We also, regarding Chicago Collegiate specifically, the school actually did a survey to its parents, its teachers, and its students, and shared those survey results with CPS as well. And then I should say for CICS, we also saw just documentation just notifying the school community, and we haven't heard anything that would suggest otherwise in terms of support for the amendment.
Okay. And then the other question, I'm not quite sure how to answer this because I might still be confused, but if these kinds of, if a reconfiguration or a change in personnel or the org structure were happening with district managed schools, would we as the board be involved with that or no?
When you say change,
So for instance, with Chicago Collegiate, they're reconfiguring their grades and moving some grades from one location to another. If that were happening at a district school, would the board be involved or would that happen with CPS management?
I believe if it was subject to SB 630, if the action itself was triggered by SB 630, that would then have to go through the SB 630 process, which we, in October, we list the types of actions we might consider. We hear from the community. We then publish those actions, proposed actions at December 1st, go through a public hearing process through January, and then have a hearing or a board meeting typically in February of the following year. In this case, these are material modifications to the charter contracts, which require board approval to move forward on or to consider.
Because it's a board contract with the charter schools. Any other questions?
With the CICS reorganization of management, will that do anything to, I know there's conversations about like their dual level of management structure that some of the schools will still have. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that going to bring additional, can you talk a bit about any additional resources that's going to bring into the individual schools that will now only have one level of management?
Yes, so I was able to receive from CICS essentially a breakdown of staff that's going to be working in school, particularly instructional support specialist. Board member Rome actually requested information. It's actually an increase compared to last year to this year. And that's, I should say, like that's working within the school with teachers, with students, an increase in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
All management organizations for charters are not-for-profits.
All the ones that are currently operating in the city of Chicago, yes.
Are not-for-profits, unlike
Correct.
the LOP.
Correct.
Okay,
And I should say, every charter board is a not-for-profit board.
right.
Yep.
But there are charter schools outside of our area
Correct.
that have for-profit management organizations,
Correct.
but not one in Chicago.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll keep going with our presentations. I'll now ask Chief of College and Career Success, Dr. Michael Duzer, to provide an update on our sustainable community school strategy.
All right, President Del Valle, members of the board, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to come and talk to you about community schools. I'm really excited to share the good news that we've learned in the first year and hopefully answer some questions you may have about what this program looks like going forward. So we have a very large community schools initiative overall in Chicago. We actually have one of the largest community school systems in the country with 213 schools, 23,000 students, and 4,700 parents. And the overarching goals of a community school program are to transform and maintain selected public schools to become centers of their communities, to connect children and families to a range of services that foster individual and economic well-being, to counteract the effects of a range of negative factors that contribute to students' lack of opportunities and underachievement, and to engage parents in the community to improve academic achievement. So across all of the community schools, these are our overarching goals. That said, we do have 3 different models of community schools within CPS. One of them is our 21st Century Community Learning Centers schools, of which we have 65. These are managed directly by the district, and they have an annual budget of roughly $145,000 per school. We also have CSI External Partnership schools, of which we have 127. These are not district managed, but they're managed at the school level between the lead partner agency and the school itself. The budget for those schools is roughly $129,000 annually per year. And then we have sustainable community schools, which is the kind that I'll be asking you to vote on today. These are 20 schools. We're operating these schools in partnership with the CTU, and the budget for these schools is $500,000 for sustainable community schools. So as you can see, it's a larger investment than in the other 2 models. Excuse me. So what we're asking you to do is to vote to renew sustainable community schools, namely to authorize the first renewal agreement with 17 not-for-profit organizations to continue implementation of the sustainable community school strategy at these same 20 schools. And as a reminder, the SCS model is a partnership with the Chicago Teachers Union. We have 20 schools that are sustainable community schools. This is a list of those schools here. We have 7 high schools and 13 elementary schools. And as you can see, they're spread all across the city with a special emphasis on the south and west sides. We definitely have a lens of equity when we're thinking about how to match schools with these kinds of services. I've got unexpected animation, but I wanted to share a little bit with you about how we select these schools. So it begins with the CTU CPS task force identifying a school candidate pool. What are all the schools that would be in best position to benefit from the kind of services that a sustainable community school can offer? The next step is that same group identifies a lead partner agency pool. So who are the entities out there who could really help steer the work at community schools? Next, those lead partner agencies submit partnership proposals directly to the schools that have been identified. And then schools themselves, especially the school leadership teams, review all the applications that they've gotten from lead partner agencies, and they create a joint proposal with that lead partner agency that includes a service plan to say, this is how we would like to use this money, and this is the kind of community school we would like to have. And then on the basis of the strength of those proposals, the SCS task force made up of CTU and CPS members selects those 20 schools. Any questions about this process overall? Sorry.
One quick question. For the proposals that are not selected, is any feedback provided to the proposing school and lead partner agency?
That's a good question, and I have to be honest that I don't know, but I can find that answer out for you.
Mr. President, how many schools like were identified initially before you whittled it down to 20?
Also a good question, to which I don't have the answer.
I have questions regarding our overall approach that includes the sustainable community schools.
Mhm.
You indicated that we're one of the largest community school systems in the nation. I have to assume that there are national models out there that or a model that we use to be able to say that we are a community school, that this is a community school. Yet, as I've said before, looks like to a great extent, the funding source and the level of funding determines what a community school, particular community school, looks like.
Yes, it places constraints. So
It places constraints. And in my mind, a community school, in order to be called a community school, should have certain essential components in place. If those essential components are not in place, such as a strong parent engagement component, then how much of a community school is it really?
I think that's fair to say.
And so are we, and yet it's a model that I believe in, and I think everyone believes in, and we want to see it expanded. I'd like to see community schools in every community. But as we move to increase the number of community schools, what is the model that's being used to drive the implementation of a community school, the development of a community school? And what are the essential components that we are going to look for and insist on, including, by the way, not just community engagement, but partners? And I'm assuming that every single one of these models has a partner
That's right. Everyone has a
attached
lead
to it.
partner agency
Because the partner agency, that's one of those essential components that I'm talking
and a lead
about.
partner agency.
And the lead partner agency
Resource coordinator.
and a resource coordinator.
Yes, sir.
So those are essential components.
Yes, I wonder if this next slide helps answer part of your question. So this is the program model for SCS as we're currently undertaking it. We've got 4 implementation mechanisms, including an asset and needs assessment, a strategic plan, a lead partner agency, and a resource coordinator. Those are things that all of the community schools, sustainable or not, have in place. And then we also have these 6 pillars of sustainable community schools that we think really set them apart. So the thinking is that if we implement these 4 mechanisms, we will create a school that instantiates these 6 pillars well. And all of the community schools, whether sustainable or not, do feature some of these elements: wraparound supports, inclusive school leadership, authentic parent community engagement, and positive discipline and restorative justice. What funding...
But how do you define authentic community engagement?
I think really making sure that the community is not just, you're not going out to the community to tell them about the school, but you're bringing the community into the school to help them make decisions about the way it will be run. And you're also providing real programming to help answer needs that...
Programming for parents.
Indeed.
And families.
Indeed. So the 2 pieces that are a little bit different about sustainable community schools that we really want to focus in on are high quality teaching and culturally relevant curriculum. And these are things that have been hard to emphasize in the existing community schools, non-SCS schools, because of our funding constraints. So local funding for non-SCS schools went away around the time that Arnie Duncan did, which means that the funding stream we were primarily left with for the remaining schools was the 21st Century Community Learning Center grants, which are great, but they only allow the money to be spent on out-of-school programs. So it really limits our ability to focus on what's happening in the school day and in the classroom, where most of the learning happens. So we've seen, and I'll share with you, some impressive results in terms of increases in student engagement. And maybe not surprisingly, in light of the fact that we're not able to to really use too much of our funding to focus on what's happening in that classroom, the academic gains have been slower to materialize.
Again, my definition of a community school is a school that's accessible to the community, which means not hours, not just hours, a couple hours after school, but into the evening,
I agree.
during the week, Saturdays. Do all our schools operate that way, community schools?
That's part of the community school model across the board.
They all operate that way. They all have,
They should. There might be pockets where they're not doing it the way they should, and I can get 100%, or I can get a school by school rundown, but that's absolutely a common feature of the model.
but it's an expectation that we have.
Yes.
Okay, and so when you get to the evaluation part, those are things that we're going to be looking at as we evaluate the effectiveness.
Yes, and in particular, I think, so the three, Member Rome had asked me, what's the big bet here? What are we shooting for with making this large investment in schools, which I think is the right question to ask. And I think it's three big buckets of things. So one is increased academic success for students. Another one is improved student engagement, things like attendance and decreased misconduct, suspensions, mobility, things of that nature. But another huge one is enhanced family and community engagement and capacity. And I think that as we work with our third-party evaluator over the next year, we need to really sharpen up what that means and make sure that we have the right kinds of programs and the right kinds of measurements in place to make sure that we're doing precisely that, really bringing in the community in an authentic way and making sure that they're getting what they need out of the school and not only the kids. But in large part, this is sort of the theory of action for sustainable community schools. And like I said, we will be sharpening and locking this in over the next several months of the course of our engagement with our external evaluator.
I have a couple of questions. And the first one pertains to the third rectangle and the last part of that, enhancing family and community engagement and capacity.
Mhm.
And for me, that is personally a key part of what I conceive as a community school.
Mhm.
It's all, of course, a school that is engaged in improving the academic performance of students and giving them the tools for success, but also has the potential to have a positive impact on the community itself
Absolutely.
and the things that are around it. I know that sounds very vague and, sometimes even controversial because community change, I believe, is, in my opinion, an essential part of providing opportunities for success for students. It cannot just be left to the school. There has to be community growth and strengthening. And I imagine that in the case of sustainable community schools, the partnership with the community organizations may be one of those goals. So I just really would like to hear a little bit more about whether that's been a consideration or whether you anticipate that might be an added focus.
Absolutely. I think so. What really sort of stirs the drink at a sustainable community school is the school leadership team. And that team is made up of administrators, teachers, staff, students, parents, and community members. And they are the ones who select the LPA that they're going to work with. And they're also the ones who lock in the service plan for the school, which lays out precisely what supports will be offered. And so I'm very confident that with them represented in that group, we'll see some programming that really matches closely with what the community thinks it needs to build its own capacity. And frankly, I think that's a big part of what makes these community schools sustainable, is building capacity in communities to be able to carry this work forward on their own, even when initial funding may dry up. So absolutely, I think that's a huge part of it. And I think that the school leadership teams are a promising portal for getting that involvement and making sure that it's reflective of what the community really needs.
And will that be part of the evaluation to some degree?
Can you explain a little bit
I
more?
mean, will they be able to ascertain, and these things are very difficult to measure. I know that. What the impact in the community well-being and functionality and
Yes.
health.
So I think it'll be tough to measure. At a minimum, we'll have, number of hours of parents engaged in programming activities that they themselves have chosen we would like to go a step farther than that and say, okay, conditional on participating in that programming, what have you learned to do, or what kind of skills and capacity have you built as a result? And we'll try to incorporate that into the evaluation as well.
My other question has to do specifically with the sustainable community schools. Since these are operated in cooperation with CTU, do you anticipate that there might be any changes after an agreement? Any of this hinge at all on the new contract with Chicago teachers?
I'll take that question. Part of why we're voting today is to show a good faith effort to move forward on what we've already agreed to with CTU. And so what you're being asked to vote on today allows us to continue that despite the fact that we don't yet have a contract in place. I think it would be inappropriate to discuss anything further related to the contract in this setting. So that's kind of where we are.
Dr. Duzier, can you tell us what the main funding, so the sustainable community schools are funded at a much higher level than the 21st century schools. Where is the bulk of that funding going and being spent? Is it the high quality curriculum and the work that's happening during the school day, or?
So I don't have the slide in your version, but I can tell you from a previous slide in my appendix that it's distributed across the 6 pillars. Roughly 3% of the budget is on culturally relevant curriculum, which is the first pillar. Roughly 26% of the budget is on high quality teaching. Roughly 53% of the budget is on wraparound supports. 6% of the budget is on restorative justice. 9% of the budget is on community and parent engagement, and 4% of the budget is on inclusive school leadership. And school leadership teams themselves get the $5,000 as so. And they're the ones who make the determinations about how to allocate it across the pillars. That's the way it has shaken out.
So are there one of these pillars that is a big bet, so that doesn't happen in the 21st century schools? Like, what's the big difference?
I think the big bet is intentional investment in the first 2 pillars. Which is, I think a lot of, over the past 20 years, community schools have become a big thing, and wraparound services have become really closely associated with community schools with good reason. And I think one thing we've learned is that wraparound services are great, and they do tend to improve engagement. And you can have students in the building, but if the quality of the instruction isn't rigorous and isn't challenging and isn't up to grade level, you might not see those academic gains. So what we're hoping to do is consolidate those engagement gains, while at the same time hopefully getting some academic gains that we haven't seen as much of as we'd like today.
So if those are big bets as you build out the evaluation model, how will you make sure that those are intersecting with other initiatives in the district, like the equity plan, the universal curriculum?
Can you explain a little?
So will these these feel like there's so much opportunity to align to other things that are happening in the district and other important initiatives? So as you build out the evaluation plan, how will you build out the evaluation plan? And how will other departments within the system be engaged, in addition to family? You articulated how families are going to be represented in the thinking, but how will this align to other initiatives within the district?
Yes, well, I think that something like improving academic performance is very well aligned, for instance, to a lot of the academic learning goals that are in the 5-year vision. It's also aligned, I think, to the percentage of students who are going to enroll in college. I mean, I think that there are very clear links to multiple parts of the 5-year vision. In terms of evaluation, this is what we have in plan at the moment. And I think that we still do need to sharpen our evaluative plan, but we do have an evaluator in place. And here's what we're expecting at the moment. So first of all, we need an initial implementation study that just looks at, okay, how well do SCS stakeholders actually understand the big 6 pillars? To what extent are the pillars being put into practice? To what extent are those pillars making a change in existing school practice, and are SCS processes effective? So by about a year from now, we should have good data on that. To what extent did we do what we said we were going to do? Thereafter, we'll begin an impact study, which will get at, are we hitting these 3 outcomes on the right side of this, conditional on having implemented well? So that will include a sharpened logic model and an evaluation plan for years 1 to 5. And that's where we'll really be zooming in on to what extent are SCS schools impacting key outcomes in student engagement, student academic success, and family/community engagement and capacity. So it's very much on the development agenda.
Does the school define wraparound support, or the CPS define wraparound support? I'm sorry, the lead partner agency. Who defines that?
Effectively, I think the school leadership defines it. I mean, it's really a sort of a catch-all term for what are the things that get in the way of student readiness in school that don't intrinsically have to do with school, that we can help remove some of those obstacles so that students show up truly ready to learn.
So housing assistance, for instance, housing assistance may be one wraparound support that the school leadership may say that this is important to us because we have the issues with mobility and truancy.
Right. Or, maybe you have kids who say, don't have a doctor close by and I can't get the shots that I need to sign up for school. Well, let's put a clinic in the building.
Okay.
Right, things of that nature.
Or reach out to, let's say, a local clinic or hospital to say, hey, can we have once a week, once a month, nurses,
right.
doctors to come in and, okay.
That's right. And it can also be, tutoring support and things like that. So it's a really broad catch-all for what can we provide in and around the school day that the typical curriculum might not get these kids, but that other kids who are not, who are more advantaged are getting simply by virtue of going through their regular day. How can we get a more equitable outcome for these students? So they're getting the kinds of supports too that sort of more middle-class kids might get just as a matter of course.
And on the CPS side, there's a commitment to the SCS funding for at least 5 years, since we're trying to follow the 5-year vision. Or is it a year-to-year commitment?
This is a renewal of for 1 year. I think I would defer to Dr. Jackson again on what the longer plan for funding is.
I just cross-apply my last answer about this not being the appropriate venue to have that discussion. I think it's.
Well,
something that
on
does speak to you.
on CPS part, with that part out of it, is there a commitment by, CPS to, as part of the 5-year vision, is this part of it in terms of us being able to sustain that funding, at least our half of it for SES, or just?
Well, for community schools in general, no?
Yes.
Community schools.
I think I
What-
answered the question earlier, but to the best of my ability, given where we are. So I don't want to be forced to disclose information or act outside of the, established parameters for negotiation. We are making a good faith effort today, asking the board to approve community schools for 1 year, despite the fact that we don't have a contract in place. It would be inappropriate to have that discussion in this venue.
And again, the reason I asked for the presentation to be broader than just SCS is because I had questions, still have some questions about our approach to community schools in general. And I think that there is a commitment to continue to support community schools, the development of community schools. We're not going to talk about which particular model here,
Right.
but there is that commitment because we've been on this road for some time now. And so that's why I have questions about what are the essential components, the evaluation process. For example, are we going to evaluate the partners, all the partners? A weak partner makes for a weak community school.
Right.
And so if there's a weak partner then that's not producing, then you've got to change partners.
Right.
So
You and I are of the same mind on
the evaluations have to capture that.
To date, you've asked this question, do we evaluate LPAs? We do, but we've evaluated them insofar as we evaluate implementation quality at the schools they manage. So we've sort of treated implementation quality at the school they manage as equivalent to the quality of the LPA. And I think there's something to be said for that, but I also think that we need to take another look at that and think about what other aspects of an LPA might constitute quality and might not come through as clearly in implementation that we need to take an eye on.
Now, in talking with a number of these partners, they've all said to me that the key is the principal. If the
Always.
principal is on board, if the principal's a believer, if the principal knows how to collaborate with these partners and get the most out of them, then it works well. If not, doesn't work.
Yes, I've heard that about a lot of programs at a lot of
I
schools.
understand that, but with this one particularly, especially with the community school model,
Mhm.
and principals don't have to have this model in place, right? Do they make the choice?
Well, they have to, they are a part of it. So through our partnership with CTU, I believe 136 schools were identified. Latanya has the exact numbers, but principals had to show interest in order to move forward in the process. You know, to your same point that the principal plays a critical role. And I think the evaluation piece and the data that will come out of it hopefully is positive. I think it'll go a long way to help principals, you know, desire the program more and work even harder. Because I think some of the tension there is because of lack of resources in many of our schools. You have some principals who believe if you give me $500,000, I can get the outcomes that are desired here. And we have to make sure that they understand it's not just about getting that one rectangle, the student achievement piece, but it's about the family and community engagement in the other pieces. And so I think back to Michael's point earlier, it's just a lot of work that needs to be done to make sure that the program is fulsome and comprehensive, so that, you know, all the stakeholders are involved. But you're right, the principal has to be an advocate in order for this to be successful.
And to add on the number, I think it was Board Member Trust that asked about the number. It was a total of 136 schools identified. Of that, 66 responded and 49 submitted applications. So there were some schools, to your point about, you know, administration and the school commitment. There were some schools that did not submit the letters showing that commitment. So the 49 came from, the 49 were the ones that actually submitted a full proposal, as well as the letter from the school showing the intent and commitment from all parties.
We have reason to believe that these schools are pretty committed.
Part of my question around the long-term commitment. So I think and I don't know if Dwayne, this is where you got it from, but in the last slide where it said the future evaluation plan for years 1 through 5, I think that's why I had the 5 years in mind. But if we're putting SCS aside, if we're unable to talk about that, are there similar sort of timelines in terms of evaluation? I know it's a separate evaluator for the other two programs in terms of like a longevity.
Yes, we do have some more recent evaluation data for the 21st Century Community Learning Center schools. Shall I share it with you?
You don't need to know. I was just curious if there were similar timelines involved.
I mean, I'm not sure how closely the timelines will match up, just given how, you know, the timelines of the actual
Sure.
programs themselves. But the most recent impact data that we have on the 21st Century CCLC schools, while it doesn't show a direct impact on student academic gains, it does show a direct impact on several student engagement measures. So you can see fewer misconducts and suspensions in grades K-3, higher emotional health on 5 essentials in grades 4 to 8, and in high school, fewer unexcused absences and numerous improvements on the 5 essential survey.
Thank you.
And can I ask a clarifying question about that?
Yes.
That was done in 2014, and that 21st Century Schools had been in place for how long at that point?
So it has gone in cohorts. I believe that this cohort had been started roughly 5 years prior.
So it
But I
was
didn't
a
track that.
5-year evaluation. Do you hypothesize that the academic change may take longer, and that these quote unquote softer gains may be sort of undergirding what will continue to be, you know, hopefully lead to gains in academic performance?
It's possible, given the theory of action, that, you know, if you have kids in school more and you have them feeling better when they're at school, it stands to reason that they're going to learn more, and that just might be a delayed effect. I hope that that's the case. I don't know whether it will be. I have seen other studies in which there's a similar setup and you're hoping that academic is going to be a lagging indicator and it never quite shows up. So I don't know if I could say. As I said before, I think so much of it depends on the quality of the instruction.
Oh, that was my next question.
Yeah.
So do you think that since the last evaluation, there has been more emphasis on the quality of teaching?
Probably not in these schools. I mean, I'm sure all schools are, are striving to improve classroom instruction, but the kind of investment that sustainable community schools can afford to make in bringing new capacity and new
But
professional
all
development in
community
there,
schools, the three.
they've got I would imagine they've got a leg up versus these schools in terms of trying to beef up.
Oh, okay, okay.
I had a few quick clarifying questions.
Sure.
So I understand that this work takes time. We're being asked to approve a continuation with the same 20 schools, even though we don't have much in the way of evaluation data now, right?
Yes.
Okay. That sounds totally reasonable.
I will say, I
Yeah.
don't mean to interrupt. This is, I mean, this is not, I think, what you or I would call evaluation data necessarily. But our big goals this year were to get student participation high, to get parent participation high, and to start to build capacity in schools. And so we have some early markers of that here. But to your point, it's not the kind of more rigorous analysis that we hope to have.
Sure, but I mean, I think these are very encouraging early indicators. And I think we can't expect transformation in a year. No other examples show that, and I don't think we would be that different. I had two quick factual questions. One, is the funding for what we're approving the same for schools regardless of their size?
Yes.
Okay. And then another is, how do either the schools or the lead partner agencies or the partnerships of those two together, how are they working together? Do they have a community of practice where they're sharing insights, sharing successes, challenges, partnering with one another to learn from one another's experience as well as from their own collaboration?
This is a good question. I think most of the collaboration at the moment is taking place within school, with the school leadership team and trying to bring together all the stakeholders with that to learn from one another. I don't think yet that we've yet done a great job of bringing school leadership teams from this sustainable community school together with sustainable community school leadership teams from this school. And I think that's something that in the future we definitely need to add to our professional development plan.
Are there any other questions regarding this agenda item?
The only additional more comment than a question. I'm glad that you've selected a third party to help in the evaluation process. Agreeing to the criteria, agreeing to the process with both the lead providers and all your partners is going to be critical to that. I would also suggest that that you look within and you look across, right? That you definitely look within the 20 schools. But going back to the point that you made earlier and your high-level allocation of spend, I would imagine that the other ones are also investing in high-quality teaching and culturally relevant curriculum, right? Perhaps not to the same degree, the significant percentage in wraparound support services, so that we can get a glance as to what's working and why, and compare across, not just within, right? So that we can make a scalable, informed decision at a future date, not just continue to operate in silos.
Yes, that makes sense to me.
Thank you. Did you get through your full presentation here?
I think we're just about there. We didn't
Okay.
go
You did.
linearly, but I can tell you more about these goals, but I think that you've read them.
You've touched on them.
Talked about this, talked about this.
I just want to make sure you're covering everything you wanted to cover.
I am. Outside of, I don't know if I said this, we're asking you to review.
Said up
But I
front.
do believe we're through the deck.
All right, good. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
All right, we'll transition now and have Cammie Pratt from the Office of Student Protections in Title IX give us a brief update on the end of the year report as it relates to the Office of Student Protections and Title IX's work to protect our children and build a safe and supportive environment.
Good afternoon, board members, Dr. Jackson, Chief McDade, and members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the work of the Office of Student Protections in Title IX. In order for us to be successful in protecting our children, we need to build safe and supportive district, a safe and supportive district culture. OSP focuses on assisting the district with creating a culture where it is safe to report concerns. And to this point, we launched a strategic effort to empower educators as Title IX school representatives. These Title IX school representatives are trained to identify, respond, and prevent sexual misconduct concerns. They're responsible for working with the Office of Student Protections and the Office of Inspector General to help schools respond to incidents of sexual misconduct. They're responsible for attending specialized trainings annually to increase their student protections and Title IX expertise. Communicating information related to Title IX to the school staff and students, and supporting students affected by sexual misconduct. We have a 97% compliance rate in training district-run schools. So that's over 500 Title IX school representatives from district-run schools. We are currently training Title IX school representatives from all the charter schools this summer. And in the next school year, we have a Title IX school representative directory that will be listed online on our website. So please note that I'm going to go over some data from the last school year. The data is representative from the beginning of the past school year through July 15th. We're happy to see that greater awareness among staff, students, and parents has led to increased vigilance and greater reporting. Here you will see that 94% of the Office of Student Protections and Title IX investigations are closed. 66% of those are closed, substantiated, 28% unsubstantiated, and we have 6% that are pending review. The majority of the 3,270 reports to the Office of Student Protections are student misconduct. So that's 80% have been student misconduct reports, 11% CPS adults, and 9% non-CPS affiliated adults. Just to note here too, all of the cases that do come into our office, so all of the 3,270 result in our office supporting all of the students in those cases. To take a look at what the allegation types that are getting reported look like, on this slide, you'll see we have the student allegation types that have been called in. The majority you can see inappropriate touching, sexual gender harassment, electronic communication, recording, and then sexual violence. On this slide, you'll see the adult allegation types that we're seeing. You'll see both in blue, you'll see the CPS affiliated adults, and then in the gray, the non-CPS affiliated adults. And here you'll see the trend show that we've had sexual violence reporting, inappropriate touching, sexual gender harassment, grooming, electronic communication as well. Happy to say that it looks like the grooming is getting reported, and that's what we want to see. So we've seen an increase in reporting for grooming for our CPS affiliated adults. And here are the reports of adult misconduct that we've seen. 50% of those have been CPS employees, 5% CPS vendors, 1% CPS volunteers, 28% home-based or family adults, and then 16% have been community-based adults. So in line again with building a safe and supportive district culture, we've had trainings this summer for our staff. And during this summer, we have trained at the CPS School Leadership Institute in addressing sexual misconduct concerns and creating a culture shift at your school. We are currently at the CPS Legal Conference training on working with the Office of Student Protections in Title IX, addressing sexual misconduct in Chicago public schools. And we are updating our Protecting Chicago's Children's training that also combines the mandated reporter training that's required for all district employees. And so this training was one that all district employees took last summer. And again, they will take this summer too before returning to school, to the school year. In our efforts again to building a safe and supportive district culture, we have community-based partners. This is a cross-institutional response team that is led by our office to support and advocate for students impacted by sexual violence at Chicago Public Schools. This is a group of citywide partners that meets monthly. And we've continued that. We started in January, and we're continuing that through the summer and into the next school year. And then finally, we are working on developing a comprehensive sexual violence prevention program that will be implemented at the start of this school year. And that concludes the report. If you have any questions.
Any questions?
Can you say more about, I know you said it's in the works, but the plans for the sexual violence prevention for students?
Yes, absolutely. We're working with our community partners to really be very thoughtful in looking at the data that we've seen this year and looking at where we can target, what's appropriate to target, maybe something for elementary school. It may look different for high school students. And so we'll, working with the community partners, see what their capacity is to help us go into schools, and then working with leadership as well and keeping them in the loop on what these community partners may need to get into our schools and train our students.
So trainings, curriculum?
Yeah, so it'd be more of a prevention program. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Just also, yeah, I will encourage you, if possible, you know, you had a capacity of staff, is like reach out to the community action councils, you know, kind of help educate all of us in the community about these issues, because it does, you know, education is a big portion of it. So that way we can keep getting reinforced throughout communities that this, you know, that these events are not acceptable.
Absolutely. And I think that's that reinforcement that will result in the change of culture that will occur. Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate knowing more about this in my capacity as a board member, but I'm also putting on my parent hat. And I'm wondering what part of this, what messages, and how is it being conveyed to principals, to school staff, and to parents in particular?
Right. So we really want to push. So this past school year, our department was just sort of getting put together during the school year. And so it was really a matter of let's take in all these reports. But really now we're having the opportunity this summer, besides all the trainings and preparation for the next school year, to be very thoughtful in how we go into the next school year. And so that we're really reaching out with our community partners, making sure that we have information. We'll be at the back to school bashes for parents and students, providing them with information on how to report, as well as having tables there to speak to them. We have one of the teams that we have in our office is a coordinations team. And so they work with the principals, with the schools, and also with the parents on safety plans and any assistance that they may need in reaching out for resources, either in the school district or outside of the school district.
Do the different networks have a Title IX representative? Or how is, aside from the central office, are they other sort of satellite, for lack of a
Right.
word?
So exactly. The goal is to have 100%, every school would have a Title IX school representative. And again, at the district-run schools, we're at 97%. And then we'll be training all the charter schools over the summer before the beginning of the school year.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That concludes the CEO's report. I do believe the Inspector General is next.
Hi, good afternoon. President Devay, board members, Dr. Jackson. So as we reported before, the case volume coming in for the adult on student misconduct cases, sexual misconduct allegations are fairly stable. There was 2.9 a day, so basically 3 a school day. There was a spike in February and March, it seems, and that might have been timed with some of the messaging that went out to the schools about reporting and kind of a new message of getting information out to the students about reporting this. But so you can see the volume of cases sort of remains high coming in. So our current case status, we've closed 35% of our cases. 17 cases are substantially closed. And then 48% of our cases are still active. And the substantially closed means that the investigations are basically completed and they're awaiting write-up by the legal section and to get those out the door. So the closed cases, we're continuing to make a dent. The numbers better than it has been, 35%. And so, I mean, that's been the challenge we reported on before, is that we're trying to close the cases at the rate they're coming in. And so to achieve that, we've been adding resources, adding people, and kind of changing our tactics a little bit with, as I discussed, we've added an intake team, which is relieving the senior leadership of the team to do their jobs more. So there's an intake team that's getting all this information that's so critical in the first few hours, coordinating with principals, DCFS, safety and security, OSP, for safety plans and all sorts of things. And then getting enough information to make a recommendation about whether somebody should be pulled or not. And then having the subsequent discussions with CPS side about whether somebody should be pulled. That's all very time intensive. And that was causing kind of a bottleneck at the beginning. So we've kind of, we're having an intake team sort of do a lot of that and do some of the preliminary checking on the subject to see if that person, is he known to the IG, is he known to, the body of cases from before that law had done, is he, is that person known, and what's that? And we're pulling those reports. And so a lot of sort of administrative building sort of a preliminary investigative packet that we can hand to an investigator as one piece of the puzzle. And then, we've added significantly more legal staff to help investigate or get the cases written up, make sure, help with quality control, ask all the follow-up questions with investigators, make sure that we have it right. These cases are often very nuanced and sometimes they need follow-up, additional questions and clarification. And so that's where we're adding staff. And so, as I've said all along, we are investigating all of these cases. We're not referring any of these cases back to the principal or anyone else. We're investigating them ourselves. And, we think that's warranted in light of the trade series and to make sure these are not mishandled any further. And to make sure that there's proper, people are identified, and even in cases that, there's not an actual sexual allegation sustained, but, we want to be track of repeat offenders and see that we can make sure we're analyzing things and make sure that people who are getting a lot of complaints, we can be aware of that, and they're not just being marked, not sustained and moved on, that if there's a growing problem, we can be aware of that. So the 160 closed cases, not substantiated, were 116, substantiated 44, 2 involving actual sexual misconduct, both police involved cases, 6 sexual harassment or gender discrimination cases, and 36 other non-sexual CPS policy violations, including improper electronic communications and other unprofessional or inappropriate conduct. And so it's a good time to talk about what our categories of cases are, especially for the new board. This information has been reported by our office in the past, but these are general breakdown of the categories of cases. So sexual act is penetration, sexual abuse is physical conduct for sexual gratification, groping, fondling. And then we have sexual comment, grooming, and groomings could be, a lot of people can define it differently. We're meaning it to mean actions that break down inhibitions for the purpose of sexual conduct. And there's sexting, there's touching, less than sexual abuse. So sometimes there's touching of, it's unclear what the nature is, but the student feels uncomfortable about it. Sometimes it's repositioning a child, touching a child on the shoulder, arm, things like that. And then, as we'll talk and see in the next few slides, a big amount of our cases involve what we've called concerning other, kind of just refer to as these creepy cases. They involve leering, any number of things that are making a student feel uncomfortable, but on their face, it's either going to be very hard to prove, or it's not clearly sexual. A lot of these cases sort of involve an inference or two to sort of get there. The kind of class example we've had so far is teacher's looking over glasses while he's reading roll call, apparently looking at girls more than boys. And so, it's very, very hard to quantify or make real clear conclusions about a case like that or similar cases oftentimes. And then there's a category of student on staff inappropriate conduct. So our office is investigating that. Sometimes a teacher reports that there's students behaving inappropriately towards a teacher. That's not a huge number of cases. And then we have a category for outcry about old IG cases or old conduct. I'm sorry, not old IG cases, old conduct that happened before we took over on October 1st. So this is just sort of a pie chart and sort of a lot of information there, but you can see that this other concerning is sort of that big blue area is 45% of the cases. And so, those cases do present the challenge because, we clearly have a student who is feeling uncomfortable. And then we've got very, very, very ambiguous sort of outward actions that are sort of proving what the intent may or may not be sort of is difficult. It often involves interviewing other students, kind of neutral people, other staff, so that they tend to be pretty time-intensive cases too. This is a breakdown by elementary school. You can see it sort of, roughly compares to the last chart we saw. It's available to read. It's available publicly. I don't know that we need to go through each category. Again, by high school. So again, you can just see this blue category just sort of dominates all these charts. These other concerning cases are just there's high school or elementary school are a big percentage of the cases. The actual sex act cases, is a relatively small portion. So, that's, and the sex abuse. So these are, 7-9% kind of numbers, as opposed to the vast majority of what's coming out of these more ambiguous, very sort of ambiguous cases. So here we have cases by grade school or a grade level. High school, 229 cases, elementary school, 225 cases, and a small amount of cases we don't have enough information to know where they happened. And so this is sort of breaking down the information in a little different way and adding a little more information. But elementary versus high school allegation rates. Elementary and high schools have almost identical number of allegations, but on a per student basis, high school allegation rate is 2.5 times the elementary school rate. And so, you would expect that fewer students in high school overall, and there's going to be, I think, sort of just given the nature of high school students and developmentally, that's where a lot of allegations are going to come from. Given predators' interests. Cases by school type, district versus charter. We talked about this. I've talked about this in the past. And at the last public presentation in April, there were only 15 cases involving charter schools. So, and we note that the number has doubled to 31 in the last 3 months. So there's been an uptick in charter school reporting. That's probably because of some of the attention brought to it this way. And I think CPS is working on trying to make sure that they understand the process and what's expected of them. And there's still continual. So I think there's currently working on getting the message out to them. And I think that's underway. And I think there's a bigger initiative to try to get a written understanding between CPS and the charter schools about what they're going to do and what's expected of them in that regard. I'll just elaborate a little more. In April, as I said, we expressed the concern that charters were not they're reporting less frequently than districts. In fact, it was 3.4 times as many allegations per students at district schools in April. And I said in the last 3 months, they've been reporting a much similar rate to the district. That's not quite the same, but it's narrowed the gap to it's 1.5 times as many allegations per student at district schools in the last 3 months. So that's positive progress overall. When you consider back to October 1st, it's still, the rate is still 2.3 times higher, but that's sort of just because, just the last 3 months, law of averages, last 3 months can't overtake what had happened before, but there's signs in the last that certainly we're catching up, and hopefully we can narrow that gap completely, going to the next year. Allegations by category from the time we took over in October till the end of June. Teachers, we've had 204 allegations. That's approximately 19,000 positions. So it's 1.07% of the teachers are subject to complaints. Security guards, we have 67 allegations, and there's approximately 1,700 positions. So that's 3.94%. We've reported on this before that, there certainly is a concentration of allegations regarding security guards. CPS is well aware of it. And I do believe that they're working on measures to make sure that there's adequate training and adequate screening regarding security guards. Vendor employees, we had 39 allegations. Special education classroom assistants, there's been 29 allegations. So that's 0.07% of CCAS have complaints against them. And substitute teachers, we've had 27 allegations. So these are the actions resulting from our investigations to date. 97 adults have been pulled from school pending investigation. 11 of those that have been pulled have been reinstated. So 97 of those that were pulled have been reinstated. 15 substitute teachers have been blocked from teaching in CPS. 13 employees under investigation have retired or resigned. And 23 employees have been terminated from their positions. 14, these are CPS affiliated adults who have been charged by the police. So these two slides sort of go together. The first slide is the more serious conduct, aggravated predatory criminal sexual assault. There have been 4 adults charged. Aggravated criminal sexual abuse, there have been 5 adults charged. There's bullet point examples of that people can read if they want, or I presume you have read, and the public can read if they want. And then again, we have this information continues with indecent solicitation of a minor, 1 incident, one charge, misdemeanor battery 3, and aggravated battery 1. So that's basically concludes my report. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions, comments?
I want to.
Yeah, go ahead. So the theme on the security guards, what are we doing about it proactively to mitigate that?
Well, as I understand, I think you'll have to talk to Jadine and the educational side a bit more.
Jadine?
She can, maybe Jane, all right.
Thank you for asking that question. So this is something that we have been monitoring and have been planning over the past several months. To start with, we're doing improved training. So last year we did do sexual abuse prevention training. This year we're partnering with Cami Pratt's team, Office of Student Protection, to do custom training just for security officers. This is going to be tailored to the type of relationship they have, focused on boundaries, focused on the root causes for why these things happen. That's what we're going to try to do. It's going to be very experiential. And so it's not just going to be a PowerPoint. So we're really going to try to get into the heads of all of our team members to make sure they understand how serious this is. The second thing we're doing, which is brand new, and we've been partnering with the CEO's Principal Advisory Council, is we're creating a centralized eligibility hiring pool for security officers. This is something that we've never had for security officers. What it means is we're going to have the pool come through. My team, security experts, are going to be interviewing and pre-vetting these candidates. It will still leave the ultimate choice to the principal to choose who they wish to hire, but we will make sure that they have all met our eligibility standards. If a principal has a candidate they wish to have considered that's not in our pool, we will then pull them into our process and review them for vetting.
Great. That's great that the principal still has the final decision. However, if they're not getting this, can you make sure that this kind of report gets to all principals so they know why we're doing what we're doing, and ensuring that even if they make a discretionary, to rely on the experts on the screening part of the process, so they
Absolutely. yeah.
extrajudicious assessment before they make a decision that goes counter to what we might be recommending.
Yeah, so one partner I didn't mention, and I'm very sorry, I didn't mention the partners in the talent office. Sorry, Matt. The talent office has been a very big part of this. A principal will not be able to hire their own security officer without going through this process. All of the positions will be posted through our centralized process. So they will not be able to post their own security. So that will help avoid any sort of workaround. At the same time, again, through the Principal Advisories Council, we have gotten really positive feedback from the principals, and we're planning to do an entire education process, such as a webinar and another information or other communication around making sure that they understand the process. Thank you.
With the Office of Student Protection training school representatives in the charter schools, do you anticipate an increase in reports from the charter schools or?
Well, I think so. I think anytime more people become aware of this, we will expect the more people become aware, there'll be, we think there is probably underreporting. There probably always will be some amount of underreporting, but, we are trying to get a better change the culture about, education and reporting. And so, we don't think we're done with that. We do expect an uptick again. Yes.
And the office has the capacity to handle potential additional cases?
I think we're sort of getting our sea legs finally. And, that's a constant point of discussion with my team about whether we have enough resources. And so I think we're going to, we'll evaluate that over the next couple months, but with the intake team, the added resources, we are in the process of streamlining the reporting process for some of the less concerning cases. So I do think we will be, and we still have a few more hires to go. We're not quite fully staffed. So I think a combination of being fully staffed, once we have like a years of experience under our belt, and I do think we're pretty close to having the right amount, the right number for this. So I think we're good now, and if we think we need something, we'll let the board know pretty quickly.
But you feel that once you're fully staffed, you will be adequately staffed?
Qualified, yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
103 cases that are concerning other is just a huge amount. And I'm wondering, are those really idiosyncratic, or are there any patterns that are emerging as you dig into those?
I don't know that we have any. No, I think they are sort of a hodgepodge of idiosyncratic cases. They sort of run the gamut. And, I think it's fair to say that I think a lot of people in a business position, might not investigate these cases, because I think it does take an inferential step to see it. You're believing the child's uncomfortable, and then you're trying to figure out what's going on here. But I think a lot of other entities, just because of business constraints, might be choosing to not do anything with those cases and just say they're not rising to the level of this, or kind of farming them out to be investigated kind of summarily in some other fashion. And so, I've had a lot of discussions with the past board about this, and we are of the same mind, really, that we should be dedicating a fair amount of resources to looking at these cases, just so that we can, have an understanding about what's going on. And maybe it will be a point in the months down the road, maybe it's a year, maybe it's 18 months, that we can say, okay, here's more hard data about this. This is how much time and money we've spent on these cases, and these are sort of the results. And, then I think it'll be a decision for the board and everybody else to say, do we want to keep doing this? Is there a better way to do this? But I think for right now, we want to make sure we're covering these. We want to make sure they're sort of fully investigated. And, what's known about it is being documented. Reports are being issued. We're issuing reports, written reports, whether a case is sustained or not sustained. And, so if people, if a teacher is, I hate to say it, I went through schools, you're bound to run across an odd or an idiosyncratic teacher sometimes. And, is there bad intent there, or is it just simply the person's just kind of, there's something odd or, about the way he interacts with people, or he or she interacts. So is it a training issue? You know, maybe if the person's sort of been looked at, I think it'll be the case that people who get lots of complaints will get more treatment, even if it's sort of, they've been not sustained in the past. And, you know, hopefully the goal here is to say what's going on here. And if it's not sexual, then what is it? And is it a training issue? Is it something that can be corrected? And ideally stop this and stop having people, you know, feel uncomfortable about what's going on.
Just to be clear, my framing it as idiosyncratic was not meant to minimize it or to say that we shouldn't be looking at it.
No,
but rather,
so it's,
on the
I agree.
contrary,
No, I agree totally with that. And, you know, it's hard to pick a word, you know, that's the right word for this. And so they are other concerning. I mean, that's sort of where we are, you know, but some of these, you know, creepy or idiosyncratic, I mean, they sort of work as a rule of thumb, but I mean, to be clear, we are, I mean, I think that's what I was just saying. We are taking these very seriously. We don't, you know, the risk of missing something here or dismissing half of these complaints just because, you know, on their face, they sort of look like they aren't likely to pan out or be provable. You know, that's not our position right now. We are taking them seriously. And we're hoping to learn more about, I think what, you know, what can we say about this once we've had more, a bigger body of cases and, you know, we have a chance to digest it and analyze it. We should have better answers about what's going on there.
I have a follow-up to Amy's question. How much support do you have sort of on the ground from the schools where these other allegations are coming from in order to investigate and to get at the bottom? Because I agree with Amy and with you that because they seem sort of not provable,
Well, by and
high
large-
percentage of them could be, you know.
Well, by and large, the schools have been very cooperative. And so our investigators are working with the schools, getting information, scheduling interviews, getting permission from parents to talk to children. So, you know, we've been getting a lot of support. You know, just a question for maybe down the road sometime is, you know, should there sort of be, you know, somebody other than the principal to sort of be the dedicated point person for these contacts that might, you know, make it more streamlined. So I think sometimes we're dealing with people other than the principal, but primarily it's the principal. Is that? Yeah, assistant principals and counselors, but it might be, you know, it might streamline the process and make it more clear if that was, you know, duty was assigned to somebody who maybe wasn't as busy as the principal.
Would the new Title IX representative at each of these schools play any role in this?
Well, I think potentially. I think I haven't given a lot of thought to that, but I think that's an obvious person. I don't know enough about what that role will entail to know if they have, you know, how much time they'll have for that. But that would be a, you know, an obvious choice to explore. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much
Thank you.
for the report.
Thank you.
We will now proceed with discussion of public agenda items. I've asked Madam Secretary to read the title, board report number, and a short description of each item. Board members, please continue to ask questions if you have them. Let's begin with 3 items on the public agenda. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first item is the board report to authorize a new agreement with Equal Opportunity Schools for establishing equity in advanced placement and IB course selection. It is PR 5 on the agenda. And a brief summary is this one-year agreement will authorize spend of up to $235,200 for IB course selection across 6 participating high schools in year 1, and to finish year 3 supports for the existing equal opportunity schools.
I have a question. Who will be responding? Okay.
We have a representative here. I'll be able to answer, or either
Okay,
Brian.
thank you.
Either one of us are.
Thank
able to
you.
Answer.
Are AP classes available at all high schools?
There are 8, maybe 9 schools that do not have AP classes up and running.
And the reason is that
Sure.
there's no demand for them, or we don't have the teachers?
It could be teachers. There's 7 ECCC metrics or early college career credentials that are out there. And some Some schools may choose one over another. There are schools in my mind that may have 200 students or 100 and some students on campus, and they have decided to go in one direction versus another.
Okay.
And that often goes back to how many teachers are available to teach how many sections. Often.
With some of those schools that don't have AP, do some offer dual credit?
Dual
Or
credit
the-
is a possibility, sure.
So that in some cases, but
In some cases. I don't know about all 8 or 9.
but it's likely that they don't offer either, right? Or am
I
I
don't know that to
making
be
an
true.
assumption here?
That's a great question.
Okay.
There are several opportunities,
Okay.
those that are not in advanced placement or offering
Okay.
advanced placement often do have another one, but I don't think any of them have none of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
This program, this project serves certain number of schools, X number of schools.
At the advanced placement program or
right.
EOS?
The AP program.
AP program, we received data Monday, 130 Chicago Public Schools are in that data with at least one student, but obviously many more.
But the schools being served under this new agreement
Correct.
are how many?
6
Six.
that
And-
are currently being serviced, and we're asking for a third year, it's a final year of the program, and 6 new schools to come into cohort 2
So for a total
of 12.
12 schools.
Yep.
So we have lots of schools out there that are offering AP classes that are not part of this project.
Correct.
And so given this approach, this it's kind of an intensive approach where they actually go out and identify students, right? And
Correct.
recruit students
That is a
and work with them.
major part of it.
To,
yes.
to convince them that they can handle an AP class, right?
Sometimes it's saying you are welcome.
You are you are
Exactly.
welcome.
Yep.
Are we taking that approach and looking at that as maybe a best practices and then making sure that other schools that are not part of this project are applying those approaches?
Let me jump in real quick,
Please.
Brian. So one, I want to just kind of give a little bit of historical context on EOS. It serves right now about 540 schools across the nation. And so they have a model, which is why we brought in EOS so that we piloted first so that we can learn from the work that they've been doing across the nation in about 180 districts. And so they have an approach that goes beyond just looking at whether or not students or pushing students to want to enroll. It has a tool for measuring and surveying hearts and minds within a school in terms of how, educators view students' ability to be able to achieve in an AP course. And so this is a research-based practice that we were looking to learn from, and which is why we piloted in the original 6 schools. So it goes well. I just want to make sure it's not just seen as, identifying students and saying you can go into a classroom, because there's so much more that goes into this process of ensuring that there's equity in our schools in terms of access to excellence, particularly when we talk about AP courses and IB courses for students, minority students or students from lower socioeconomic income levels. So I wanted to point that out. There's a lot that we've learned from the pilot, including potentially being able to use the tools that they have available that we just did not have readily available. And we have not, as a district, been able to do the kind of extensive research that they've done about, around building the right culture and climate for students to feel that they're in hospitable places in AP and IB courses. So I just want to make that clear that we brought EOS in to do work that they've done nationally that we were not equipped or had the capacity to do, in an effort to not only learn from them, but then to be able to, in the future, adopt some of the tools and the research-based practices that are being employed in these current schools.
Excellent. And
I could not have
commend
said
you.
it better.
Beautifully said, and I agree wholeheartedly. What I want to know is, at what point do we do it ourselves? And not only do it ourselves, but using the tools and all we've learned from this project, and also make sure that it's happening in all high schools.
Elsewhere in the district, we are using an AP Equity Snapshot, where in the past, schools are handed something that says, congratulations, you have a 36% pass rate or 58% or whatever it is, but it doesn't drill down to various groups, including underrepresented, including DL, EL, free and reduced lunch, you name it, right? And we have created that internally. It's something that we learned some from EOS, actually some from NYC DOE, married it, and every school now has that document. We've created a tool to work with that as well. There are pieces that we're moving forward throughout the district. The one piece that is vital to this conversation, I heard Chief McDade say hearts and minds. It's the mindset piece, both of students as well as adults in the building. And that's something that we have not been able to capture and capitalize on. This relationship has allowed us, for students and adults, to take surveys, similar surveys, but one for each. The data that comes back from those surveys are enlightening sometimes, disappointing on other occasions. When a student says, I just literally have not been invited, or I don't see myself in those courses. And then we work with adults to shift that on campus. All of those come out of, and I think it's UC Berkeley, it could be UCLA research. It's something that we have not been able to recreate or find a way that, we can understand what that mindset is, whereas EOS does have that in the past, and we're breaking away from this. We have it there in the background as a backdrop, but we are not trying to look at or exclude students based upon PSAT scores, SAT scores, attendance, behavior sometimes in some places. We're trying to move away from that and move toward, do you have an interest? Do you have the initiative, the grit, determination, et cetera, necessary? This partnership has helped us to understand that at a very granular level.
And we're not defining success as getting 3 or more.
Great question.
Right?
That is one metric.
Because
that is not
just
the only
taking
metric.
the class
Yes.
is success.
Chicago Public Schools actually has data that does show that students who take one or receive 1s and 2s in their AP courses on the exam actually still persist at a greater level at the university. At the university level.
And the College Board is giving us the data.
The data came Monday
It
of
just
this week.
came. Okay.
Yeah.
Could you please share that with board members?
We share data on a particular schedule, so we have to go through a validation process.
Yeah.
We can't share data publicly
Yeah.
without going through our validation process.
Yep.
So we can give it to the board, but we can't share it publicly.
Yes,
No.
and that's what I asked
Yeah,
for
we'll get
board
it to you.
members.
Yep, I
Yeah.
haven't seen it yet either because before I see it. Right.
Dr. Jackson, you can see it before we do.
Yeah, I want to make sure it's accurate.
Dr. Jackson has been asking for it for
Yeah.
about
Yes.
2 weeks now.
What we can provide you, in speaking specifically to this particular agenda item that's on the table, and Brian has this information available as well. Right now, based on the EOS cohort, so I'm only speaking to the Equal Opportunity Schools cohort levels from 2018, 2019. There's been an increase by about 525 in terms of the number of AP students on Equal Opportunity Schools campuses, from 1,574 to 2,099. We've also seen an increase of 24% the number of grade 11 and 12 underrepresented students. That is students of color and economically disadvantaged students that are passing at least one AP class. We also saw an increase of 32% in the number of grade 11 and 12 Latinx students that are passing at least one AP class, and an increase of 26% the number of grade 11 and 12 African-American students passing at least one AP class. In one particular high school that is predominantly African-American, which is Morgan Park, we saw double the number of African-American students, AP students passing in terms of the pass rate. So that's just some of the data that is speaking specifically to the EOS campuses for the item that's on the agenda for today.
we've made tremendous progress. I remember the days when
Yeah.
those numbers were just dismal. Just a few years ago, I asked the College Board to give me the number of Hispanic students that
Yeah.
took computer science AP. And in Illinois, and the numbers are just horrible, horrible. So I commend all of you for the work. And obviously, this project has made a tremendous difference, but it's been so good that I want to make sure that we're doing it across the entire system
I appreciate
as soon
that.
as possible.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
So I had asked in a briefing how the schools, the 6 schools who are already participating are working together.
Yep.
At that point, I didn't get an answer, but I heard from one of the principals that they have been. Could you just say more about that?
Sure. I think I was actually at the AP annual conference for that briefing. You ask about how are these 6 schools working together? There are convenings. Those are very specific. They're on the calendar. We bring all 6 schools together. There are also opportunities for them to come to professional development, which is in-house as well as College Board provided. This coming year, year 3, and I have to be honest when I say this, I'm a learner in year 3 because I've been going through the process with EOS as well. I'm about 4 steps ahead. However, in year 3, the 6 schools that are in their final year of support will be coming together not only as 6, but with additional schools from outside of our district. Our hope is that we'll be able to do some cross-pollinating, push each other, understand a bigger picture of what others are doing outside of our school district, but in collar counties as well, Lake as well as DuPage County, I believe, that are also having EOS programs on their campuses. So I'm looking forward to that one for sure. I think we'll get pushed, and I think that's a very positive thing to get our thinking pushed.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item.
Thank you. So, Mr. President, we'll continue with the additional 2 items. The next one is for a new agreement with Adani Systems for the purchase of portable X-ray machines. This is PR 14 on the agenda, and a brief summary on that. This action will authorize a 2-year agreement to spend up to $1,996,520 to purchase these new X-ray machines. We also then have a new agreement with Advanced Security Resources LLC for the purchase of walkthrough metal detectors. In a brief summary, this will authorize a 2-year agreement to spend up to $392,200 for the purchase and install of new metal detectors.
Good afternoon. So
I'm
we have
sorry,
these-
excuse me. I just want to note, this is PR 15 on the agenda. Thank you.
Sorry. So we have 2 complementary board items. They're both for what we call screening equipment, which is essentially X-ray machines or metal detectors. In most cases, when you have an X-ray machine, a school will also have a metal detector, not vice versa. Primarily, the equipment that we are purchasing or we're proposing to purchase through this contract is mostly replacement equipment for existing machines that have reached their end of life. There are a few exceptions to that. I'll just add that when a new school purchases or wishes to purchase or add equipment when they previously had not had it, our board policy asks them to go through their local school council to discuss it through that channel. Any questions?
Can you, because I feel like there's been some confusion around how this process works with the LSCs, can you just say a little bit more, both about how schools get it, but also the potential for schools, both through the LSC and the broader school community, to make the decision to no longer have X-ray equipment? I know you sent us maps that showed, in fact, at the high school level, the majority of schools do not have this equipment, or there was a large number that do not have some of this equipment. And so if you could just talk about the process by which to use the LSCs to get rid of it as well, and the education around that.
Yes, great question. So all of the screening equipment is purchased through a centralized process. So when a school and I'm talking about district-run CPS schools, When they wish to purchase this equipment, they work through the safety team, which is my department. When they contact us, we do a consultation with them. We talk about the policy that requires that they go through their local school council. We will often attend those meetings to talk through the pros and cons. There's a lot of discussion around whether this is something that meets their needs and, both physically and philosophically. And when they do decide what they wish to do, we will help them through that purchase and that process. We have had situations, to your question about what happens when a school wishes to remove them. And so we did have a situation in the last year, actually, when a school contacted me and said, the principal said, I wish to remove our screening equipment. I said, did you reach out to your local school council? And he did. And actually through a lot of very robust discussion, they decided that they were going to keep their equipment. And so it's not a, just yay or nay, flip a coin kind of thing. It is a very deep conversation, again, because it is a controversial topic for it's really not just our district, but across the country.
Yeah. I guess one of the things in our conversations that you've said that I've appreciated is that we're keeping children safe in this district without the use of this equipment as well. And I think that that's something that is worth lifting up.
Yeah, and so in that consultation, we talk about alternatives. And so there are, as you stated, actually the majority of our elementary schools, for example, do not have equipment. How do they keep their schools safe? And so there's philosophical differences around strategies, including climate, including relationships. These are all strategies that we see as part of a comprehensive safety strategy. And so even if you have screening equipment at your schools, we still need those other things as well. And so we want to work with all of our schools to make sure that we have the right balance for whatever suits their school community the best.
Sorry, and final question. So all of the schools that are part of these two voting items have all gone through that LSC process.
And so theoretically, yes, a lot of them and most of the ones that are here have predated my tenure here. And so we haven't gone back to take an official sort of double check that. But I can tell you when we are in these meetings, so we get invited, my team, myself, we get invited to meetings a lot on safety topics. This will sometimes come up and we'll just sort of, again, reaffirm it while we're there.
Thank you.
I had two quick factual questions and then another. When a school, we're voting on a procurement contract, but when a school decides through the process you described to install screening equipment, does that come out of their school budget? Does it come out of a central budget or does it come from somewhere else?
It's coming out of a centralized budget. So it's not something that the school takes out of the local school council's budget.
Got it. And roughly how much does it cost for an installation of screening at a school, knowing that they're different sizes and shapes?
So the equipment alone, the metal detectors are approximately $4,500. The X-ray machines are a little bit more expensive. They're approximately $13,000 to $14,000.
And then my last question, which is may not so straightforward, you've described that it's a controversial topic. It has to fit the school's approach and there's a robust process. I'm wondering where sort of evidence from a public health approach or a broader sample nationally or whatever feeds into that process, whether through your office or do LSCs consult that evidence or is it brought up?
So we've been looking for research. Do metal detectors or do X-ray machines prevent contraband weapons from coming through? Depends on your perspective. And so let's take a high school that has had no weapons come through. Is that because they had screening equipment? Or is that because they had a positive climate or a combination of both? This is why it's so hard to study that research. And I've been looking for that since I've been here. It comes down to really just a formula of all of these things. And so you can have merely metal detectors or X-ray machines and not have a positive climate, and that's not going to keep the building safe and vice versa. So it's a hard question to answer. It's something, we do have situations where these look-alike weapons, firearms do try to make their way into the building and they are caught through the screening equipment. So does that say that it worked? Pro metal detector people would say yes. Other people would say, well, you would have caught it anyways if you had a positive relationship. So I mean, so that's why we defer to the local community to help us make that decision. And we talk through these kind of topics over time as these things evolve, as our thinking evolves on this, we may start moving in a different direction. Just like the example I use in some of our briefings. When I started, a lot of school districts were zero tolerance. That worked. Or people thought it worked, I should say. And now what we're evolving towards is maybe restorative practices is a better approach. And so I think these are things that we're going to continue to monitor. But again, at this time, it's the consultation with the parents and the students and the school to decide what do they think is best for them. And let's work together to make sure it's keeping the school safe, whatever your choice.
Any other questions or comments? Not,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
We will now proceed with the vote on public agenda items before going into closed session. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will begin with items on the public agenda, read the board report numbers and brief titles. I will begin with resolutions and a board rule. These items do require a vote. I would like to note for the record that a separate vote, Mr. President, will be taken on PR4. This is the item for the amendment for ALOP services. And this separate vote will be taken after the last delegable board report on agenda, which is AR1. And I will call that out when we get to that section. So we'll proceed, Mr. President, with the items on the public agenda. And we have RS1. This is the resolution authorizing the issue of one or more series of unlimited tax general obligation refunding bonds. RS2 is the resolution to authorize PBC of Chicago to grant access and utility easements to public utility companies. RS3 is the resolution to authorize appointment of members to LSC councils. And then we have RU1, and this is the amendment for Chapter 2, Board Rule 2-6. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Revelry,
Yes.
Member Ted Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. Mr. President, I will continue with a communication. This item does not require a vote. This communication is regarding the location of our board meeting of August 28, 2019. And it reads, this is to advise that the regular meeting of the Board of Education scheduled for Wednesday, August 28, 2019 will be held at the CPS Loop Office, 42 West Madison Street, Garden Level Boardroom. The board meeting will begin at 10:30 a.m. Public participation guidelines are available on www.cpsboe.org or by calling the board office at 773-553-1600. For the August 28, 2019 board meeting, advance registration to speak and observe will be available beginning Monday, August 26th at 10:30 a.m. and will close on Tuesday, August 27th at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled. You can advance register during the registration period by the following methods: online, by phone, or in person. And to ensure equity of access to address the board, an individual may not speak at 2 consecutive board meetings. In the event an individual registered to speak at a consecutive board meeting, the individual will not be called to address the board. Although advanced registration is recommended, you can also register to observe a meeting on the day of the meeting via same-day in-person observer registration at the 42 West Madison Street lobby. Registration time opens at 10:15 and will remain open for the duration of the board meeting. Same-day in-person observer registrations are taken on a first-come, first-served basis as seats become available, and the public participation segment of the meeting will begin as indicated on the meeting agenda and proceed for no more than the 60 registered speakers. Mr. President, I will continue with additional items on the public agenda that do require a vote, and we have EX1, which is the transfer of funds. We then have EX2, which is the amendment for the Youth Connection Charter School Agreement. Moving on to EX3, this is the amendment for the Chicago International Charter School Agreement. EX4 is the amendment for the Chicago Collegiate Charter School Agreement. And for the record, Mr. President, I would like to note an abstention for member Todd Breland on EX4 for Chicago Collegiate, Inc., the Illinois Not-for-Profit Corporation. Moving on to PR1, this is the amendment for the first renewal agreement with IIT for the administration of selective enrollment school admissions examinations. PR2 is to authorize the second renewal agreement with Riverside Assessments. PR3 is to authorize the first renewal agreements with various not-for-profit organizations for the community schools initiatives. And PR4, as I noted before, will take a separate vote later on the agenda, so I will skip that item at this time. Moving on to PR5, this is to authorize a new agreement for the Equal Opportunity Schools for establishing equity in advanced placement and international baccalaureate course selection. We then have PR6 to authorize a new agreement for hosted software and related services with ManageBack Inc. PR7 is to authorize our first renewal agreement with various vendors for personalized learning professional development services. PR8 is to authorize the second and final renewal agreements with multiple vendors for the purchase of library books, reference books, and ebooks and related services. 9 is to authorize the second renewal agreement with Fisher Scientific Company for the science library equipment. PR10 is the amendment with Varsity Brands Holding Company, Inc., DBA BSN Sports for purchase of physical education supplies and equipment. We then have PR11, which is the report on the award of construction contracts and changes to construction contracts for the board CIP program. And Mr. President, I would like to note that this item was draft on agenda and that the final will be in the action. And the only change from draft to final is that it was missing the signatures. So the final item will be posted with our agenda of action for PR11. Moving on to PR12 is the board report to authorize a new agreement with CBRE for the real estate brokerage services. PR13 is the amendment with Youth Advocate Programs for the Choose to Change Programs Youth Therapy Services. 14 is to authorize a new agreement with Adani Systems for the purchase of portable x-ray machines. We then have PR15 to authorize new agreement with Advanced Security Resources LLC for the purchase of the walkthrough metal detectors. PR16 is the amendment with the various vendors for student transportation services. We then have PR17, which is the amendment for the pre-qualified status and new agreements with various vendors for financial professional services. PR18 is to authorize the first or second renewal agreements with various vendors for the audit services. PR19 is the amendment for the pre-qualification status and agreements with various technical service consultants. PR20 is to authorize the first renewal agreement with CDW Government LLC for the purchase of the audio, visual, and interactive whiteboard equipment. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
If there are no objections from my fellow board members, please apply the last favorable roll call vote with the noted abstention.
Thank you, Mr. President. So noted. I will continue with additional items that do not require a vote. We have PR 21, and this is the Chief Procurement Officer report for May 2019 on the delegated authority exercised under Board Rule 713. EX5 is the report on principal contracts new. EX6 is the report on principal contract for renewals. And then we have AR1 for the board report rescissions. And Mr. President, these items just need to be accepted by the board.
Please mark received and filed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we will now proceed with the separate vote on PR4. This is the amendment to authorize the new agreements with various vendors for the Alternative Learning Opportunity Program services. And we will need a motion and a second on that to proceed with a roll call.
Is there a motion? Second?
Second.
Been seconded.
Seconded by,
Elizabeth?
I'll proceed with a roll call. Board Member Rome,
Yes.
Board Member Melendez,
Abstain.
Vice President Rivera-Leary,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
No.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 5 ayes, we have 1 abstention, and 1 no vote. This action is adopted by the board. Mr. President, before we conclude, I do have to, I will continue with a statement that needs to be read into the record regarding the estimate of taxes to be levied. And it reads, report of the Senior Vice President of Finance, Chief Financial Officer pursuant to Board Rule 5-14 of Section 35 ILCS 200/18-60 of the Illinois Property Tax Code. 35 ILCS 200/18-60 of the Illinois Property Tax Code, the code requires that not less than 20 days prior to the adoption of its aggregate levy, the corporate authority of each taxing district shall determine the amount of money estimated to be necessary to be raised by taxation for that fiscal year upon the taxable property in its district. Section 18-70 of the code provides in part that if the estimate of the corporate authority made as provided in Section 1860 is more than 105% of the amount extended or estimated to be extended upon the final aggregate levy of the preceding year, then the corporate authority is required to give public notice of and hold a public hearing on its intent to adopt a levy in excess of 105% of the amount extended or estimated to be extended in the prior year. Board Rule 5-14 delegates to the Senior Vice President of Finance, our Chief Financial Officer, the authority to annually determine the estimate of property taxes to be levied as required under 35 ILCS 200/18-60, and to report that the estimate to the board through the Office of the Secretary of the Board. Board Rule 5-14 also requires that not less than 20 days prior to the adoption of the board's aggregate levy, the Senior Vice President of Finance shall determine the amounts of money estimated to be necessary to be raised by taxation for that fiscal year upon taxable property in the district, and that the estimate shall be deemed an act of the corporate authority upon receipt of the Senior Vice President of Finance report of the estimate by the Secretary of the Board. The Senior Vice President of Finance hereby estimates that the amount of money necessary to be raised by taxation upon the taxable property in the district as defined in Section 1860 of the code is $3,161,560,136, and certifies that this estimated amount is less than the limit defined in Section 1870 of the code. This report is filed with the Secretary of the Board this 24th day of July 2019. And Mr. President, I would also like to note that this report will be posted on cpsboe.org. So we will also share that with the public on our website. And this concludes the items.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We will now move into executive session. Board Member Trust, do you have a motion?
Yes. I move for the passage of motion number 19-0724-M01 and the commencement of a closed session to consider matters permitted under Section 21 of the Open Meetings Act, subsections 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, and 21 as specified in the motion.
There's a second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome? Yes. Member Melendez?
Yes.
Vice President O'Leary?
Yes.
Member Todd Breland?
Yes.
Member Truss?
Yes.
Member Sotelo?
Yes.
President Del Valle?
Yes.
We have 7 ayes, 0 nays.
This meeting will now go into closed session. We will return shortly.
Oh, he told me. Yeah, I told him. go out.
Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you. As noted, Mr. President, the Board of Education meeting is reconvened. If you can please strike the gavel. Thank you, Mr. President. I will start with closed session items from the General Counsel, and I will begin with one council retention for continued services. This item does require a vote. This is authorized continued retention for the law firm Masters Law. Mr. President, this item does require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Rivelluri, Member Tad Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
7 ayes, 0 nays. I will continue with an attorney appointment and one settlement item. These items do require a vote. The appointment is to transfer and appoint First Deputy General Counsel, Department of Law, Ruchi Verma. And the settlement item, approve payment of proposed settlement regarding Reinhardt versus Board, case number 116 CV 10413. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
If there are no objections from my fellow board members, please apply the last favorable roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will continue with items from the Chief Executive Officer and proceed with the talent recommendations. These items do require a vote. The first report is the transfer and appoint treasurer effective June 23rd, 2019, and ratify all lawful actions taken as treasurer since June 23rd, 2019 for Walter Stock. The second report is approve appointment of Chief of Schools effective July 8th, 2019, and ratify all lawful actions taken as Chief of Schools since July 8th, 2019 for Alfonso Carmona. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
If there are no objections from my fellow board members, please apply the last favorable roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will continue with items from the board. These items do require a vote. We have the first report, resolution approving the Chief Executive Officer's recommendation to dismiss educational support personnel. And the second report is the resolution approving the Chief Executive Officer's recommendation to dismiss probationary appointed teachers. And for the record, I would like to note that on July 19th, 2019, the board members and the office of the board received the CEO's recommendation to dismiss probationary appointed teachers pursuant to Board 04-1 and 105 ILCS 5/34-84. Her recommendation included the names of the teachers affected and the reasons, and she also noted that the teachers affected will be notified of their dismissal after adoption of the resolution. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
There are no objections. Apply the last favorable roll call vote.
So noted, Mr. President, and I believe Vice President Rivelluri has a motion, please.
I move that the board adopt the minutes of the closed session meeting of June 26th, 2019 pursuant to section 2.06 of the Open Meetings Act.
Is
Board
there-
mem-
Go ahead.
Board members reviewed these minutes and determined that the need for confidentiality still exists. Therefore, the minutes of the closed session meeting held on June 26th, 2019 shall be maintained as confidential and not yet available for public inspection.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Rivelluri,
Yes.
Member Tad Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
7 ayes, 0 nays, and I believe Member Melendez has a motion, please.
I move that the record of proceedings of the regular board meeting of June 26, 2019, prepared by the board secretary, be approved and that such records of proceedings be posted on the Chicago Board of Education website in accordance with section 2.06B of the Open Meetings Act.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Rivelluri,
Yes.
Member Tad Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. And Mr. President, there are no further items on the executive session agenda.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Can you strike the gavel?